chapters related to Sri Aurobindo's work, all in the context of consciousness studies and Indian psychology. In 1981, he co-founded Mirambika, a research center for integral education in New Delhi. In 2001, he also founded Sri Aurobindo Center for Consciousness, the Indian Psychology Institute attached with that in Pondicherry. He has edited 3 books: Consciousness and Its Transformation, Indian Psychology, Consciousness and Yoga, and Foundations of Indian Psychology. So it's a great pleasure to have you here, sir. So may I request Professor Cornelson to deliver his talk.
Just a request. All speakers will have 20 minutes per presentation. And after all the 4 presentations, we'll have a discussion for about half an hour.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Good morning to all of you, and my thanks for inviting me here. Yesterday was a very good start, and I'm very hopeful that our discussions over the coming days will be fruitful. Is it loud enough? Because I cannot hear it here. Can it be louder? I don't know. That's to be done. Okay, I leave that to the technical people. What is very clear, I think it's okay. Thank you. What is very clear from the list of speakers and the titles they have given, and even from the few people who spoke yesterday, that there is an enormous range in consciousness. Yeah? There are so many different definitions of consciousness, because consciousness is actually what we are. We are our consciousness. It is very, very intimate and close to the essence of who we are. And so it is very difficult for anyone to understand that consciousness might actually be something else than his own consciousness. So we tend all to, I think, define consciousness in the way our own consciousness works. But that's, of course, a bit simplistic. Now, the Indian tradition has taken since, as far as we know, consciousness generally, there are many different schools of course, but generally as the very essence of everything in existence. Now, that makes it very difficult to understand, and it is very difficult to realize that, because it would mean that you have to realize your identity with the whole of creation, and maybe even with something that's beyond the creation. Now that's a somewhat hard task to us. So yesterday the opening session started with a song, a piece of music, that said we should actually forget about all the details and only go to the absolute pure consciousness above everything. And if we do that, then of course we should immediately close this conference and all start meditating and forget about it. Yeah? But most of us are having this as a nice ideal in the distance, but in the meantime go on working in our ordinary lives. Now, how do you match these two things? And I think it is in that area that Sri Aurobindo can make, I think, a very large contribution to both to consciousness studies and to all the human sciences. Because he managed a few things that are, I think, very much appropriate and needed for humanity at the moment. He was sent as a small boy when he was only 7 to Britain to get a purely British education. His father didn't believe at all in the Indian tradition and was full-fledged supporter of the British rule in India. So he went to Britain, was exceedingly good in English. When he later got with a scholarship in Cambridge, he had the highest grades that ever had been accorded in Greek, of all things. And then learned Greek and Latin and German and French and Italian and Spanish. And came back to India, realized that the Indian tradition was actually far more interesting than the European one, or at least equally. And that it was absurd that India was a colony of Britain. So he became very active in the Indian freedom struggle, According to some, he was actually one of the founders. He was probably the first intellectual who openly said that the aim of Indian politics should be to become entirely independent of Britain. So one of the first things he worked on was the Indian freedom struggle. And he did that in combination with something on which many people worked, the Indian, what's sometimes called the Indian Renaissance, the kind of revaluation of the whole Indian tradition. And so he worked on both these things. And then he had realized that when he would do pranayam, that it enabled him to write better poetry. He considered himself basically a poet. And then he started, well, maybe if I do more of yoga, I will also have more power to do my political work, because that's what he was most interested in getting done. And then within a few days, he had something like what from the description looks like the realization of the silent Brahman. And he says that after that, he was always in a kind of vast inner silence, even when he was active in work. And so he went on conducting his very active political life while actually staying in some inner vast above the whole outer tamasha. And then at one stage the British government realized that Sri Aurobindo was one of the most dangerous people in their empire, and they put him in jail, which gave him even more time to meditate. Then he got very enthusiastic about the Gita and ended up seeing Krishna in every person and even in everything he saw around him. So he had two very major traditional Indian realizations very early after his start of yoga. And then he began to realize, because he was not interested in doing what Shankara wanted us to do, to go to that silence above, because that he had gotten kind of free of cost right in the beginning. So he was interested in seeing whether there actually is a link between that absolute transcendent infinity, eternity, bliss, and the nitty-gritty of daily life. And obviously there is a huge gap between the two. But then he realized that there was actually a structural gap, that the different types of consciousness that people had realized and described left a hole between that absolute transcendence and all the other ones, which he explained as the reason that people go into a state of trance or samadhi. So they kind of leave this world, reach that absolute transcendence, come back with that infinity of bliss, certitude of reality, and so on, but not essentially changed in the essence of their outer nature. They are changed in who they know they are. They are changed in who they know, in what they know reality to be, but they haven't become different in their manifestation. And while he was working on these things, he realized that the thing that was very big when he studied in Cambridge, the biological evolution that Darwin discovered, that had three different, radically different stages, which corresponded to the Indian planes of Anam, life, matter, Prana, life, and Manas, mind. And in the Indian tradition, you have these three below, and then you have suddenly Satchitananda above. And then he realized that his perception of a gap between the two corresponded to something that in the Veda is described as the Mahas, a plane that is difficult to reach because the layers below are so grandiose that almost nobody can look around them. They call it a sea of light that kind of prohibits to see what's beyond, and which some Vedic rishis knew, but not as something they could really live or work with here. Then he put an incredible amount of work. If you see, he kept for some time a diary, and it is amazing how hard he worked. He tried to make a ladder between Satchitananda on one side, through that in-between layer that is virtually unknown, to the highest layer of, say, Shiva and Vishnu and Krishna and what he called later the overmind. And so over the years, he made an astoundingly detailed description of all kind of in-between layers of consciousness. Some of these he published, some we know only from the diaries he kept for himself. Because he reasoned that if you don't have these types of consciousness, reading about them is not going to do much good. But he concluded that the evolution that Darwin describes is simply not finished. And we as human beings are just a middle term. We are half-baked. And there is this enormous beauty of nature, the fabulous harmony, the love, the detail of which we now know so much more than even he knew at that time. Yeah? That cannot be just Maya in the sense of fraudulence. There is too much wisdom, there is too much love, there is too much detail, it is just too harmonious and beautiful. So he said this cannot be the creation of our ordinary human mind. It cannot be what our type of consciousness cannot reach it. And that is the reason that till now, all the main teachers, whether it is the Buddha or Shankara, all advise to go to something that is beyond creation, because only beyond creation, when your outer nature is not involved, you can actually have an experience of pure consciousness, pure bliss, infinity, so on. Yeah? But our nature doesn't allow to have that and an understanding of the manifestation, the many, at the same time. Because the moment we are in our mental consciousness, in the manas and the buddhi that was talked about earlier, we are dualistic. And creation is not dualistic. Yeah? That's an in-between term, which actually comes because we identify with the brain. And that's an area about which we now know infinitely more than was known in 1920 and even 1950 when Sri Aurobindo passed away. Because we can now see that if consciousness is everywhere, yeah, then in matter it is completely embedded. It is only kind of a habit of form. It is totally tamasic, you can say. Yeah? In life there is the rajasic element, the element of interaction, of play, of drama, yeah, that comes in. And in mind there is that objectivity and so on. But what is our mind? It is still the consciousness of stuff. It is consciousness of the physical stuff of the brain. And the scientists are not right when they say that our brain produces consciousness. Consciousness doesn't need to be produced because it is everywhere all the time. But it determines the kind of consciousness we have when we identify with the brain. And the brain is a kind of immensely complex model of reality. Yeah? Our brain is a self-correcting and all the time adapting, multidimensional image of the brain. And we imitate the brain we imitate reality in our brain and then take that for reality. And that is why the knowledge, the constructed knowledge that science deals with, in the old traditions is always called ignorance, because it is second-hand. It is the second-hand knowledge created by the brain. While there is another type of knowledge, radically different, intuitive, which has actually created everything in existence. And it is that vidya, that knowledge, that humanity is destined to get in due time, because that is where the whole evolution clearly is going. The evolution is kind of the opposite of a prior involution, which must have started with Satchitananda, then that Mahas, then the mind, then life, then the physical, and it comes out in the opposite sequence. So we have reached a level where we still generally identify with our body and our brain, but where our consciousness is sufficiently individualized to escape. Yeah? And so we can, if we want to, concentrate on this room or on our toes or on anything we like, or we can concentrate entirely outside in the transcendent. We have that freedom. Yeah? But we cannot reach all the layers in between because our nature doesn't allow it yet. And even if we have that consciousness, we cannot fully express it because our language is not allowing it. Even our imagery is not allowing it. We are far too engrossed in our senses, our language, our thinking. Yeah? So this is, in a very broad framework, what Sri Aurobindo did. I'll just take one more minute. Yeah? Because he was so much interested in a radical transformation of our nature, Sri Aurobindo did something which none of the ancient traditions has done to the detail that he was interested in. Like, he did not only make an enormously detailed understanding of all these different types of consciousness, right from the lowest to the highest, but he also made a very detailed description of human nature, which the other Indian systems did not need, because their ultimate aim was to get out. And then you don't need to know your nature so well, you only need to know how to get out of it, yeah? How to keep it quiet. And also, he made a very detailed and I think super interesting study of the different types of knowledge that we have. And something that I would very much like to discuss later further, that if we decide or if we feel that consciousness needs to be studied by science, we have to find a way to study the subjective domain, our consciousness, rigorously. Psychology has kind of given up and decided to study human beings objectively, but it is wrong to treat people objectively. Yeah? Like the director of Nimans, I don't think she's here right now, yesterday said, you have to respect people, you have to understand them, and you can only do that if you first understand yourself. Yeah? So, and science doesn't have a good method to do that. Collectively, all the connotations of subjective are negative. Yeah? It is only subjective, it is arbitrary. Even psychologists want evidence-based stuff. Yeah? But the evidence is all on the surface. The depth escaped. And not only the depth escapes, if consciousness is not there, there is nothing there. So psychology, I think, has to learn to study all the details of human nature, right from the bottom to the top. And for that, it can use methods that have been developed in yoga to arrive at rigorous, reliable knowledge of the subjective domain. And if I see a future for this kind of conferences and for psychology and neurology to work together, I think there should be an intensive collaboration between the science of psychology with all its rigor and its fantastic way of quickly spreading knowledge, and all those people who have just subjectively tried to understand human beings the best they can. Individual therapists, people who do yoga, people who are committed to some school of yoga. Yeah? It can be organized, it can be individual, but people who have genuinely tried to do it. And then see if we can make links between all the rigor of science and the rigor of individuals who try honestly to understand how it all works inside. The objective methods will not do for that. I see someone looking at his watch and I realized that my minute has become 5 minutes, so my apologies, and I would like to leave it here.
Thank you very much, sir, for providing ideas to rejuvenate psychology by taking inspirations from the life and works of Sri Aurobindo. Now let's move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Oscar Pojo. So he'll be talking about the problem of consciousness according to Patanjali. So Professor Oscar Pojo, he has a PhD in Sanskrit philology from Banaras Hindu University. He founded the Institute of Cervantes in New Delhi in 2007, and he is also currently the director for the same institute at New Delhi. His main research interest in Sanskrit classics. He has published several books and did translations from Sanskrit classics as well as two Sanskrit dictionaries, the Sanskrit Catalan and the Sanskrit Spanish dictionaries. In 2002, he also has helped in establishing a cultural center in Barcelona, Spain, hosting Asian-inspired events, which is something unique. He is also associate editor of the weekly research bulletin Purana, published by the Department of Puranic Studies of the All India Kaushiraj Trust, Ramnagar. So it's an honor to have you here, sir. I request you to deliver your talk.
Good morning. Thanks very much to the organizer of this beautiful event with so many shades and angles when we're talking about consciousness. So thanks India Foundation and NIMHAMS. Thanks Professor Com for being here. And thanks to you also for moderating and to the previous speaker. Well, as I said, and as my previous speaker was saying, I do really believe that there is a wealth of information, especially in Sanskrit commentaries, that can be very useful to solve modern problems like the problem of consciousness and also other kind of social sciences especially. Now to retrieve this wealth of information from Sanskrit commentaries is not an easy task. Not an easy task because it demands a very good knowledge of Sanskrit, but to make, to be able to dig this knowledge from the commentaries, a knowledge of Sanskrit is not sufficient because we must also have a knowledge of the modern social sciences to be able to communicate this knowledge to people who are, not in touch with the Indic tradition, but they can profit. And what I'm going to try to say in these 20 minutes, it's a brief example of how that can be done inside the theme of consciousness. Well, the presenter said very clear, emerging consciousness versus an Indic version of consciousness, and you also said it. And as she said, an Indic version of consciousness and the consciousness that Patanjali is speaking of is never an emerging consciousness. In fact, the consciousness that Patanjali is talking of is, he says, is aparinami. It cannot be changed. Apratisankrama is a non-transferable kind of consciousness. So I mean to say by that according to Patanjali, to speak of states of consciousness will be a contradiction in terms. There are no states of consciousness. This consciousness is unique. We can also speak of states of mind, mental states, but not conscious states, because as I said, consciousness for Patanjali and for Vedanta and for many schools of the Indic tradition is aparinami, cannot be subject to any change. So this is a very important thing, at least to know in which sense I am using the word consciousness here. One feature of this is that we are going to use the word consciousness in many different meanings. And sometimes these meanings, collide with each other, But let me make clear that for Patanjali, consciousness is aparinami. I would like to say another thing, which was, I think, Mrs. Murthy very clearly, is one of the essential, what is searching for Patanjali? What is really the aim of Patanjali's yoga? He said it very clearly in one Sanskrit sentence. Sattva, Purusha, Anyata, Khyati. That's the real, that means the distinction between Sattva, and Sattva here means mind, means especially Buddhi, means intellect, and the distinction, Anyata, Khyati, between Purusha, which means consciousness. So the first aim of Patanjali is to separate mind from consciousness. This is very interesting. And this shows already the originality of Indic thinking. Because we in the West have a problem between mind and consciousness. We tend to relate for us, you know, mind, in the Western tradition, mind is a res cogitans. I would say it is a thinking substance, okay, that thinks and produces consciousness. Consciousness for the Western philosophy is a property of the mind who can be on and off. Well, there are many other versions, but this is the classical, okay. Now, when we come to the Indian tradition, so if you have a thinking substance, one of whose properties is consciousness, then somehow consciousness is as a property becomes subordinated to the substance, which is mind. And we see that many of today's studies go into that direction, trying to locate this property, this emergent property of a so-called substance or entity called mind. Now, the Indic perspective, it's a kind of reverse subordination. And that's very important to understand the huge difference when we approach consciousness from an Indian perspective and a Western perspective. Because for the Indian perspective, conscious mind, basically it's an instrument of consciousness. So, and consciousness is the real actor, is the subject behind this instrument. So see the great distance we have traveled. From mind being a substance that produces consciousness to mind being a simple instrument of consciousness. And that, I think, it's a very important. Well, next thing I would like just to and this is common to many Indian schools, no? And for many Indian schools, the basic problem of life is that we confound the subject with the instrument, okay? And just to put a very simple, no, it's like to think that the music is, the violin is the music and not the musician is producing the music, okay? Or the ball is cricket and it's not the player who is just playing with the ball, no? So this is the basic mistake, confounding the instrument for the subject. Now we come to Patanjali again, and unlike Aurobindo, no, Patanjali belongs to a school which we can call dualistic school. A school who believes in the reality of Prakriti, nature, and or primordial matter, and Purusha, which is basic consciousness. No? Now, dualism has very bad reputation. Okay, nobody likes to be dualist in today's, but just for the sake of argument, let me make a defense of dualism. And one thing before going beyond, say that even Sankhya Yoga is dualistic, is ontological dualistic. It believes matter exists on one side and the spirit exists on the other side. Knowledge in Sankhya Yoga is not dualistic because the knowledge of the Purusha can never be dual. That's just a night assault. Okay. Why I would like, dualism has one thing which is, I think, very appealing. It appeals to common sense. Okay, our first experience of all of us is we divide the world into things, sentient objects and things that have no consciousness, right? No. And this is something natural for all of us. We see ourselves, we see the animals, we see our fellow humans, we see even the plants that look some sort of sensibility, and then we see a lot of inert objects which do not seem to have consciousness. Okay, so that's the starting point. Everybody feels like that. So what idealism does is to fall to the temptation of to reduce all matter to a spirit. Okay. And what materialism does is fall into the temptation of reducing spirit and consciousness to matter. Okay. There is a reduction of these two things. But dualism stays. It doesn't want to go any further and at least acknowledge the existence of both. So I would like now to put again Patanjali in perspective. And I would like to quote a name that also came yesterday, and I think it's in the mind of many of the speakers. And I feel that philosopher, David Chalmers, okay, it was already mentioned yesterday. David Chalmers, who divided mental problems or consciousness into easy problems and hard problems. Easy problems are those basically that can be described in terms of computational or neuronal explanations. And just to quote him, the easy problems of consciousness, according to Chalmers, would be the ability to discriminate, to categorize, and react to environmental stimuli, the integration of information by a cognitive system, the reportability of mental states, the ability of a system to access its own internal states, the focus of attention, the deliberate control of behavior, and the difference between wakefulness and sleep. These are one of the functions that are the easy problems of the mind and consciousness. And you can, you know, these are mechanical processes that you can easily translate into, say, a machine. A machine will be easy for a machine to do all these kind of functions, no? And then there is the hard problem of consciousness, which is the problem of experience. How all this becomes, in the sense that I eat an apple and I feel the freshness, the sweetness of an apple, and as a subject, I have a full subjective experience. How this qualia, how this takes place. This is the hard thing to explain, no? Well, I quote Chalmers because we can apply the easy and hard problems of Chalmers directly to Patanjali's yoga, to the concept of mind in Patanjali. And the easy problems are very well described in Patanjali. And these are basically what the British, these are all mental processes. And well, there are 5 mental processes. So the easy problems belong to the mind, are a quality of the mind, how the mind acts. The hard problems, it's what the Purusha does. And the Purusha, which is consciousness, let me say again, consciousness does not perform any function at all. It's free from, it's functionless. British mental processes are functionally definable, but consciousness is not functionally definable at all. So this is a very interesting point. And we will see, I mean, the similitude with Chalmers and here, because Chalmers wrote this book, The Conscious Mind. And for Patanjali, and that's what I am very interested to say, is that mind is unconscious. There is no such a thing as a conscious mind. And this is a very important thing. That's why consciousness and mind has to be separated. In fact, mind, it's matter. It's a form of matter. It's the subtles, especially in its form as intellect, as buddhi, as mahad, you say it, or a sattva. Patanjali used the expression sattva for that. This is preferred expression. So mind, it's completely material. And that again, it's a very modern feature of Patanjali. Because Patanjali proposes a material mind without falling into physicalism, which is a very interesting point, no? Mind, it's just a material entity, is the subtlest part of matter. We could say it's translucent matter. It's a kind of matter that is able to absorb the light of Purusha, the light of consciousness. And it's such a special kind of matter which gets color, gets, impregnated by both Purusha and Prakriti. And this is the only object in the whole creation that it is able to perceive both the object and the subject. There is a beautiful sutra by Patanjali who says that, no? Drashti drisyo uparaktam chittam sarvartam. Chittam is sarvartam because it's able to, it's part of matter and it's also able to reflect the light of consciousness. Now, one very interesting thing, I have still a few minutes. Oh, that's so good. That's best. Another very interesting thing, and I would like to say, now the key point to all this, and we will be concluding, is how a conscious which is a parinami, who is apratisankrama, it's able to perceive the world of diversity. Okay, that's a very important thing. And Patanjali deals with that with a lot of detail, which I think, we cannot explain here in 10 minutes, but its proper use can be very meaningful for contemporary studies of consciousness. No? The solution to this is the two kinds of knowledge that Patanjali proposes. One is mental knowledge, in Sanskrit is buddhi bodha, and the other is the knowledge of the Purusha or Purusha bodha. They are both different. Now, mental knowledge, it's called in Patanjali Vedana or Samvedana, and the knowledge of the Purusha, it's Pratisambedana. That's the technical term, okay? Now, the mind, when the mind knows something, the mind actually, according to classical Indian psychology, and being mind a form of matter, the mind literally gets out of the mind through the senses with that subtle matter which is called in Vedanta Taijasa, and it's matter but it's subtle, and then it takes the form of the object. Say we see a bottle, my mind takes the form of the bottle, takes this form and brings inside the mind and creates, an image, a mental image of this bottle. Okay, so for that to be possible, buddhi and the mind has to transform itself, and that's why if I say that Purusha is aparinami, Chitta is Kshipra parinami. It means it keeps constantly changing. It's in a constant state of change. Now, the mind then has to change according to his perception, creates an inner image in the screen of buddhi, because buddhi is able to reflect these external images, and we have them inside the mind. And what Purusha does, Purusha it's called is Darshita Vishaya. That's it. It's an entity which does not change because it does not see the objects outside, but see the representation of the external world in the screen of the buddhi. And by doing that, the Purusha needs not to change its form. Just to put a very simple metaphor, which is used in Sankhya Karika, we have that. Purusha is like a spectator of a theater play. Okay, he's sitting inside the chamber of the intellect, sitting there, he's not concerned, he's completely detached, and he sees the movie that Vedana puts into the screen of buddhi. And this act of seeing, this picture of reality, it's called, I say, Pratisambedana. And the and Purusha, it's defined also by Vyasa as a Pratisambedi. Pratisambedi means a reflective knower, a knower of the reflection, okay? And like that, Purusha is able to enjoy the multiplicity of the world. I will be concluding, but mainly I wanted to say there are many more things, no? Because how this immutable consciousness gets related to a world of constant change, there are several solutions for that. There is Sarupya, there is Sanyoga, there is Anuvedana, there is Anupashya. These are all technical terms that Patanjali uses to solve the hard problems of Chalmers, I think in a very creative way. But, well, basically, to finish with this, I would say, the predicament of humans is that we identify with our minds. We use our mind as a kind of for catching external objects. We take these external objects and consume in the chamber of the mind. And this is constantly, we do that constantly with a music, with a song, with a conversation. That creates a problem because in the end, we believe that we are this instrument of catching the outside reality and bringing it in, okay? And the confusion of our own real identity, which is Purusha, with Sattva, which is the mind, is the key to the problem. This confusion produces three main things which are part of our problem. The first, I say, we identify with the contingent I, which is our mind, basically. Second, we create a hard boundary between outside and inside, a boundary that is not known to real sages. And third, the third mistake that we make, we always think that the light comes from outside, when the light comes from inside. And that was very well demonstrated, you know, by Shankaracharya in many of his commentaries. And again, it's an experiential thing. When you stay in your chamber, when you dream, but Shankaracharya used to say, it's the most wonderful and incredible thing is that we humans, every night when we dream, we perceive the pure light of the Atman in our dreams, and we never recognize so. Thank you very much.
Yeah, when the whole world is moving towards machine consciousness in the name of artificial intelligence, I think it's very important to understand we, the humans, man who make all these machines and artificial intelligence, are definitely different from the machines and related consciousness. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your vivid thoughts on consciousness from Patanjali's perspective. Let's move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Shugan Jain. So he'll be talking on existence, structure, and function of consciousness and other realities, the Jain view, and researches in science. So Professor Shugan Jain has a PhD in Jainology. Currently, he is the chairman, International School for Jain Studies, India. So though he has a deep interest in Jainology, he has vast experience in IT industry. He served as IT consultant, manager, and CEO with many multinational companies in US, Netherlands, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and India. So he's deeply involved in promoting and researching studies related to Jainism. He has many credits in terms of awards and achievements. He is a fellow IET and IIIE India, member IEEE, former president Parashwanath Vidyapith Varanasi. He is a chairman Harilal Jain SS School, Delhi, and secretary Jain Shiksha Pracharak Society, vice chairman Digambar Jain Shrut Samvardhin in Mahasabha, Delhi, director Digambar Jain Trilok Shodh Sansthan, Hastinapur, regional coordinator of Jain Vishwa Bharati University, India, and so on. So he has published over 50 papers on various subjects concerning Jain philosophy and its application to modern day issues. He has also published 6 books in English on Jainism and many other books and the process of publishing. So we feel really a great pleasure in having you here, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the invitation. You know, I will spend some time about basic concepts of reality and consciousness in Jainism and then go further. So when we start any discussion in Jainism, we have 2 basic, let us say, concepts that we have to keep in mind. The first is anekantik or non-absolutism theory of existence. That means we are not, when we talk of existence, we are not talking of sum of parts, but we are talking of a continuum of opposites in the real. So we are not just talking of plurality, but plurality with opposition in each real. And after this thinking, then we express it using a doctrine of Syadvad, conditional dialectic, theory of judgment, or expression of truth along with reality. We never keep the reality behind. Please give me the control, Hello, I need the control. It is better if I have the control. I requested you for the control myself. Okay. We talk of what is reality, what is Sat. Because before we start any discussion, it's very important to have a definition of what is real, what is Sat. In Jainism, we say that Sat is with permanence and impermanence. That is permanent but evolving simultaneously. So this gives a dynamic nature to the reality rather than just a static, that it's something permanent and not changing. With this we say, and this I can quote the shloks, Sat Dravya Lakshanam, Utpad Vai Dravya Yuk Sat, and Gun Paryaya Bad Dravya. Now the next is very important, that Dravya has qualities and modes. We feel that every existent, whether it is consciousness or not, has qualities, certain qualities with which it identifies itself. And the expression of each state of quality of the substance, we call it as mode or paryaya. The second is we believe in duality of existence. And this we describe as Jeev and Ajeev, or sentient and insentient links. It's again coming from the same definition that we started in the beginning. And these two are further classified. Insentient as matter, or Pudgal is the definitive word in Jainism, and it is the only active and perceptible dravya, substance, that is we can cognize by the senses. And there are infinite number of them, not just one. So Jainism talks not only of duality but of infinite existences also. And the other four principles of this category insentient are principles of motion, rest, space, and time. And they are all supporting the activities of Pudgal and consciousness. And they are non-perceptible. Then the other is, please do it yourself, then. The next is the sentient, or the Jeev, we call, and this is the active dravya. It is active, it is doing something, unlike, being aloof. And we say soul and consciousness, they are inseparable. The word consciousness or soul, they are inseparable, and they are a part of Jeev. That is, every Jeev has consciousness, or Atma, as in Hindi we call it. Now, the difference between these two is that Jeev, whatever it does, whatever activity a Jeev does, it does with a purpose. It has a purpose, and the purpose is transcendence, to move up. While matter, it has a random activity. It does, just randomly things affected by itself or by the Jeev. And this is very similar to what my friend just talked of. But difference is that Purush in Jain philosophy is active. It is not aparinami, it is parinami. This is the difference. Now we talked of attributes. So we look at the attributes, because we can understand better anything if we know the qualities. How do we feel that there is matter or there is consciousness? So we first talk of matter or Pudgal. Its nature is fusion and fission, together, aloof, together, aloof. So the matter is in a habit of doing this all the time. It's its nature. It is perceptible and hence active. And the smallest part of this is called Param Anu, or smallest individual particle. And then it forms aggregates like, atoms, molecules, and so on, from almost nothing to the big mass that we see around. There are properties of matter, as we see here. It has 8 types of touch. These are the things which you can feel from the body. These are cold and hot, and we say it responds to thermal energy, then smooth and rough, electrical energy, and soft and hard for the viscous energy, and light and heavy for the mass energy. These are the 4 subgroups, and there are 2 subgroups are there in every type of aggregate. Then we have 5 types of tastes which give sensory properties. We have 2 types of smell for sensory property, and again we have 5 types of color, optical properties. So these are the properties that if anything has these properties, we say this is matter. It is insentient, and its nature is to, get together and get separated. And it can exist as solid, liquid, gas, vapor, energy, light, sound, hot, and cold. So most of the perceptible world we can say around is matter. Now we come to the important, aspect, the Jeev, or the living being. Here you see the white part. I've just shown, let us say, X-ray of the person. I am myself sitting in a meditative posture. The white part you see in the center, we say it's the pure consciousness, or Atma, without any blemish. And it has the qualities I will talk to you later on. And the next part that you see is our, we call egoic body. It has emotions, belief systems, and intentions, what it wants to do. And the third is the karmic, the blue one, our actions, karmas as we call it, and they are stored as seeds here. And the last you see is my physical body, the way I appear to you. So we see the pure consciousness is embedded in all these together, and the whole is called Jeev. And that's why, I have the qualities which, let us say, this table does not have it. And it's because of the consciousness, the pure soul. And we say soul and consciousness are there concomitant. And I will now come to the qualities of Jeev. 9 characteristics which will indicate in greater details what we mean. Distinction quality is sentient, and the number is infinite, not just one. And I have tried to divide it into 2 categories. The empirical soul, that is like me, soul embedded in a matter body, and the pure consciousness, like we say the Brahm, we say call them Siddhas. So first is manifestation of consciousness. This is very important, and it is like intuition and knowledge. Consciousness manifests itself as intuition and knowledge. And this is a subject we will see becomes very important in our artificial intelligence and man-machine interface. And I have said that here, for us, it is due to karmic effect, and it is limited, and hence can be termed as matter. While in the case of pure soul, it is just knowledge and intention. It is non-matter. It is just for its own benefit. Then we have other characteristics: lived, lives, and will live, always with embodied and the senses. And here it is pure soul, like Brahm, but we say it's the infinity of souls, proper pure souls. Then we have Jivatva, Prani, life vitality, like breathing and getting birth and dying, and activities of strength of mind, body, and speech. While in the case of pure soul, it is just knowing, viewing, Anand, and eternal Sat, like we call Satchitanand. This is the quality of the pure consciousness. Then these are the differences. Perceptive, the empirical soul is yes, I am perceptive because I am a combination of consciousness and matter, and matter makes it perceptible. But when we talk of pure consciousness, then it is not perceptible. Then we say other activities, like he was saying, we say consciousness or soul is agent. It performs activities. And what does it perform? Of matter karmas. our actions, that we see. While the pure soul is of its own nature. It has nothing to do with anything. It just wants to enjoy its own yata, drashta, satchitanand type of things. Enjoyer also, bhokta, same. And size, this is the most important thing. As I showed in the previous slide, the structure of the Jeev, here we are saying that the size of consciousness is same as the size of the body. We say it can be termed also like psychic mind, which interacts with the matter body to give matter mind and interacts further on. So this is size of the body, and this is very important because then pure consciousness does not travel out of the body. And then existence everywhere and upward movement. This is the purposiveness. Next, please. Now I try to show the interaction of the four, Jeev and matter. First is conceptual. We call 5 substances. Then, according to the place, how much place it occupies. So we have only 5 because time is something which is conceptual and it helps us in the transformation. The third is according to time, on a space. So we see the interaction between Jeev and Ajeev matter, 2 constituents, influx, bondage, stoppage, annihilation, and moksha, liberation. That is the ultimate objective. So you see how they are interacting and how the consciousness plays its part. Next is functions of consciousness. Now, sentience means manifestation of consciousness as perception and knowledge. And this is empirical soul. And this is of 4 types. Matter, 4 types. Mind-based, then it's verbal, clairvoyance, and telepathy. These are all matter, and they can be said to be associated with the artificial intelligence. Pure knowledge is non-material for pure soul. No interaction with anybody except its own nature. So this is not a subject of pure artificial intelligence. And the third is energy and bliss. That is experience of pain and happiness. This part also is absent in matter. So these last 2 components are things which make soul unique. And then this is the process I've shown. We say soul has consciousness concomitant, non-material, 4 infinite perception, knowledge, and bliss and energy. And 1 more is activity. Pojo, we call it. It is the free will. In every situation, the soul has a freedom to do something. It is experiencing, then what can it do? So we say it has 5 options. 1, it can suppress the impure actions, or annihilate them, or do both, or do nothing, or completely get rid of them, like samadhi. So this is how I've shown in this picture. Please carry on this further. Pure consciousness, conscious and manifesting non-material, and empirical soul, this is manifestation of consciousness as perception, which is matter, and energy and bliss, this is not non-matter. Then we have the matter, perception, matter, and non-matter. Non-matter is pure knowledge, or just we say keval gyan, and matter is mind-based, clairvoyance, and these are, subjects of, these are the types of knowledge which I use for myself, the soul consciousness uses myself, while verbal is something which I transmit to others. I know something, how do I transmit? And when I transmit, then I transmit as words, and this becomes the subject of transfer of knowledge, manifestation of knowledge to others. Next, please. Now I come to energy, because in quantum physics, I see energy is everything. So I try to define energy into different levels. Energy and matter, Pudgal in Jainism, are interchangeable and follow rules of science. While energy, attribute of the soul called virya, is non-material and of use for soul only. This is non-matter. And the last is the four substances, supporting substances. They are non-matter, and there is not a subject of energy that we talk of. So this we can see the differentiation of energy in different things. And based on this, I try to conclude. Next, please. Consciousness and soul are concomitant. Infinite souls, pure soul at the summit of consciousness or cosmos, and does not interact with others, soul and soul or non-soul, like Brahm, the concept of Brahm. But we say this is space where only they can exist. The rest of the cosmos is all embodied souls. And here we say manifestation of consciousness as perception and matter, and knowledge is all matter, like the embodied soul. And the other qualities of consciousness, energy and bliss, there is experience of pain and pleasure, and free will, they are not matter. So with these conclusions, I think we can differentiate between energy and consciousness, especially when we are talking of artificial intelligence, computers, and quantum physics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shugan Jain, for sharing your wisdom and experiences from Jainism perspective. I think it was a wonderful exposition of the concept of unity and diversity, though all of them have spoken about consciousness from Indian perspective, but still all of them are unique in their own ways as well. I think it will set a wonderful tone for the next session, which is going to be more about neuroscience of self and experience. So I thank all the speakers, and I also would like to...
Any questions or comments? They're welcome.
Yeah. So just one
Mike, please.
So just one information, sir. Yeah. So sorry to inform that one of our speakers, the first speakers who was supposed to join through virtual medium, because of some technical reasons he couldn't join. So we are just finishing this, and but in fact it's a blessing in disguise. We are going to have more time for discussion. So now I request the chairpersons to take over and open the floor for discussion. Thank you.
Before any question comes, can I ask Shugal Jain, Professor Jain? Yeah. You said the duality, but at the end you said the Atman is omnipresent and merges with the universal consciousness. So it becomes a Advaita only.
Yeah. You know,
Only the approach is duality.
You know, there is a difference. Atma is personal, my soul. It is not the concept of supreme, everywhere the same. Every soul in Jain philosophy is considered to be independent mind, and it is limited to my body, okay? Now it has the capacity to move up and become Paramatma. But Paramatma, as I told you, is not omnipresent. It is pure soul at the cosmos of the, at the summit of the cosmos. So the whole world does not, the whole cosmos does not have one soul. It's an amalgam of so many independent souls.
Merges with it.
Pardon?
It's a part of it.
It's
a part of it.
It is, I have hearing problems, so if you can speak in this, I can hear better, and then I can answer you.
Though it is different, But it merges it.
Consciousness, yeah. Pardon?
Individual soul merges with the universal consciousness. Part of it.
Para-consciousness means others consciousness.
Yeah.
You know, this is the difference. When I talk of pure soul in me, it has the ultimate, the pure knowledge of everything. Like, you know, we say that Western scholar who said, you know, this monad, that the mirror, it has the capability to see everything. Knowing, and similarly, we have, the soul in us has that knowledge. It is not able to use that knowledge because of the matter karmas, that matter bodies that you saw around. And the objective we are doing is that we want to remove these matter as much as possible. And that's what I think they were saying, to transcend from the lowest level of consciousness to higher level of consciousness. And when you attain that pure consciousness, as a human body, we call them as jinnas or tirthankras, because then they can see and they can explain to others. And when they leave the body, then this is just pure consciousness, and it goes and stays up, because its nature is to go up, so it goes to the top of the cosmos and stays there. Why it stays there? Because beyond that, it cannot move. There are no principles of motion or rest, so it goes there and just stays there. So this is the differentiation of, you know, the concept of everywhere consciousness or parts of consciousness, independent consciousness is that.
Any other comments or questions? Please.
The first is a comment regarding the speaker who spoke about the Patanjali yoga. Is the confusion because from what one of the first things I read about the Indian rishis is that they intuited the mind. I think we are not intuiting the mind, we are rationalizing and, you know, logicizing the mind. Is that the reason for the confusion? The mode was different. The gentleman who spoke about Jainology specifically mentioned intuition as a mode of consciousness. As a psychiatrist, for me, the mind is all important. Yeah, and I prefer Sigmund Freud's word psyche to mind. I think mind is a very bland, neutral place, neutral phrase, neutral term. So I'd like to ask the speakers one question. Can one cognize consciousness without mind? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. That's the question, no? You can cognize without the mind, you can cognize without the senses, and Patanjali has a way for that. That's Ritambara Prajna. And I would say, what you cannot cognize is without consciousness. As I said, mind is unconscious, so you cannot have any knowledge. But mind is very important, as you say, whether you call it mind or you call it psyche. It's very important, as I said, in Patanjali system, because it's the middle term. It's what relates multiplicity to the non-dual knowledge of the Purusha. And that can achieve through mind. And that's why mind is so important. No? To put it very simple, and we can use a metaphor that Patanjali uses himself, and that all the traditions, the Tibetan tradition also use, is that mind is a diamond. Mind is a diamond, but diamonds are very beautiful. But there is one characteristic of diamond, which do not shine in darkness. If you are in a closed room, even the best diamond, even the Kohinoor, it's nothing. It does not shine. Diamond has no light in itself, okay? Now, what happens if mind is a diamond? Consciousness is like the ray of sunlight. Now you imagine you open a small hole inside the room, you open the window, a ray of light will fall into the diamond, okay, which was dark, and all of a sudden magic occurs. That neutral light of the sun, which is white or invisible, becomes broken in all the spectrum of all the colors, right? So this is a very interesting, because this is precisely what mind which is the diamond, and you have to keep this diamond really in a very good shape, without scratches, if you want, to reflect properly the light of consciousness. But what happens when the sunlight gets reflected into the diamond is the principle of Sankhya Yoga. First, you know, the white neutral light becomes of like the rainbow light with all the colors of diversity. And that's the beauty of Sankhya Yoga, and in which the spirit needs matter to be able to perceive multiplicity. So this is one thing. And the other, this in Sankhya is called bhoga. This is the first objective of matter, bhog, to make that the spirit can enjoy diversity. So the second thing that happens is that the infinite light of the sun, of consciousness, gets, you know, like becomes prisoner inside the crystal, okay? And this is what happens, you know, the state of the normal human. Now, the second objective of Sankhya Yoga is Kaivalya, which means, like I think they took that from Jainism, and there are many similarities if you see, you know, the multiplicity of souls between Sankhya Yoga and Jainism. Now, to extract the light which is prisoner inside the diamond and liberate this light and turn it into the broad sunlight is the second objective of Sankhya Yoga, which is Kaivalya. No?
Professor Alex, and then
I have a question for Dr. Cornelison. He mentions these great gradations of experience from Sri Aurobindo. Now, I've been brought in a tradition where we talk about 7 states of consciousness and also related to Mandukya Upanishad 7 states. Now, I've also heard that there are 16 states named in other traditions, 16 states of consciousness. Are you aware of any relationship between that and what Aurobindo was speaking about?
I wouldn't know. Is it working? Yeah. I'm not too much aware of these other traditions. What I know is that Sri Aurobindo, many, many times in a row, discovered that there were, say, 3 types of consciousness. Then he started exploring the highest one. Then he would distinguish 3 in that one. And then he would split that one further up. So my feeling is that there is actually an infinity of variety, and that you can just explore it and give names to groups within that enormous variety. And there are so many combinations also, no? Like you have a vital mind, you have a life mind, you have a physical mind. There is mind in the physical, and there is a physical aspect to the mind. So there are all kind of combinations. Reality is, by itself, is not structured like that, no? Reality is continuous in every respect, I think. And it is we who, with our mind, it is typical mental capacity, we distinguish and rubricate and all that. I'm not too sure that reality itself is like that. It looks to me a bit artificial as an activity of the mind, this rubrication.
So my question is, are the humans the only conscious beings? Or do we agree with the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness some 10 years ago that non-humans also can be considered conscious beings? If that is accepted, do you think that conscious machines is a total improbability?
You ask
any one of you.
anyone. I think we got yesterday already a nice answer to this, that machines, they will have a machine type of consciousness, no? They will not have a living type of consciousness, because that whole life aspect is not there in their programming. Their programming is only information processing in the end. So they will have even a chair has, or a table has a consciousness, but it is a purely fixed, kind of mechanical one. So there was someone who said that we don't need to be too much afraid of the computers taken over, because they don't have that power desire that we have. That's simply not part of the way they're made. But I don't know whether that's true. I really have no idea. basically everything is consciousness. She was asking since a long time.
Sir, coming from a tradition native to this place and understanding the language of the source texts, but my question is understanding the language of the West and the science. There are two elephants in this room. One is called by the West as consciousness, another one is called matter. And these two are somehow being related. The interest from the yoga science traditions or any of the Indic traditions is postulating matter comes out of consciousness at some point, whatever the embedded relation, coeval relation, whatever relations you want to put. The science teams seem to be asking a question. Matter comes out of consciousness. I mean, prove this particular point. Matter is coming out of consciousness. Technically, the challenge is prove the talk of Siddhi, for which all this foundational thinking is the critical thing. So if you cut off the Tasya Bhumishu Viniyogaha, which is a foundation of the Yoganga Samadhi, this whole talk becomes meaningless. Therefore, my question to all the persons is, how do you define, map the term of the West consciousness, which still is a very fuzzy thing, and matter, which is a classical level distinction from the Niels Bohr's atom fixed model, Anu, Pudgala, that kind of a line, to the QFT and the MSP and all this modern talk. Thank you.
I tried to answer, maybe time or my expression was not as succinct as you are asking. We are talking of two separate reals. One is conscious with consciousness, and the other is without, and that is matter. These are two. Then I said the whole world is, what you call filled with both these. And mostly these are embedded. Like, you see the small insects, the plants and other things, we call them, as living beings which have consciousness, which grow and other things. So we see these as, embedded, but there are certain matters which don't have consciousness. For example, let us say Earth. Earth has major part which is matter, but it also has a number of constituents in it which are conscious, and we call the conscious beings with earth-bodied. They are earth-bodied. Like, when you plant, you can plant a seed in desert. It will not multiply, but when you plant a seed in a moist, the seed germinates because there are some, interactions there, and you start seeing this. So there is, the whole world is full of embedded, that is combination of two, or the matter only. Because when I die, my consciousness disappears. What is my body? It is matter. So you dispose it off, it gets converted again into what you call 5 elements. Or pollution, for example, you say, you throw out plastic. They are not conscious. Because we have matter, which does not have consciousness. And we have consciousness, which can be pure, like the pure souls, or which is embedded. And I use this consciousness to address my needs, to address my interactions with others, to address the problems. And this is it. If I don't have, like yoga, if I don't have control over my desires or my actions, I will create a lot of waste. And what is this waste? This is all matter. You will see.
Sir,
no, I wanted only...
I just have one observation as well as a request, and also the point, we are exploring consciousness as such. I definitely feel that there is a need for a strong methodology, especially with all the questions that have been raised here, whether we can make it, whether computer has a consciousness or no consciousness. The word consciousness itself has still not been fully defined. But we have a lot of resources in the scriptures, from there we take evidence. But the methodology part of it has to be really dwelt upon. Many of us have to look at it again and again. And when we are looking at the research-oriented question, whether it is a hard problem of consciousness or the soft or whatever easy problems, as Chalmers put, we have to use an appropriate methodology, and the methodology comes from the modern science as well as from the subjective, what we call as qualitative subjective experience also. So that is where I would like to ask Dr. Matthias Cornelius to see where do we start with our subjective inquiry in this aspect. I can't be like Aravindo. I have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a very good question, but I think our time is also finished.
So I don't later,
know. I think it is a core question that is very important to answer. And I would say that it should be worked out in interactions between people who are more embedded, say, in the scientific method, the rigor, the sharpness, the admission that we don't know and still have to go somewhere, all these kind of things which have made science strong. Yeah, they have to work together with the people who are really gone further in their inner inquiries. We should not limit ourselves to objective knowledge. That covers only half of reality. And we can study equipment, or we can study the brain. We'll never find out anything serious about consciousness. Consciousness is figured out by going inside. And strange enough, consciousness is in first instance transparent to us, no? We are aware of the room. We are not aware of our consciousness. And I think that is the reason that all traditions say you have to silence your consciousness. You have to take the mind out, the perceptions out, your feelings out, and so on, till only the consciousness itself is left. And strange enough, if you remove the content of consciousness, consciousness doesn't become smaller, it becomes wider. Consciousness actually shrinks because we limit it to our senses. And so the less we are allowing our consciousness to be shrunk into the perception of factual stuff outside, the wider it becomes. So I'm personally quite surprised when I hear you say that your consciousness is limited to the size of the body. It doesn't go in any way with my experience of what, for me, consciousness is, because it becomes infinite. Yeah.
You know, if my consciousness is not limited to me, how can I act or think differently than you? Yes.
These are very interesting questions, and there is a multiplicity possible, no? You can at the same time be very fast and do something. Like we can talk, and at the same time digestion of food is going on at the same time. Okay, Sri Aurobindo has I don't know if I have time for it, but there is a very short and interesting explanation. Sri Aurobindo says, Maya, the creation of the world out of consciousness, needs only two capacities of consciousness. One is to make many instances of itself. Yeah, something which comes back in quantum mechanics, where they say that ultimately there is actually only one electron, for example. So one capacity of consciousness is to make many instances of itself, like in Sankhya, and they are all divine. Yeah, they are de-consciousness. And then in each of them, the capacity of exclusive concentration. So initially, the divine is Ananta Guna. It has all the qualities. Now, to become me, it has to limit itself ridiculously till it becomes a very small little creature on a stage. Yeah? And to make a table, it has to concentrate itself still further. So all these units of consciousness become small as an act of consciousness. And just like we can concentrate on being in this room or concentrate on India as a whole or humanity or the cosmos, consciousness has that intrinsic capacity of stretching and shrinking. And so in us, a kind of permanent limitation into one archetype, what he calls the Jivatman, and which Sri Aurobindo takes as permanent. Shankara takes it as temporary. But it is interesting.
Thank you very much.
That doesn't fully explain your question yet.
Further discussion could happen during the coffee break.
It doesn't solve the basic problem. The podium cannot just throw the confusion on our side.
Of course we should. You have far more people to solve it than we have.
Yes, I will say one point only. I'll take 2 minutes. See, I did my PhD in clinical psychology here on altered states of consciousness between 77 and 81. And I have been following what is all happening. Problem is, we are here from the Indian worldview. And we are also trying to marry the Western worldview as far as consciousness research is concerned. So there are two fundamental issues here. One is what ontology and epistemology, pramana, that we want to bring into all this research. The second thing is, when we speak of consciousness, the word chit, satchitananda. The chit has chetana and chaitanya, both. Most of the neuropsychological, physiological, our psychological researchers, cognitive science research, is speaking of the awareness aspect. Whereas the physics, biology, and where the life issues are involved is speaking of Chaitanya, energy. So much of the research that is focusing on Chaitana and the research on Chaitanya, people coming from quantum mechanics and all, they are raising these issues. They have been trying to see, what is the ultimate field. So what is Chit finally? It has both aspects. Now, unless we bring, this, I am very happy. I thank Dr. Bindu for inviting me to participate. First thing that NIMHANS has to do is try to bring people to create a common language, because we have Deha, Jiva and Atma. Okay? So, therefore, Atman is the basic problem. Jiva, all of us agree. So, unless we bring a common language or from quantum mechanics, or, we have many models in the West and also from the Jaina and, Patanjali's, until we evolve that, we are going to have this confusion, because I have been attending these type of Confucius interactions for the last so many years. It started with in Melkote when Dr. Raja Ramanna, ECG Sudarshan, Professor Desi Raju, we were all together in Melkote in Sanskrit Academy, and now I am here. I have been following this confusion, quietly, and whenever I find time, I go to Ramana Ashram and sit and quietly meditate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, surely Dr. Narayan was here.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry if I have taken over.
I thank all the speakers for the wonderful talks and shedding light on consciousness in terms of emerging phenomenon and Indic perspective. I also thank the chairperson to make the session successful. Now I request chairperson to hand over the memento to the speakers as a token of appreciation. I request Professor Nagaraja to hand over the memento to Professor Mathis Collinson. Now I request Professor Kiran Kumar Salagami to hand over the memento to Oscar Pojo. I request Professor Nagaraja to hand over the memento to Professor Shugan Jain. Now I request Professor Bindu M. Kuti to hand over the memento to the chairpersons. Thank you all. The next session starts at 11:30. Now it is a tea break. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will remove the other one. Water bottles, I'll get it. You prepare other things. We will get them. Huh? I know. Huh. I think this one only. He is not coming, but who and all are virtual, you should. You just take this. Who are the handlers here? Next session.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Let's come back. This is session number 3, neuroscience of self and experience. So after a feast of philosophical views on consciousness, let's dive into some aspects of neuroscience. And as you know, consciousness in modern neuroscience is broadly understood as subject to experience, as mentioned by many earlier. This is made possible by brain by constructing a model of the world, which is more functional than a true model. But they are often based on reductionist approaches and ignore the phenomenological aspects, which was mentioned in previous session too. So let's join in to see how the experts in neuroscience address some of these ideas. So let me first call upon the chairperson, Professor John P. John, on stage. I also call upon, there are, in this session, 2 speakers are coming online and 2 of them are offline. So Professor Northoff, please come on dais. And Professor Narayan Srinivasan, please. Yeah. My colleague will introduce the chairperson.
This session will be chaired by Dr. John P. John. He is a professor of psychiatry at National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore. He is also faculty in charge of Multimodal Brain Image Analysis Laboratory, the Center for Brain Mapping, and ADBS Neuroimaging Center of Department of Psychiatry at NIMANS. His area of clinical specialization is general adult psychiatry. His research interests involve using multimodal brain imaging to examine the pathophysiology of neuropsychiatric disorders, especially schizophrenia, dementia, and catatonia. He's also been involved in collaborative studies with the NIMANS Center of Consciousness Studies, exploring the neurobiology of meditative states. We welcome you, sir, and please take over the session.
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I thank the organizers of this conference, wonderful conference, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. We're going to have a series of 4 very interesting talks on different approaches to examine the neuroscience of self and consciousness, of different states and levels of consciousness, using different approaches. To begin with, it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you Professor Georg Northoff, who is a professor at the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Ottawa, Canada, and the Canada Research Chair for Mind, Brain Imaging and Neuroethics at the University of Ottawa Institute of Mental Health Research. His seminal works on catatonia are very familiar to most of us psychiatrists. But apart from this, Professor Northoff has been at the forefront of interdisciplinary research involving philosophy, neuroscience, and psychiatry, which he refers to as non-reductive neurophilosophy, that aims at studying the brain-mind relationship through exploration of how neural mechanisms of the brain allow it to construct subjective phenomena like the self, consciousness, and emotions. Of course, as a psychiatrist, he also studies how these are disordered in psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia and depression. So I warmly welcome you, Professor Northoff, to deliver your lecture.
For the nice introduction, and also thank for the invitation. And it's for me really a learning experience that your rich tradition in consciousness really contrasts the poor tradition of consciousness in the Western world and the rich tradition of the mind in the Western world. It really seems to almost complementary. And when I see sort of here your tradition this morning and yesterday, and I also speak with others, meditators, it's really amazing how some of my initial idea, which come from the psychiatry, from the phenomenology, converge with some of your ideas.
Of course, that's my own bias, and you are able to judge, hopefully, after my talk. So let's start. It's really the question which really drives me. It's already clear. It's consciousness's subjectivity. So let me throw some light on it. And for me, it's really very important to have work at the interface between the empirical, the phenomenological, and the ontological. And I will really try to focus here particularly on the empirical phenomenological, which though has deep ontological implications. So my talk consists of 4 things, and we developed over the years, 2017 first published, what I call the temporal spatial theory of consciousness, and I will try to put some flesh to the bones, and of course the time is short, so I have to run a little bit. So a lot of questions will probably remain open. First, I want to present a brief theoretical framework. Nothing is more important than a theoretical framework, not only in philosophy, also in science. The kind of models you have drives the way you set up your experiment and your analysis. Western neuroscience is often not aware of that. Second, I will point out one key mechanism, one of the many mechanisms of consciousness, temporal spatial alignment, synchronization alignment with the world. Then I will, there I will present empirical data. Third, I will present the empirical alignment in the meditation. And then I come to a conclusion that I basically make a plea for what I call spatial temporal neuroscience. So let me start. So theoretical background is something. TTC, temporal spatial theory of consciousness. TTC, and a claim, a key, I cannot emphasize it as much, key claim of the TTC is that something is shared by world, brain, and consciousness. And the body is, of course, included there too. Yeah? So that's very important. So the emphasis is here in the TTC on fundamental features shared by world, brain, and consciousness, rather than searching for what is special about consciousness as distinct from the world. So you can say, as I understand, the first part of that sentence is your tradition. The second part of that sentence is the Western tradition. And I was working myself through the Western tradition. So let me briefly explain. In the morning there was a heart problem by David Chalmers, an easy problem, hard problem, mind-body problem, explanatory gap problem, philosophy of mind, formulated various problems. For me, all these problems consist in the fact that there's no, philosophically speaking, necessary relation between the neuronal and the mental. Yeah, we are lacking. It remains contingent. That's what the explanatory gap describes. That's what the heart problem describes. That ultimately also what the mind-body problem describes. So that gap contingency, I argue, we need to look for something which is shared between the neuronal and the mental, and ultimately also that leads us back also to the world. That's what I called in the paper 2020 common currency. It's like we speak English, you understand me, we share that. If I were speaking German, I'm from Germany originally, you were speaking Hindi, we could not exchange ideas. We wouldn't have anything in common. So meaning, then I would say consciousness would remain impossible. So, and that's a key theoretical assumption that drives all the research. Now you say, and of course what is shared, sorry, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. Okay. What is shared is space and time, topography, the kind of spatial organization of neuronal activity, whole brain, and dynamic temporal feature, temporal structure, temporal pattern. Now, you might say, not of then what is topography and dynamic? Of course, I cannot go into detail, but I just give you one idea is, for instance, geometric shapes. I was listening to a very experienced dancer, and she told me all about geometric shapes in the kind of postures she does. That was, of course, for me highly interesting, because I say, where do these geometric shapes come from? She said they come from nature. If they come from nature, they must be also present in the brain, because the brain is a part of nature. So here you have an opening door for an empirical analysis based on phenomenology. Yeah, and energy waves. Of course, I don't need to tell you that you know all this. You tell me all about energy in your meditation, in your experiences. And I say, look, these are basic features of nature. They are present in nature. And because the brain is an organ of nature, they must also be present in the brain. And that's a key assumption which I think is Western philosophy often neglects that. Yeah? And if that is so, then also manifest in consciousness. So here I have a beautiful quote by Tesla, Nikola Tesla, you know, the car guy who was an engineer at the turn of the 19th, 20th century. Highly recommended to look him up in Wikipedia because he was quite an eccentric personality. So it's no wonder that Elon Musk, who is himself a very interesting but also somewhat eccentric personality, picks him up. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, vibration. And I take that very literally. And you will see this. I take this first, of course, here you see waves. You see a lot of brain waves too. And you can analyze these brain waves. Electrical engineering has a lot of signal processing tools, how you can analyze these brain waves. And we pick up a lot, and I will show you some of that later. Yeah? And then the same kind of waves should also be mentally present. If you can measure them, then you can use the same tools. Now I show you a very quick example. I don't want to go much into detail of that, but here for depression, because I'm a psychiatrist, he pointed it out. Psychiatry is for me yet another learning experience. So the kind of phenomena, the kind of experience these patients tell you, they're sometimes very bizarre, but they're possible. So what happens in the brain? And we have a distinctively spatial temporal approach to these disorders. So what does that mean? We look for space-time changes on the phenomenal level, how the space-time changes impact your symptoms, and then we look for corresponding space-time changes in the brain. Here I give you an example. So one typical feature of depression is slowness. When you have a depressed patient, a severely depressed patient, not when you just got your paper rejected or whatever, but a severely depressed where you have to see him or me, which usually you don't want. Yeah? So then the first thing is you're completely slow. You probably you don't move. We call this psychomotor retardation. And also your thoughts are always the same, ruminating. They don't change. Yeah? And you feel energetically weak. So these are typical features. And of course, if you feel weak, you have social withdrawal, you become sad. So all these emotional cognitive symptoms are secondary consequences of this primary, as I would say, space-time phenomenology. So now what we did here, I just should give you a short example here. So for instance, and I really like this, one of our engineers came up with that. So we looked for thought dynamic. So we asked the patients, and also healthy subject, to continuously indicate when their thought content changes, whether more internal, more about the self, or the thought content more about the external world. So, and we got, for engineers now I say something completely normal, we got a time series of 300 data, and then we could do a power spectrum on that. So we could do a power spectrum on their thoughts, and we could analyze the frequency. That's a dynamic approach to thought. Yeah, has not been done in the cognitive tradition, and you can imagine the reviewers gave us a really hard time. Yeah, and here you see, for instance, like this, I think it doesn't work here. Here you see on the right, you see upper, you see the power spectrum. On the x-axis, you see the frequency. On the y-axis, you see the power. And you see in certain frequencies, and the healthy subject, the upper one is a healthy subject, you see quite a good power, and you see quite a variation in the frequency of the changes. Yeah. In the lower part, that's a depressed patient. You see, power is down. No power. That's why we coined the paper powerless. And that's exactly what these people experience. They have no energy. I can't move. I have no energy. I'm drained. My body is there. That's exactly what they tell you. Yeah? And there's not much change. Everything remains the same. You see the frequencies are very low. Yeah? So, and we can also use this as a differential diagnostic instrument for distinguishing depression and major depressive disorder and depression and bipolar, but that's just a side note. But that tells you you can measure your cognitive functions in a dynamic way. Yeah, and we would discussed it, we would love to do this in meditation patients. So next one, then you say, how do you measure dynamic on the neuronal level? One way is, again, we presented visual stimuli, fast and slow. This is lower left, fast and slow, and positive and neutral and negative. And then we could see that the depressed patients, particularly here in the middle, lower, in the cortical midline structures, showed decreased response to specifically the fast negative stimuli. Yeah? So their neuronal activity, and we have other lines of studies, their neuronal activity is also too slow. Yeah, it's literally too slow. We had a paper in 2018, too slow, too fast. Okay, good. And then it correlated with psychomotor retardation, lower right. So here you see from the cognitive level, we also develop a space-time experience scale that we try to link space and time as the glue between the behavior level, psychomotor retardation, the neuronal level, the phenomenal level, and even the cognitive level. Because they all suffused, shaped by the dynamic. So dynamic is here a basic underlying fundamental features. So now I come to the TTC consciousness. What is the TTC, Temporal Spatial Theory Consciousness? You see that the Western theories usually assume one specific mechanism which is special compared to everything else what happens in the brain, and that's sort of an add-on. It's very Cartesian, it's a neuronal dualism in the brain, a special mechanism for consciousness and then non-special mechanism for non-consciousness. That's neuronal Cartesian. So the TTC doesn't follow that. The TTC says we go into the basic features of the brain, time-space. It constructs its own time-space topography dynamic. So that's why we assume 4 different temporal spatial mechanisms. Temporal spatial nestedness is basically about scale-free activity for the expert. Alignment, I will explain in detail. Expansion is rest-task interaction. The contents of consciousness, globalization is the axis. As of the details you can read in the papers. So what is important, you have different dimensions of consciousness. You have the level state, the arousal. You have the form. That's a dimension which we specifically introduce by ourselves, because that's basically the structure organization of your consciousness, topography, dynamic. And then we have the contents of consciousness. And the Western tradition focuses on the contents and the level state. We added the form, and then of course is the axis, the reporting, the global neuronal workspace theory. So I focus here on the temporal spatial alignment and form and structure of consciousness in my talk. And you see, just to give you an idea about the formal, the organization, so we have different kind of mechanism, different kinds of empirical testing, different kind of measures for each mechanism, different kinds of phenomenal features for each mechanism. So what we do in the TTC, we do what a good scientist, at least what I think so, should do, slice up the phenomenon of consciousness without losing it. That's basically what we try, and you will come back later, you will see that these different mechanisms could be basically different layers of consciousness corresponding to different layers of temporal spatial activity in the brain. We're currently developing a dynamic layer theory of brain. So what is alignment? In my discussions with some of you, and I see that the synchronization, the alignment with the environmental context is clear. And it's a very simple thing. Even let's say if you listen music, you tap your foot in the rhythm of the music. You synchronize, you align. Yeah? And that changes your mental states. You do a lot of internal chanting or external chanting. You do respiration. These are rhythms your brain can synchronize with and virtually expand itself beyond its own physical boundaries. Yeah? So it's a virtual spatial temporal expansion, I would say, because now I include the rhythms of the music or the chanting or the breathing into my own field of dynamic or topography or conscious field, as you would say. So alignment is for me a key mechanism. And I make the bold assumption that without alignment, you would not have consciousness. Consciousness would remain impossible. Philosophically speaking, temporal spatial alignment is a necessary condition of possible consciousness. And I think that's where all, I'm sorry to say this, except maybe the predictive coding free energy by Friston, all the Western theory fail. They occur inside the brain. The IIT, recurrent processing, higher order, global neuronal workspace, and all the others, always in the brain. It's a key problem. Okay, so why is that important? So now I try to put some science on this alignment. What is alignment is about? It's about stochastic statistical distribution, the matching of your input sequences from the environment with the continuous activity sequence of your brain. So it's a stochastic matching, and we discuss the exact mechanism of that in that paper there lower left. And what is important, that the brain's intrinsic neural timescales, it has its own inner different timescale, correspond and try to match with a much larger repertoire of the timescales in the environment. Yeah? We don't have the timescales of seismic earth waves, but still somehow we try to synchronize or align with that, for instance, by building devices. Yeah? So that's key, I would argue, for consciousness. And now the question is, how are these mechanisms? So there's the temporal encoding, temporal alignment processing. How does this work? How can you measure that? One, the timescales of the brain, you can measure them with what is called the autocorrelation function. It's basically you measure the relationship between the activity at each time point, across time points, and you get basically a function on the y. On the x-axis you have the time lags, the time differences, T1 correlating with T2, T1 correlating with T3, and so forth. And then on the x-axis, y-axis, you have the degree of correlation. So, and you can measure that in the brain, and interestingly you see that the brain has indeed, in different regions, a topography of timescales. Your sensory region's timescales are rather short. So these timescales, you can imagine, is like windows. So when you were in a Zoom session with me, I would probably show you the different window sizes of my office at home. And I show you, and the brain has a multitude of different window sizes through which it connects with the environment. So that's basically, you can imagine. Larger window, and when you look through the windows of your office, you have different things you see. If you have a large window, you see the whole tree, you see the kids playing, and you see the cars. Whereas if you only have a very small window, you might just see the branch of the tree, and you don't even know whether it's a tree or not, or it's a plant standing on a rooftop. Yeah? So, and that's very important. Now you can make the connections to consciousness, how important these time windows, the intrinsic time windows of the brain are. And interestingly, as always, time and space converge. There's a certain topography for them. So in the sensory regions, you need to be quick, fast, so you have shorter windows. Yeah? In the cortical midline here, the red stuff there, the fault mode network, you have longer windows. So topography, dynamic converge. And now you say, not of you still need to show me how these timescales are related to consciousness. So here I refer to an EEG investigation, which a postdoc of mine in Italy, he's actually also a philosopher, but he worked himself into the brain imaging analysis did. And he investigated patients with sleep, patients in anesthesia, patients in coma, and patients with motor disorder. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, is a very nasty disease. You don't want to have that. And the ALS patients have only motor deficits, but they're still fully conscious. They cannot move, but they have fully conscious. You have also locked-in syndrome, even worse. And the other, in sleep, anesthesia, and coma, you lose your sensory input processing. So basically the idea was, if you lose consciousness, is this really related to a deficit in input processing? If so, you would expect a change in the autocorrelation window, the timescales of the brain. Whereas in the motor condition, because they still have consciousness and intact input processing, but the output processing doesn't work, you would expect intact autocorrelation window. And that's exactly what we saw. You see here, the thing you see here in the lower one, you see the autocorrelation window when you go from sleep, awake, and 1 and 2 and 3. You see the time windows become longer and longer. When you are anesthesia, you have very long time windows, but you don't have the short time windows anymore. Yeah? And in coma too, and in the ALS, the motor on the very right, you don't see a difference between healthy and the ALS people. So that's basically here, when you look at the lower part of this, you see in the sensory disorder, the input processing, when you lose consciousness, you don't have alignment anymore, you don't have input processing anymore, your time scales become abnormally long. So it's basically like a filter, everything falls into it, and of course if everything goes into one window and one box, nothing is differentiated anymore. Yeah, and in the motor disorder you have not. So that's an indirect support that consciousness may be related to input processing through the intrinsic timescales. And we have more data in the pipeline supporting that more direct. So then the next question you would ask, how are these timescales, what is the mechanism? As a scientist, of course, you want the exact mechanism. What is it? Why and how do the timescales impact the input processing? So this is something which we discussed a lot in this recent paper this year, that we say there's a temporal integration segregation. So imagine, remember my initial example of the with 2 window sizes in your office. When you have the large window sizes, you have an integration of all the inputs, the playing kids, the car, the trees, the colleagues, and blah, blah, blah. All is basically integrated within the view which you see through that window. Now, so that's a high, and also there, of course, moving here in India, you're very dynamic, everything moves, yeah? So you see also the dynamic, and you see that all within the same window, yeah, because it's large. Now imagine you look through the smaller window. You will not see the kid passing by, running by, and the vendor trying to sell some stuff and blah, 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 because the window is too small. Yeah, you simply don't see that dynamic. So, and that we say, okay, there's a temporal integration and temporal segregation. So now you say, how can you prove this? So we're currently running a study where we really try to an experimental design in living data, but the first thing which you do for that, it's always good, you do some computational modeling, which we do more and more. That's why I strongly work with computer science, engineer, and also AI people. So here we did this modeling. You see it's a neural network with different regions. It's a Chaudhuri 2015 papers for the experts. So we, upper left, we presented an input to V1 is visual cortex 1, and then V1 and all the regions there on the left, 20C, is basically from sensory cortex to the cortical midline regions, 24C. Yeah, and you basically see, you see the input upper left, you see the input, 3 different inputs. They're relatively well represented in V1 and the visual regions, but when it comes to the higher regions, let's say TEPD is temporal cortex and 24C, you don't see the 3 inputs anymore in the neuronal activity. Meaning, in 24C, the neuronal activity basically integrates the 3 inputs into one neuronal activity. So the temporally distinct inputs are no longer represented in the neuronal activity of 24C. It's just one big lump. Yeah? Then we did the same for long input, upper right, and you can basically see exactly the same thing again. Visual cortex represents well, 24C smoothes it. Then the next step, we said, is that related, that temporal integration segregation, is that related to the length of the autocorrelation window? Lower right, yes. You see the long autocorrelation window in 24C, the red stuff, lower right, and the pink stuff in V1, very short. So I remember my example with the windows, when you look outside, the small and the large window, that's exactly what these regions contribute. Now you say, yeah, not of nice and good, but how is that related to consciousness? So this is what we're currently testing, so I can only present you a hypothesis. And this is no longer a neuronal hypothesis, this is, as I would say, a neurophenomenal hypothesis. So Federico Sirio, oh yeah, okay, I really need to be fast. Okay, so basically what we see here, if you have a normal autocorrelation window, you see the thief and the police guy, and also you hear their speech, but then your window becomes longer, you integrate more, so it becomes blurry. And for the shortage of time, when you completely have a very long window, everything becomes the same because you don't see the dynamic anymore. Yeah, so this is what we assume lower right when you have no consciousness. So yeah, that's different species have different time scales. I skipped that. Same here, the link to artificial intelligence. The importance of time scales, let's say if your robot has only a slow lower picture, only a slow time scale, it will dance too slow to music. If your robot has only a fast time scale, it will dance too fast to music because the music has a different time scale, but I skipped that in the sake of time. Let me briefly come to the meditation because that's probably the most interesting thing for you guys. So this paper is in press of ours. What we did here is we really try to get the link between meditation and self. So we did Austin Cooper did this as a graduate student of mine, and Bianca Ventura, she's from Italy. So basically what we tried to do here, we did a meta-analysis of imaging data from studies with proficient meditators, because we were really interested in how does the brain change from the non-proficient to the proficient meditator. And we assumed that that is not just a state change, but a trait feature. And to keep it short, yeah, here, that's a picture. So what we see in the when we review the data, you see sort of a dual topography. You see a topography, a distinction between default mode network and, for instance, sensory regions and control executive network, and that's what you see in that slide. Yeah, you see that's a non-proficient meditator on the left, the proficient on the right, and we said that it's a dual, a shift from a dual to a non-dual topography. I keep that out here for matter of time. Now, how does the self come in? I need to bring in a little bit a detour here. We did a lot of studies on the self. The self is an ubiquitous concept, and the self has also different layers. And that is a meta-analysis here on the left, where we thought that really you have an interoceptive layer of self, an extroceptive layer of self, and a mental or cognitive layer of self. This is all based on data, and these involve somewhat overlapping but also different regions. Now, very important that the regions which are recruited during the interoceptive self are also recruited by the extroceptive self and the mental self. So that's a nestedness, yeah? So it's a recurrence. And I think when you look at your experiences, let's say even on the mental level, it goes very well. There are always some implicit, tacit body elements in the background. And what is important that here, the way we said it here, that the intro-exo self are nested within the mental self. Now, when we then, this is again data-driven, when we then looked on these regions, on this topography of self in the meditation studies, we saw a reversal. We saw that the interoceptive regions are much more strongly recruited than the regions of the mental self. So this is data-driven, and this is Bianca, the graduate student, she formalized this, visualized this very nicely. So basically your nestedness hierarchy is suddenly reversed. So you have much more interface with your environment in your intro-extroceptive self-processing, and the mental self-processing is now basically nested within the intro-extroceptive self. That's what the data suggest, what the data we saw. And then now the switch to the phenomenology, I would say you have a dual and very local topography of the self in the non-meditative state, and experience of non-duality, non-locality. So what we formalized here, that you have a point of view. You have different layers, which is important. I keep that short. You have different layers of consciousness, where I added some on the y-axis, some different concepts from the Western side. And that also the phenomenology, you have a background layer and a foreground layer. Usually your background layer is more implicit. The connection, the neuroecological connection, the synchronization with the alignment is usually implicit in the background of your experience. But in meditation, if you really go into deep into state, you probably shift that into the foreground, and your mental experience of duality, locality comes into the background. So of course now we can argue here what duality, locality, I leave that to the discussion. So, and back to the species, I would say that the different species differ in the number of layers / their time scales, and I would say that these different time scales lack in current AI. They don't have alignment. Yeah, they're not adaptive. That was also clear yesterday. So what I would like to do, if somebody from the AI community is open, to build some time scales, intrinsic time scales, into the agents themselves. Conclusion. You have plenty of different theories of consciousness in the Western world. I don't go into that. I just say the TTC distinguish is a whole brain, a global rather than a local approach. Not specific regions, not anterior or posterior. I find the discussion completely futile. I would say the brain would smile if it were sitting here, if it hears it. So that's why I focus on topography dynamic. Then, not just inside the brain, but how the brain relates to body and environment. And that's a dynamic relation, it's a topographic relation, rather than the brain itself. Third, that relation is temporal spatial for me, and that provides a common currency, a shared feature like English between us. Then consciousness, and I will flesh that out more, is experience and thus basic to and different from cognition. This is preaching to the choir. And consciousness includes different layers, and I would say it's different spatial temporal mechanisms. So, and by that it bridges many gaps, and that makes it TTC not just a neuronal or empirical theory, but also phenomenological and an ontological, which is very important because I'm also a philosopher. So, that is the current Western situation. You have the mind up there, you have the sensory, affective, cognitive neuroscience, but they cannot really bring in consciousness in there. Usually, as you said earlier, very nicely, the earlier talk, consciousness would be somewhere on top of it. However, and this is long-standing, you see this in my earlier papers, even before I was in India, that consciousness is a more basic feature, and for that we need spatial temporal neuroscience. So spatial temporal neuroscience is for me basically an umbrella, and the cognitive affective neuroscience are just specific subsets of that wider umbrella. Yeah? So basically cognitive affective neuroscience and the different cognitive and emotions feature would be like the different seats in the hall, and the hall itself as such would be for me the dynamic topography / consciousness. And I pointed out, and it's clear, it's a world dynamic with a world-brain relation, world-brain dynamics. That allows a transformation of a neuronal state into phenomenal feature. There was the concept of transformation was briefly mentioned in the morning, and I think it's a key ontological feature. We need a transformation-based ontology, not an entity-based ontology. And the brain function is just an abstraction. It's an abstraction of one particular time and space scale from the much larger dynamic repertoire of different time scales. And that gives us the common currency, and with that I try to conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Northoff, for elucidating this rather revolutionary approach which you have referred to as the temporospatial theory of consciousness, which brings our understanding or expands our understanding of consciousness beyond the confines of the human brain and body to the temporal and spatial construction, in the environment as we see it, and the alignment between what happens in the environment and what happens in our brain. So that's a very revolutionary theory. Of course, there's a lot of data that you've presented. For the interest of time, I'm sure you would not be very happy to the extent to which you could explain this to all of us, but I'm sure this would stimulate all of us to go through your articles and have a deeper understanding of this. So moving on, we'll take questions towards the end during the Q&A session. So moving on, our next speaker, Professor Toby Zostner, would be joining us virtually. He's online. Yeah. Professor Toby Zostner.
Toby Zostner.
Hi. Can you hear me, Professor Zostner?
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, wonderful. Very good morning to you. Let me just briefly introduce Professor Zostner. She is an adjunct professor at the Graduate College of Psychology and Integrative Inquiry, Saybrook University, USA. Apart from being a research psychologist, she is a clinician in private practice and a visual artist with works in major museums and private collections. Her recent book, The Creative Trance, Altered States of Consciousness and the Creative Process, published by Cambridge University Press, explores the consciousness of creativity. Professor Zostner is going to give a lecture on creative consciousness, neuroscience, nonlinear dynamics, and trance. Over to you, Professor Zostner.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We've just heard about the temporospatial theory of consciousness from Professor Georg Northoff. And are many possibilities, and among those possibilities are multiple states of consciousness. Let me bring up the share screen here. Share. Okay. All right. William James said, our normal waking consciousness is only one type of consciousness, but all around it, separated by the filmiest screens, There are other types of consciousness, very different, but you just apply the requisite stimulus and they're there in all their completeness. And I believe that creativity is one of the most pervasive stimuli that allows us to enter altered states of consciousness. I collectively call these altered states of consciousness a creative trance, a phenomenon so widespread that I wrote a book about it. You can see it was recently published by Cambridge. The creative trance is in all of us. It's in all people and all time, all cultures, occurring across domains in the arts and sciences. It ranges from reveries of everyday life to plans that will alter civilization. It appears in daydreams, night dreams, visualizations, meditations, all these states, focused attention, remembering, planning, absorption, immersion, and flow. And all of these states that all of us have. And it's very common in daydreams. And Albert Einstein was a great daydreamer. When he was 16, the daydream of himself riding a light wave became a basis for his theory of relativity. It got him in trouble in school, though, because his teachers told Einstein's parents the boy was very slow, daydreamed all the time, and would amount to nothing. So here's another Nobel Prize winner who daydreams. This is, excuse me, James Black. And he says, I daydream like mad. And he described his consciousness, his creative consciousness, as open-ended and entirely pictorial. Now, sometimes the creative trance can actually cause a lapse in consensual reality in a perfectly functioning person. And we see this in another Nobel Prize winner. This is Barbara McClintock, and she's a cytogeneticist. When she was studying the corn cells, she felt herself actually transported inside the cells. And from that vantage point, she could see the mobility of their genetic elements. And that was the research that led her to the Nobel Prize. Sometimes it's the outer world that's extraordinary in the creative trance, and the stimuli from the outer world. Jane Goodall, the primatologist, when she was working with chimpanzees in Tanzania and Gombe National Park, said it had just been raining and then it stopped. And she could smell the wet hair on the chimpanzees. The insects were so loud, and she felt absolutely at peace and at one. There are levels in the creative trance. Some are light, like Csikszentmihalyi's idea flow. Some have deeper immersion, and some are very deep. A deep level of creative trance will have the experience of a person and the work in progress, and the world melts away. And this happened to Roger Bannister. As he was running to break the barrier, the 4-minute mile, he said he felt no pain, and the world appeared to stand still or did not exist. He said the only reality for him was the next 200 yards of track beneath his feet. The pain-relieving, analgesic aspect of the creative trance is very important. You can see this. Maud Lewis has disabilities from juvenile arthritis that stayed throughout her life. You can see it has greatly affected her hands. But she says, as long as I have a brush in front of me, I'm all right. And this is one of her paintings. It's called Oxen in Spring. And sometimes it's illness and the resilience after illness that can modify the consciousness of a creative trance so much that it causes a bifurcation in creative output. And that happened to Ichiko Kubota we see here. He said the time of acute hepatitis was the most important time for me in my life as an artist. Afterwards, he designed and completely redesigned a whole history of Japanese textiles and kimonos. This is one of his kimonos. It's so beautiful. Sometimes the creative trance comes in dreams and even nightmares, as it did for Elias Howe. He was very frustrated by working on his sewing machine, his great invention, went to sleep, dreamt that he was surrounded by warriors with enormous spears. But Howe looked at the spears, he said, oh, they look like sewing machine needles, except they've got the hole near the tip, not in the middle where I put it. And then he immediately woke up, made a sewing machine needle with a hole near the tip. His sewing machine worked, and it revolutionized civilization. It was mass-produced clothing and greater employment opportunities for women. And it's known across cultures that dreams and states of reverie are absolute incubators for creativity. In Africa, the Benin people, I'm having some trouble advancing the slides. This is a beautiful bronze, Benin bronze. They believe the deity Olokun inspires creativity through dreams and reveries. Here in India, this is the god Vishnu dreaming the universe. This is from Uttar Pradesh, from a temple. And for Aborigines in Australia, they have dream time, which for them is a parallel world of ancestors and the divine. Sometimes it's the states before, I don't know if you can see me, but as long as you can see the slides. Sometimes it's the states before and the states after sleeping, the hypnagogic and hypnopompic states that are the places for creative trance. Mary Shelley was having a really bad night, couldn't fall asleep one summer night. And as she closed her eyes, with her eyes completely shut, she saw visions of this strange scientist bending over his creation. And that was the beginning of her novel, Frankenstein. And here is the soprano, the contralto, Marian Anderson. She said the time before sleep was when she was lost in the spirit of the song and in the mood of the music.
Professor Zostner, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We seem to be having a problem with these slides. They are not moving on our side.
Oh my, I don't know why.
Okay.
I've lost them. Okay, I'll just go to this then. We sort of skipped the neuroscience, but we'll go to the nonlinear dynamics. Do you see the nonlinear dynamics?
No.
What do you see?
We see the earlier picture.
Right. Let me see what about that? Do you see anything?
No. Perhaps would it be possible for you to do the sharing once again? Just close the window and then share the screen once again. Would that be possible?
Share?
Yeah.
Okay. Share. I'm starting from the beginning. I'm glad you hear me. Do you see this?
No, we still have the same slide.
What is this?
Can you stop the sharing and then?
Yeah. Okay.
And then share.
You just see me.
And then
you won't see Srinivas Ramanujan and the goddess Namagiri.
Yeah, perhaps you could try sharing the screen once again.
I shall. I'll do it right now. Okay. Share. Do you see it?
Yes.
I'm delighted. Okay. This is about external inspiration. Sometimes in a creative trance, one of the most dramatic experiences is having an external inspiration. And I'll just review it briefly. Thomas Edison gave a very secular view of this. He said, people say I've invented things. I've never invented anything. I'm just a record, a receiving apparatus from the universe at large. And then for people who are spiritual, like the mathematician Srinivas Ramanujan, he had the goddess Namagiri would visit him at night in his dreams. And Ramanujan would write the equations down in a notebook by his bed. And then he would laboriously work out the mathematics so he could present it to the world. And here we see Puccini, Giacomo Puccini and the soprano Hui, and in Madame Butterfly, he insisted that all the music for Madame Butterfly was dictated to him by God. He said, I didn't do anything. I am just merely, a vehicle. And someone said to him, don't you have to have knowledge and skill? He said, of course. And we see the same concept of a spiritual person being a vehicle in Stevie Wonder, the songwriter and musician humanitarian. He believes all his songs come from a divine source. He said, I'm only being used as a vehicle. It's an honor to do it, and I never forget the honor. Is everybody still seeing the slides now? I can't hear you. Oh.
Yes, we are. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. This part of the speech is something that people generally don't speak about, except artists will speak about it to each other. And I'm very glad to bring this to the rest of you. It's the experience of multiple localities of consciousness and their seeming autonomy in the creative process. And we see this across domains. Here. We're familiar with locality, and this is Rosalind Turek who experienced this. We're familiar with locality and non-locality in consciousness, but during a creative trance, there can be a subjective experience of multiple localities of consciousness. The creative person is one locus of consciousness, and the work in progress can feel like a second and separate consciousness. These multiple consciousnesses may form a hierarchy. It's always the work in progress that has the executive function, not the artist. In this case, the ego willingly relinquishes conscious control in the work with a seeming autonomy appears to dictate its own creation. And as Rosalind Turek, the pianist we see here, she says, Bach, I do what Bach tells me to do. I never tell the music what to do. Obviously, it worked for her because she has the International Bach competition named after her. This seemingly autonomous locus of consciousness appears to be a projection of the unconscious mind. It's something what I call an artistic projection. And in its communication with the consciousness, it becomes an unconscious imperative erupting into conscious awareness. As a result, the work is more directly created by the unconscious, and it's often better because we all know the unconscious is a vast parallel processor compared to the smaller sequential conscious mind. And here's the painter Joan Mitchell in her studio, and she says, I sit and look at the painting for hours, but eventually the painting tells me what to do. Is it advisable or even possible to go against the directives of a work in progress? Not if you want the best results. I don't know. My work tells me what to do, even if I don't agree. This is one of my paintings. It's called the Pilgrim. You see him walking. I wanted to paint a garden in the foreground, but the painting just wouldn't let me. None of the gardens I painted worked. Finally, I had to paint the road, which is what the painting insisted. If you want to know how the painting insists, it doesn't insist in words. It's a visceral response that the artist will have with the painting. It's gut response in the power chakra. So the altered state of a creative trance can also bring instances of expanded awareness. You see this white walkway of stones he's walking? I painted them from an image in my mind's eye. 6 months later, I went to San Francisco on a trip. I saw the exact stones I had painted months earlier in New York. Sometimes in a creative trance, the work not only dictates its progress, but may also seem to come alive as a fully autonomous presence. And it feels like really an exteriorization, a feeling of otherness in the creative elements. This is the time that authors may experience their fictional characters in the writing come alive. And that's what happened to Alice Walker in her novel, The Color Purple. While she was working on this novel, the characters in the novel told her they didn't like living in Brooklyn. They said, too many tall buildings. So Walker moved to San Francisco. They didn't like it there either. Finally, she moved to Boomtown, a rural place in Northern California. The characters in the novel were very happy and they started speaking to her again. She said they were very obliging, engaging, and jolly. Now, sometimes it can be a seemingly inanimate object that comes to life in a creative trance. Nikola Tesla, he's shown here with a Tesla coil and a brush discharge. He could imagine the machines he was working on so vividly that he was able to set them running in his mind and then check on them later to see if they showed signs of wear. I had this experience also of a painting coming to life. This is one of my works. It's an archival print called The Eternal Present. And when I was working on the pastel drawing that eventually became this print, the little Buddhist nun came alive for me as an internal vision. I was having difficulties with her hands. She has a lot of hands, especially the fingers. Finally, in frustration, I lay down, I closed my eyes, and then suddenly, either in a hypnagogic or meditative state, I saw her as a real person. Gentle, smiling, spiritual, completely real. She was sitting under diffuse light, and she was opening and closing her hands for me so that I could see the working of her fingers. Now, she never existed in real life. That's a face I made up. You know, she's not from a person. She is from the painting. And finally, after showing me her hands, I could go and I could draw them with all the fingers. What are these seemingly real, outwardly autonomous entities generated through creativity? Well, I was thinking, what could they be? And then I remembered reading Alexandra David Neal. And she, I think according to her, Tibetan Buddhism might identify the seemingly autonomous figurative entity as a type of thought form called a tulpa. David Neal describes tulpas as manifestations of concentrated mental energy and recounts seeing the tulpa thought form behind a painter, and she said it resembled one of the figures in his work. By regarding them as manifestations of the mind, neuroscience might seek to uncover their neural signatures. And in other words, mapping tulpas. Why doesn't someone do that? Perhaps somebody here could do that.
Professor Zostner,
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is just a request whether you would be able to complete the rest of your presentation in the next 5 minutes. We are running a bit short of time.
I'm almost finished. I'm almost
Oh,
finished
okay. Thank
now
you so much.
because we skipped so much.
Thank you.
You know, so this is my next to the last slide. It's the writer Raja Rao, and he says there's a liminal boundary between the psychological and the spiritual, and he combines the two by saying writers should forget themselves in the creative process and go back to the light from which words come. And in summation, I say during the altered states of a creative trance, we realize that we have the potential to be far more than we are, or even than we imagined we could be. So respect your inner life. Someday it might change the world. Thank you. Stop the share screen. What would you like?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Toby Zostner, for this very interesting presentation on how we can use creative trance as a framework for examining consciousness and studying consciousness. Thank you very much. So moving on to the next talk, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Narayanan Srinivasan, who is a professor and head of the Department of Cognitive Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. His research involves the study of mental processes, especially consciousness, attention, emotions, and decision-making using multiple methodologies. He's going to be talking to us about the attentional and intentional influences in conscious experience. Over to you, Professor Srinivasan.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers, NIMANS and the India Foundation, for inviting me and giving an opportunity to talk about our work. Okay, so let me clearly say what I am going to talk about. When I talk about consciousness, I'm going to talk about experience. Nothing complicated, just the straightforward visual experience that you currently have when you see me or see the PowerPoint. And as you listen to the lecture, you will also have some notions of passage of time, so you experience time as well. Hopefully you won't experience it as too long, but that's essentially what I'm going to talk about. I'm also going to talk about how certain cognitive processes, attention, or something that happens a bit earlier, let us say, influences our visual or temporal experience. So basically properties of experience. Next, okay, sorry. Okay, so one of the first questions that have been asked in the 19th century itself is this question whether attention influences our experience or appearance, whatever words you may want to use. And there's a bit of a history about it, and as you can see, I'm not going to read the quotes, but this is from 19th century, Wilhelm Wundt, Fechner, and William James, and actually they disagree with each other. That's basically the point of the slide. Basically, they say that in one case, it does. In Fechner says it doesn't. William James says something else. But the point is that it has been very easy in cognitive experimental psychology to show that attention in whatever different forms that we talk about influences behavior, right? It improves accuracy or speeds up your response time and so on. There are lots of studies. But to show that it actually changes the way that you experience a particular stimulus has been fairly hard to do. Coming to recent times, Marisa Carrasco and colleagues at New York University showed that at least with simple like cueing, for example, or other forms of endogenous attention can actually change appearance. in terms of, so for example, a particular stimulus appears if you pay attention to it as though it has more contrast, and so on. So I'm just going to talk about what we did, and this is done by Maruti. So we actually used a simple queuing task. Basically, I'm an experimental psychologist who does psychophysics, okay? There is no neuroscience in this talk as well. So basically, you will see that there are, I don't know whether there's, okay, so you see two dots on the other side, okay, sorry, pointer is not working. So there are two dots that could come here either on the left side or on the right side, followed for a brief period of time, followed by two faces, which showed some emotion, in this case slightly happy. And the two faces are just one a bit above or below the other. And then people are asked to report of the two faces, which of the two faces is happier or sadder, okay? So the basic idea is that if the face that appeared where the dots appeared at the queued location, then that should have an influence on the emotional intensity that you perceive. The face looked a bit happier or a bit sadder. So that's what we do with basically a set of faces that are set up so that there are equally in steps of emotional intensity. I'm not sure you can see it very well on the picture there. And what you see at the bottom are the psychometric functions where the actual intensity, the particular morph that we use is on the x-axis, and the y-axis uses basically measures how many times one of the two, the one that's queued, actually was perceived to be either a bit happier or sadder than the other one. And then what you see here is that the red curve is where when the face appeared at the queued location, and the green is when it did not appear at the queued location, okay? And there is a neutral condition which I will skip. So basically you can see the psychometric function shifts to the left. So in a sense, this means that if a particular happy face appeared at the queued location, then you actually perceived it to be a bit happier. Or same thing with the sad faces as well, okay? To show that if you're queued, if you're paying attention visually, your eyes keep moving, covertly you move your attention, then wherever you're paying attention to, it actually changes the way you experience that particular stimulus. That's not the only way you can manipulate attention as well. One of the things we have done, I think Professor Narthoff already talked about it, it's kind of linked to it. You can ask people to pay attention to a particular stimulus, and then you can either vary the size of the stimulus or the scope of the stimulus, so you can manipulate the scope of attention. So you can think of attention, if you think of it as a spotlight, you can also think of it as a zoom lens, where you can either zoom in or zoom out. One way we have done it in the lab, again it's too small, but I will tell you what it is that we do it with, say, you can imagine a large letter, say like S, made up of, say, number 8 small letters. So I can ask you to pay attention or report the large letter, or I can ask you to pay attention and report the small letter. So that's one way we can manipulate the scope of your visual attention in this case. And then what we do here is that there is a blue square you see, and if I ask you to do, the letters keep flashing at the center, say for 30 seconds. I ask you to perform some task, doesn't matter. Basically, the number of times a particular target appeared. The blue square is the adapter, the inducer. So after some time, this is all removed. There is a blank screen. And because there was a blue square, you see an yellow after image. So the idea here is that we can see then effects of whatever, by manipulating attention here, how it changes the visual appearance in terms of the after images or the properties of the after images. So you do different tasks, basically small letters, large letters, or the letter at the global level or the local level. And then what we see is that the durations of the after image actually changes depending on what you were doing with the central stimulus. Remember, the blue square doesn't change its location. It's exactly same in all 4 cases. The only thing that changes is what you do for the stimulus at the center, okay? And you keep fixating. So what you get is, of course, different durations. So for when you're doing a task with a very small letter, when the attention is focused to, on a very small part of the visual space, you can see that's a small condition. The after images are very long, around 12 or 13 seconds. And when it's large, for example, the after image durations are much shorter. So basically, the way you pay attention to something changes the way the after images are formed and the way you experience the after images. Okay, so the other kind of property that we have been looked at is that one of the things that we do, at least in experimental psychology, is that we ask people to discriminate between targets. So we can say yes or no, or this target or that target. But more recently, people have started using visibility ratings, something called a partial awareness scale, so that you have 4 levels, and then you can say, for example, you vaguely, maybe I saw something, but I'm not really sure what it is, or something like that. So we use a 4-point scale. This was proposed by Martin Overgaard and colleagues. And then this scale can be used to look at whether your conscious perception of a particular stimulus, whether it is graded or is it discrete. There is an argument in the literature whether, for example, if I show you something and you experience it, is it all or none? Either you experience it or you don't, or is it some sense graded, and whether we can capture the gradedness of this phenomenon. So what we do here is that we show a fixation point, there is a mask, then there is a global local stimulus, basically a large letter made up of small letters, another mask, then we ask you exactly what the target was it the letter S or H? But there are 2 blocks. In one block, you're supposed to report the large letter. In another block, you're supposed to report the small letter. Okay, that's the only difference. But in both cases, it's the same target, letter S or H, actually. And then you have to do a visibility rating. Okay, so what is the idea here? So if your spatial scope of attention enlarges, then it should have an effect in terms of the gradedness of what you experience. So what you see here is on that side, basically you get the psychometric function for both the objective performance as well as the subjective visibility ratings. They are both are sigmoidal in nature. Then you can fit it to a function and you can measure the point of subjective equality, the 50% point or 75% point. And then you can also measure the slope of the psychometric function. And what you see on that side in that panel is essentially the slope plotted for both the objective performance, which is essentially just identifying the target, saying it's this or that, and also the subjective visibility rating. What you see there is that there is no significant difference in the objective performance slope, but actually in the subjective visibility ratings, there is a significant difference between the 2 slopes. Okay, so the global is much more steeper. The psychometric function is much more steeper when you're trying to identify the large letter. And remember, this is in visibility ratings, not in your actual accuracy performance. Okay, you can also look at it's a 4-point rating scale, so you can measure the proportion of time people rate scales, points 2 and 3 in the scale, and then you can see it correlates with the slope of the psychometric function, and it happens for the subjective ratings and not for the objective performance. We have also done the large letter, small letter thing with blue squares with meditators as well. And there are 4 conditions, but for lack of time, I will skip it. Immediately, as you can see with those meditators, the white bars are much higher. So the after image durations are there for much, much longer time for meditators compared to non-meditators. Not only that, when we did this time around, for those of you who have experienced after images, it's not very sharp. So you can actually ask for a scale how sharp it is, how clarity of the after images. And the other thing we find is for meditators that the after images have much more clarity. They report it to be much more clearer than non-meditators. Okay? There are other conditions, I'm just skipping it for lack of time. The other kinds of studies we have done is with a Necker cube, something another person here likes. As you can see in the Necker cube, if you have seen before, if you keep staring at it, the stimulus doesn't change, but your perception keeps changing, right? The cube is oriented one way, and after roughly 3-4 seconds, it will switch. And we ask people to press a key whenever it switches, and you can measure the time between the two switches, sometimes called dwell time, and you can measure this, okay? What we wanted to do here, of course, is first, can meditators control and change, for example, how long or how short they see or they experience this Necker cube. So the neutral condition is the regular condition. It switches and people report. Then you have the hold condition where we ask both the non-meditators and the meditators to hold that particular whatever cube that they are experiencing as long as possible, okay? And if it is the case that meditation practice leads to better control in terms of what they experience, they should be hold it for longer. The dwell time should be longer. And you can see the red bars are meditators, the middle condition in the first graph is the dwell time graph, and you can see they are much longer than the meditators, non-meditators. Even non-meditators can do a little bit. It's not that they cannot hold it as well, but the increase in the blue bar is much smaller, but the meditators can hold it for much, much longer time, as much as, if you can see the y-axis, around 17 to 18 seconds on an average, okay? That's pretty long. Harad, I'm sure, would be interested. In the speeded condition, we don't get that much of a difference. Seems like there is only so much lower they can go. It's something that we do not know yet. What you see on the other side, we have plotted the distributions of it and fitted with a function, basically to look at skewness and variance of these distributions. And we find that in the case of non-meditators, they are very highly correlated, but when meditators are asked to hold, that correlation breaks down between the skewness and variance of the distribution. We have also looked at the same in terms of how meditators can control, but using Necker cubes, but with flankers, which either bias them towards one orientation or another orientation, and then to see whether that has an effect in terms of their dwell times for meditators compared to non-meditators. And what you see there, for non-meditators, you can still see there is a difference between the green and the red bars when the flankers are congruent versus incongruent. Essentially, it's like a Stroop effect, okay? What is more interesting is that for meditators, you don't get that effect at all. There is, that difference doesn't exist. So because they are able to focus their attention better, presumably on the central Necker cube, the flanker doesn't seem to have an effect on their dwell times, okay? Okay, so the other thing is, as Professor Narthoff talked about it, is space and time are linked with each other. So if you change the spatial scope and you change the spatial resolution, then it should have an effect on temporal resolution as well. So the way we manipulated spatial resolution is to use these large letters made up of small letters, either make people do a global task or a local task. And then we measure temporal resolution. The way we measure temporal resolution is, as the letter appeared, two dots appeared one after another, either, as you can see, either at the top or bottom. And then we made people do a temporal order judgment task. That is, in addition to identifying the letter, whatever the letter is, they also have to say which dot appeared first. You can see one dot comes and then another dot comes. What we manipulate is the time between the two dots, and what you see is the psychometric function for the temporal order judgment performance. And what you see is that when people do a global task, when they actually increase the spatial window size, it seems like the temporal window size decreases. So you have actually a much better temporal resolution for the dots when people are doing the global task compared to the local task. There seem to be, when resolution of one goes up, the other goes down, and vice versa, okay? We also have looked at intentions. Let me move it quickly because I think I have to finish soon. I will just go to the method. Basically, the idea is simple. If people want to see something, let us say in this case, since it's visual, would that have an effect on how you experience something? So basically, we set it up so that there are two possible stimuli, red or green. In every trial, people intended, okay, this is what I wanted to see in this trial, red or green. They either got red or green, and then we actually measured, in this particular experiment, I put it up there, their experience of the duration of the stimulus, time, okay? So the idea is that if you desire something or if you want something and get it, and your experience of that should change. In this case, your experience of time changes. Let me show and quickly show the results. So when you get the intended stimulus, that is, if you wanted to see red and red appeared, your duration, what is shown on the y-axis is the bisection point, and on the x-axis you have different intervals between when you intended and you press the key and when the stimulus appeared. But what you see is the difference between the two conditions. So you actually, the intended stimulus, or the desired stimulus in this case, expanded in time slightly more than the unintended stimulus. Okay, so having a prior intention changed the way you experience the subsequent visual target that appeared. The last one, just to show a link between visual experience and temporal experience. This is again done with nickel cubes. It's part of something that we have done, again talking about multiple temporal scales. But without going into the theory, let me just show the effect. Basically, what you see is a Necker cube, and then people press a key when it changes, it's in a particular orientation. After a little bit of time, which is calibrated, it changes into red, and then that it stays red for, say, 4 durations you see there. At some point in time when it's red, there is it switches. In some trials, it doesn't switch, okay? So you have two conditions. Either there is a switch in your visual experience or there is no switch in your visual experience. And then simultaneously, we also ask people to report the duration of the stimulus. That is when it was red, okay? So sometimes there was a switch and sometimes there wasn't a switch. And then what you find is that when there is a switch, the duration estimate was slightly shorter compared to when there is no switch. So here is a visual experience of a switch, and that changed the way that you experience the duration itself, the time itself, and your report of that, to show that how your experience of time is influenced by the way you experience the visual world. Okay, so let me conclude. Attention in many forms, cueing, scope, as well as intentions influence our subsequent both visual and temporal experience. And meditative practice also changes these experiences, and they themselves are related to each other. In this case, temporal experience is dependent on visual experience. Thank all my students here and the funding agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Srinivasan, for giving us an overview of the effect of attention and intention on conscious experience through a series of very nicely conceived experiments. Thank you very much. Moving on, our next speaker, Dr. John J. Kinnaman, would be joining us virtually. Dr. John Kinnaman, are you there? Can you hear us? Dr. Kinnaman has kindly shared a video of his talk with us, and of course he would be available at the end of the session for answering any questions that you may have. Dr. Kinnaman, can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, while that is being worked on, let me just give a brief introduction of Dr. Kinnaman. He's a senior research scientist at the University of Colorado, USA, and a former visiting professor, Vignan University, Vadlamudi, India. His works focus on promoting holistic research reflecting natural principles and human values. He attempts to build information systems for global ecosystems and applies relational systems theory, niche modeling, etc. to ecological research, management, and informatics. He was awarded the Fulbright Research Grant in 2008 for research in India into the relationship between modern and ancient Vedic science. He's going to be talking to us on the consciousness whole, healing the post-truth psyche. Shall we now play the video?
Greetings, everyone. I want to start by thanking the hosts, patrons, and chairs for this opportunity to share my research. This talk won't be about neuroscience. It's probably more relevant to the next session, so perhaps discussion can take place there. I want to present a holistic analysis I did regarding post-truth and the future of civilization. Because most people won't be familiar with this hold-on framework that I'll be using throughout the talk, I need to give a brief explanation of the theory. The ideas are well researched, but it isn't standard thinking, so it may help if you imagine that you're attending a play where you suspend disbelief for now and accept the characters and story at face value. You can get the detailed explanation from the published papers later if you want. The hold-on is a mathematical category analysis of cyclical causality representing the order and organization of nature. These four causal archetypes are the main actors working together as a whole system attractor. They relate mind-body existence, the vertical axis, with complex structure, function, information, the horizontal axis, as a whole system with an identity in the middle. They are open to information relations with other hold-ons in a universal holarchy indicated by the red circles, imagining more hold-ons related to hold-ons extending outward. These are Aristotle's terms for the four causes: final, formal, efficient, and material. Four ways of answering questions, but a complete answer requires all four. They were called aitions in Greek. I believe they're the 4 feet or faces of Brahman in Vedanta. They are 4 quadrants of the dancing Shiva in a wheel of fire, and they appear in hundreds of 4-part cycles in the Rig Veda and Upanishads. These will be our main actors, which together describe a whole system and give it an identity that generally points toward consciousness as a fundamental principle. We can try to define the 4 causes, but that's difficult because they are archetypes, which are best defined by their effect. Like stage actors, they can play a type of character, but they'll have different faces and names in each play, that is, in each system we analyze. For this reason, examples are the best way to explain hold-ons, which is how cycles of creation were explained in the Vedas and Upanishads. So this is a hold-on example for building a house. The main actors are in the quadrants. There are 2 supporting actors telling the story in terms of structure and function, horizontal axis, and establishing the mind-world drama, vertical axis. So now the play. In Act 1, we see the dreamer imagining a home while remembering a house she once saw. A house becomes a home when it has one's anticipated meaning. In Act 2, we see the designer, who is translating the home model into plans that specify what functions the builder will have to perform to get the intended result. In Act 3, we see the worker, who takes the builder's instructions to perform the right actions at the job site. In Act 4, we see the observer, who sees the results manifesting as a house. The builder communicates what is intended to the workers. And the results communicate what actually happened to various contexts, thus iterating the cycle for improvements, corrections, or other related systems. This kind of analysis can be applied to any system. Okay, with that basic understanding of holons, let's look at post-truth. The Oxford English Dictionary defined it in 2016 as relating to or denoting circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping political debate or public opinion than appeals to emotion and personal belief. Notice this is about systemic imbalance. It does not say that emotions and opinions are unimportant compared to facts, but that the systemic balance between the two is crumbling. We'll look at that balance in terms of holons. But why did it happen? For centuries, we expected a benevolent cycle of human improvement from the diffusion of science and technology into society. The World Wide Web was no exception, but the big challenge was to build in meaning. The failure of the semantic web reinforced a negative cycle that formed in society. So what we got instead was a four-cause perfect storm disrupting global civilization, a pathological cycle instead of a beneficial one. Here's how I think it played out. Our drive toward pragmatism, thought to be constructing useful human knowledge, made all contexts relative to each other, abandoning the idea of ultimate truth. This created the opportunity for a radical increase in intellectual disinformation. Free speech and the semantic web were supposed to provide more and better information, but instead they opened the opportunity to spread self-serving memes and media disinformation. Social relativity, which we thought would increase multicultural understanding, facilitated the spread of fake news in artificial contexts, expanding geopolitical disinformation instead of containing it. The combination of these trends resulted in physically disruptive agents at the material level, a biological pandemic, but also an institutional one reinforcing the cycle. So this is a causal loop like the one we saw for creating a home, except this one is pathological, destroying our home, maybe leading us to World War III. So what we got then was four kinds of sanity. And here you see Darth Vader. How does Darth Vader like his toast? On the dark side. Here's the 5 human values in a holon cycle. Truth in the lower right quadrant means what actually exists. Entering into divine mind, existence evokes love. As the basis for a plan, that becomes peace, peace that surpasses understanding. That in turn guides honorable actions, which then add to truthful existence. When these harmonize, the whole is self-sustaining, as in the quote on the right. It then reflects the ultimate cosmic order. Are holons good? Whole self-sustaining systems can be beneficial or disruptive. Creative and disruptive aspects are also part of the cosmic cycle itself, like Shiva's wheel of birth and death. But if systems are related only to each other, they will normalize polarities and become destructive. This is the post-truth dilemma. Systems reflecting a universal attractor will be drawn to balance constructive and destructive aspects, sustaining agility for overall benefit. Good thus means that birth and death are kept in balance with other systems, timescales, and cosmic order. We can thus state criteria for a beneficial system. 1, a universal attractor balances preservation and renewal. 2, causal isolation polarizes systems and is generally disruptive. So here's a hold-on diagram of post-truth consciousness. The nature of the loop is a downward spiral that can destroy everything it relates to except those systems that sustain it. Eventually, it destroys those systems too. The cycle continues until it too is disrupted, or it sets the system back to some original status where creation begins again to build a new system. Perhaps a new person, new society, new government, or new civilization. So we can predict a harmonious future, but the question is, what components of the current civilization will we retain? That could be nearly everything if we learn how to rebalance the system, or nothing if we don't. This shows the mutually supporting causes of the post-truth crisis on 4 levels. The strategic type is viral, corresponding to the proto-life type. All it knows is how to infect a host, and all critical organic functions are then supplied by the host, which also becomes a viral agent infecting others. We can talk about a viral strategy in politics, science, society, or biology that provides no meaningful functions of its own other than to induce its own selection by redefining the system. Elements of this strategy have been used in human conflicts throughout history, but it came together now as a perfect storm on 4 levels of civilization. The world's poor response to the pandemic was only one result. I think we have yet to see others. Now the bad news. As Disney's Captain Barbossa said in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, you'd better get used to horror stories because you're in one. The effect of this strategy, if played out on a global level, would be to dissolve and then regenerate civilization in a new global order. The degree of destruction depends on when it is itself disrupted, and what we get depends on what disrupts it. If it isn't stopped, it could be a real horror story taking us back to primitive life. But by understanding how this works, it's also possible to disrupt the destructive cycle and reestablish a creative system. Here I show a positive evolutionary cycle. The key is the truthful flow of information in a self-reinforcing cycle. All systems are unified only by information. The viral strategy works by destroying valid context for truthful information. Restoring information integrity is key because that one correction of the system will become self-sustaining in harmony with natural wholeness, just as it becomes disruptive without it. The US Constitution was based on these ancient Vedic principles, implementing a balance of the 4 causes, with its constitution as the moral center. It is currently being challenged by a constitutional crisis created by viral disinformation and disruption. Ancient Harappan and Vedic civilization had similar order and was self-sustaining for thousands of years. The moral center was a stronger constitution, the immutable Veda. But it was disrupted by physical environmental changes that forced migration. Dualism took over and dominated ever since, as the ancient knowledge was preserved in texts and monastic orders. This is what the hold-on looks like. Note the balance of powers centered on the constitutional core that reflects the cosmic order, and also the opposite cycles of governance and review. There are implicitly 3 kinds of stable government system types corresponding to strategic organism types. The metabolic type shown here emphasizes enterprise. The replicative type, colonization. The repair type, tradition. From what we know of ancient civilization in India, it followed perhaps a repair type emphasizing tradition, constitutionally centered on the Vedas as divine knowledge. that produced a self-sustaining cycle that was highly resistant to disruption. So how do we restore the balance? Whole-on symmetry is fundamental to life, consciousness, and benevolent operation of interrelated whole systems. Systems are held together by information symmetry, represented in the whole-on. Broken symmetry is caused by viral disinformation. The only way I see to fix the post-truth disruption is to retain the original context of information in holistic structures at every level, including ourselves, building a greater systemic harmony. New information systems can be built using the whole-on model and AI technology to realize these principles. The key is how they are designed. Holistic governance can be established on the same basis and with the aid of better informatics to restore information integrity. Garrett Hardin famously wrote that there is no technical solution to the tragedy of the commons, but only a moral solution will work. 30 years later, he confirmed that opinion with the caveat that higher order management could prevent it. I think an understanding of cosmic order disseminated through educational institutions and intentional efforts to rebuild information integrity could bring such higher order management about. But there's a bottom line. Even if we do all that, for it to work, the essential ingredient is our own personal introspective context, higher awareness through forms of yoga as essential knowledge. As I've tried to indicate, only seeking a greater whole will align these efforts for overall benefit. Science itself is reaching this conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kinnaman, for giving us an overall framework based on relational systems theory to achieve higher levels of consciousness, not just at the personal level, but also at the societal, political, and even scientific levels. So that concludes the 4 presentations, which give us 4 completely different but orthogonal approaches to understanding and solving the problem of consciousness, be it from the temporal spatial theory of consciousness to creative consciousness or creative trance, or understanding the influence of attention and intention and its modulation using meditative practices on consciousness, or even, as Dr. Kinnaman has just mentioned, about holistic, promotion of consciousness, not just at the personal level, but at the societal level. So we have about 10 minutes to take some questions on any of these topics. We have all 4 speakers with us, either in person or online, and they'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. My question is to both Professor Northoff and Professor Srinivasan. You were mentioning data of meditators. Which traditions do these meditators belong to?
The data that I presented came from Sagat Samadhi meditation.
The data I presented were from a vast array of different meditation techniques, because the idea was going to the non-duality is sort of a final common phenomenal experiential pathway into which different meditation induction techniques lead to. So our focus was really on the trait features, phenomenological trait features, non-duality, non-locality, and the trait features in the brain, the topographic trait features. Yeah. I would be interested, yeah.
The first is in the form of a remark. We were all taught about René Descartes, the man who established the mind. I always thought he was very serious and he measured everything. And I found that actually he wrote everything in a series of revelations in the city of Amsterdam. So I was quite, surprised by this. Obviously, it was not, logical, it was not rational. It was a revelation. Yeah. The second point is that all four speakers talked about the temporal, the spatial, and the visual. Attention in this, the professor from IIT Technology was largely visual. Yeah. And, the synonym of consciousness is reality. You want to know what the ultimate reality is. And its antonym is vagueness. And much of consciousness is related to vagueness. I only found one thing which applies to all three speakers, and that is the artist Jackson Pollock, who by throwing pots of paint, I think he just threw it on the ground and actually, moved his feet around it, did all these paintings, and nobody could understand what he was doing till some scientists figured it out. And it was found that he was actually, using his subconscious to construe reality in terms of fractals, which is very surprising. That's the only thing which made some sense to me as far as consciousness was concerned.
Thank you, sir, for the comment. We have a question from here.
This is question to all the three speakers. I thank Kinnaman for being online, and we had private interactions on this topic. The question is to the speakers. You selected the meditators who are available to you, or you made a preferential choice amongst the several meditation practices that were available. The specific question is, did any one of you at any given point felt you need to examine the brain-body constitution of advanced meditators of any specific religion for a particular feature, putting them through the tube, the fMRI or the EEG, ECG, those kind of things? Because in the West, TM has been a very popular way of meditation sampling, and within the Christian seminary traditions, there have been many, and the Buddhist meditation techniques, there have been many. So at any point, did you ever feel that you need the brains of the advanced yogis to get into the science experimentation?
Well, over the years it has varied. Sometimes it's, at least in my case, the types of meditators that were available where I worked, so that became a factor. But we have studied different types of meditators in different studies. So I've done one study with TM, few studies with Sagat Samadhi meditation. Currently we are running a study with Vipassana meditators. So it's flexible in my case. Coming to the answer about the brain, we have done one fMRI study and a couple of EEG studies. So we have looked at the neural mechanisms as well.
I think there are a lot of studies that are going on at NIMHANS, the Center for Consciousness Studies. Dr. Bindu, would you want to make any reference to those studies in response to that question?
Thank you, John. The Center for Consciousness Studies actually has been established only in 2020. This is based on almost 20 years of our research in meditation on brain dynamics. And we have initially started with Vipassana meditation. Then we had a question that we asked, like India had a lot of tradition-based meditation system, and each tradition uses various meditation techniques, very specific technique for each tradition. So that means each tradition uses different techniques, and these techniques, how these techniques impact the brain dynamics. and also how it impacts the psychological experiences. And so to come up with an idea of the various experiences what we get through these studies. So we have used meditation as a model to understand brain dynamics. Tomorrow I will have a presentation.
I'm not going to respond to that question. There seems to be an underlying, shall I say, unquestioned, unaudited hypothesis from the science side of the experiments that all meditation system, any meditation system would work the same way. And if that axiom is not examined properly, your samples are of divergent nature, outcome is also going to be of a divergent nature. So the question before Narthoff asked, this question has been coming to me from several senior researchers from various forums in Canada and other places. We want to examine the advanced yogis to be put in the fMRI, to the EEG. We don't get the advanced yogis cooperating with us. And many of them have referred to the research of Narthoff in the published research. So that's where I request his response.
Yeah, let me answer. I think it's an interesting comment. I do think that, so I'm happy to hear that, obviously. But I do think, I think we really need to test the different induction techniques. They have differences. Yeah, let's say whether you synchronize with your breathing rhythm, or you synchronize through movements, or internal or external chanting. However, so there will be different frequencies. Yeah, the breathing frequency is different from the chanting frequency. That's a dynamic view on that. So different frequencies will be aligned in the brain to the frequency of the internal or external chanting and the respiration. And very important, the variability of your respiration signal, the stochastics. Cognitive neuroscience, often Western, variability is noise, is bad. No, it's the opposite. It's key. Because in order to synchronize, you need to align. If you want to understand me, you probably synchronize now with my movements. And my movements are not mechanical, being always the same. There's a certain variance. You need that variance in your brain to synchronize with me. And the better you synchronize with me, the better you understand the meaning of my words. So the induction techniques are key. And that's why I pointed out the temporal spatial alignment here. It's a key thing. That's what I meant, stochastics environment. So and then you raise another interesting question. So when I'm here discussing with different people, I see many of the experiences. We have them also in the Christian tradition. Yeah, there's silent meditation in I grew up in a Christian tradition. Of course, there are different induction techniques, but even the induction techniques, you have rituals, you have chanting. Yeah, it's not that principally different. Your ontological metaphysical framework, it's definitely different. That's for sure. I don't need to tell you that. Yeah, but the phenomena, you have them in the Christian tradition, in other religion too. So I would argue that the induction techniques are different, but the final state, the desired phenomenological state, it's similar. Why? Because after all, we share the same brain and the same world, with the same biophysical principles. The second point you made, do we really need the study of the brain? Why not doing phenomenological experience? Oops, does that mean I need to stop? Okay, sorry, I will not stop. Okay, sorry. So do we really need the study of the brain? Yeah? So can we just say, well, in our experience, maybe, do a little psychology, and that's it. Brain science, go home. And I say, no. There is a desperately need. Because, I don't know whether you remember my slide of the point of view. This was one of the further slides with these different layers. And I had on the y-axis, I had reflective, phenomenal, pre-phenomenal. What is pre-phenomenal? It's sort of, the Western people will not understand that usually, because they would say either it's phenomenal / experience or non-experience. What I mean by pre-phenomenal is you have a predisposition to experience something. And that's the ground. Yeah? that ground is not the same as when you don't have the predisposition to experience. And I think that pre-phenomenal is time and space. Because often your time and space experience is not explicit, it's implicit. I know this from many of my psychiatric patients, and I assume it's similar in the meditation techniques, but much experience in that. Yeah? And that's where the brain can help. Because you can look for time-space dynamic topology in the brain and then see maybe that gives us an idea what the patient might experience, and you tell the experience based on the brain changes what you see. You might experience that, and then you say, yeah, you're right. That's often I get the experience from I do this with my psychiatric patients often. Yeah? So I think that's where you have access to dimensions in the brain scanning, if you approach the brain in the right way, from my point of view, obviously, which are very hard to decipher and experience in phenomenological sampling, but which might give you idea for that. For instance, in your data, I looked at the intertrial intervals. In your first experiment, you didn't show any specificity of emotions. The positive and the negative emotions showed the same effect. So from a cognitive perspective, that's unspecific. And that's, for me, I mean, there must be some dynamic feature behind. Then I looked at your intertrial intervals. You were basically operating in the high delta theta frequency range. Yeah, that you had 100 millisecond, I calculated the whole thing. And I would expect that the degree of shift in this frequency range, theta, delta, and maybe a little alpha because it's an external input, that shift predicts your after image duration. Yeah, so maybe it's an underlying temporal factor, and that you can do with EEG, and then you can later design a psychological experiment based on the durations, time perception duration, and so on and so on. So that's where you have a very nice methodological interplay of the brain stuff with the psychological and phenomenological, and of course, so where I would say through the time-space dynamic. That's a common current.
Thank you, Dr. Northoff. We'll have a final question. The organizers tell me that we should wind up by 1:30 because lunch is waiting, and we have 3 hands. Yeah, we'll just, yeah. So do we have 5 more minutes for all of that? Okay. Let's have the final question from the floor, and then we will perhaps ask our 2 speakers who have joined us virtually to give their final comments before winding up this session.
The question is to Professor Northoff. Sir, have you conducted any studies using pranic healing and Reiki and such energy transmission methodologies of intervention in healing and examined these phenomena? The pranic healing, Reiki, and such alternative healing intervention procedures. Have you tried and examined the temporal spatial outcomes? Because
slow. So let's say if you ask me, I shall treat depression, then I will ask you for those methods, how about speed experience in these forms of feeling? Then I will try to look that to the speed in the brain, then I formulate a hypothesis, and then I probably design a neuronal, a phenomenological, and psychological study with the relevant time scales, focusing on speed. Yeah? So you see, I try to unravel a factor which is more tacit or implicit in your tradition, / time-space dynamic, and try to explicate it and then link by that the phenomenon of the
Your studies have gone one step further in understanding the mechanism. So I was thinking, if you speak of the temporospatial, then the effectiveness of these alternative healing modalities, particularly in depression and all, how does it work? Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the observation. Thank you. So let's move on to our virtual speakers for their final comments. Professor Zostner, I hope you've been hearing these discussions over here. Would you like to respond to any of these questions, the topics that were discussed here?
Just very broadly, as somebody who's been meditating now for almost 50 years, I'm always very gratified to hear of all the positive findings that you have from meditators and how our world does change through meditation. So the quantified evidence was very gratifying to me. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks for those comments. Dr. Kinnaman?
Is the audio working now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. So, yeah, I also said that the higher awareness from meditation is an essential ingredient in what I talked about. But I do have a comment for the discussion that took place here. You know, we've been involved for some time going back and forth about, does the brain produce consciousness? And neuroscience certainly studies consciousness in the brain, but that doesn't, to my thinking, mean that it is exclusive to brains. And the other view is that, from my perspective as an evolutionary ecologist, which has been most of my career, we have to have brains in the first place, and they came about through evolution. And evolution amplifies phenomena that already exist in nature. It doesn't invent them out of whole cloth. So my view is that consciousness produces brains. I don't know if that's relevant.
Okay, Dr. Kinnaman, for those observations. So that brings us to the end of this, very interesting session. So I'll give it back to the organizers for the rest of the announcements.
For this wonderful session. Thank the speakers, all the speakers and the chairperson to conduct this effectively. Let's give off the mementos. I request the chairperson to give off mementos to Professor Northoff. Professor Srinivasan. So thank you. I think we can straight away move for lunch. And let us give the mementos to John P. John. Professor Sanjeev Jain, please.
And could the chairperson and the speaker stay on the, for the photo. Also, the second session, chairperson and the speakers are requested to come to the stage for a quick photo. All right, so let's head to the dining hall for the lunch and see you for the fourth session. Thank you. At 2:30, please.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here, and a very warm welcome to session 4, Consciousness and Psyche. We have made huge strides in our understanding of the brain in the last few decades, but we still do not have the answer to the question, how does the brain with its millions of or trillions of neurons magically transform the physical input it receives into a subjective experience we all have? Both philosophers as well as the neuroscientists have been wrestling with this profound question for hundreds of years, as you have seen in the morning sessions also. Are we getting any closer to answering this? This question presupposes that consciousness is an emergent phenomenon. Is it right approach to consciousness this way? There is plenty of confusion in the field of consciousness studies as well. Many different definitions exist which make progress in understanding consciousness challenging. From the Western perspective, consciousness means subjective experience. Here, the psyche and consciousness are often used synonymously. However, from the Eastern perspective, psyche and consciousness are different entities. Consciousness is seen as the fundamental essence, the very source of creation from which everything material manifests. Psyche is seen as an object in the field of consciousness or awareness. This session with its distinguished speakers will help us in getting more clarity on all these aspects. The chairperson of this session is Professor Shivram Varambali, who has completed his MD in psychiatry and a DSc in yoga from Yasvasa University. He is currently the professor of psychiatry and head in charge of integrative medicine, NIMHANS, Bengaluru. He has extensive research experience in the areas of neurobiology of psychosis and schizophrenia, metabolic syndrome in psychiatric disorders, and the use of yoga in psychiatric disorders. He is currently holding the prestigious Wellcome DPT India Alliance Intermediate Fellowship for the project titled Yoga and Schizophrenia, a comprehensive assessment of neuroplasticity. He has various awards and recognitions. Just to name a few, Dr. Vimala Vermani Award by the National Academy of Medical Sciences, India, Dean's Award for Excellence in Teaching from University of Newcastle and Northern Sydney Central Coast Health, Australia. He was nominated Vice Chairperson of Indian Psychiatric Society Task Force on Mind-Body Medicine from 2018 to 2020, and Yoga and Meditation Task Force in 2019. He has about 130 plus research articles and has authored many books to his credit. Now I would like to hand over the session to Professor Shivram Varambali.
Thank you, Madam. In the interest of time, I'm going to be fairly brief in my introductions of the speakers. Please forgive me for the same. We also have 3 virtual speakers in this session. Swami Sarvapriyananda, of course, is live virtual, is going to speak to us, and there are 2 recorded videos. So we have taken the call that the people who are live, we will go first with them, and the videos will be played in the end. And as practiced from the morning, we will take questions at the end of the session. Now, we have 2 speakers already here on the stage, and the first speaker is Swami Narasimhananda, who has traversed the journey from commerce and chartered accountancy to spirituality. He is a monk of the Ramakrishna Ashram and the secretary of the Ramakrishna Ashram in Kozhikode, Kerala. He is also the perfect person to be speaking in this conference because he is a member of the International Interdisciplinary and Interreligious Research Group on Consciousness Studies under the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics and Human Rights in Rome. So I think we cannot get a better speaker for this particular conference, and he is going to talk to us about Advaita meditative traditions, psycho-spiritual explorations into consciousness. Swami Narasimhananda.
Thank you, Shivaram, for that introduction. And I hope post-lunch session is always a difficult one to handle. I hope all of you are relatively conscious. We're going to talk about consciousness. since yesterday, one thing, as previous speakers have commented, one thing is clear, that this whole topic of consciousness has diverse views, and very diverse views. And one thing I was thinking when I was listening to all the speakers, till now, my Buddhist friends are yet to speak, till now, consciousness has been handled from an embodied perspective. And that's where Advaita Vedanta is completely different. Consciousness is a given. Before I enter into Advaita meditative traditions, I would like to give you an idea about how consciousness is seen from the Advaita worldview. So consciousness is a given in Advaita. If nothing is there, what remains is consciousness. In fact, in Mandukya Karika, Gaudapada, he says, if you see something, then that is unreal. And hence, it's a covering on consciousness. Whatever we see, all the sensory inputs, we get 5 jnana indriya or organs of sense organs, they are essentially coverings on consciousness. So consciousness is what is there as the basis of everything. So here, consciousness, whatever discussion has been done till now, we have been discussing about the capability of awareness, capability to respond to stimuli. That is what till now has been discussed according to an Advaita Vedantin as consciousness. Advaita Vedanta says that consciousness is not any of these. It's beyond. And so yesterday I was asking that question to Professor Brophy. How do you go beyond body, beyond time, space, causation? And that is, according to Advaita Vedanta, consciousness. So this whole debate, as somebody put it very poignantly yesterday, that if we were to talk about the ultimate consciousness, then we would not have this conference at all, because then there is nothing to talk about. So this whole debate between man and machine does not have a great significance in the Advaita worldview. Because as far as Advaita worldview is concerned, only consciousness is. So this mic, this table, this dais, everything, every brick of this building is conscious. Then you would say, oh, how is it possible? What you see is the difference, as I said, in awareness and response to stimuli. So basically, we are talking about differences in ignorance, the level of ignorance. The lesser the level of ignorance, you say that they are more conscious. But everything in this universe is conscious, and it is covered by different permutations and combinations of names and forms. This is the Advaita worldview. So that means there is an argument, might be bordering on the funny, in the Mandukya Karika again, that if you say that the space is correct, then when you dream an elephant, where is the elephant located? Because in your body there is not much space to accommodate an elephant. But when you dream, you have a lucid dream of elephant. So where is that located? That is the question. Hence, whatever you see, whatever can change in space, that means whatever has limitations, boundaries in space, that is not permanent. Whatever has boundary in time, that means it perishes over time. Like a apple you cut, it becomes black, etc. So whatever changes over time, that is also not permanent. Whatever changes because of causation, it has got some cause and that cause is removed, so that is removed, that is also not permanent. Hence, consciousness alone is permanent. Now here, what I want to tell here again, that Professor Northoff was talking about some kind of meditations. Unfortunately, for various reasons, Advaita traditions
have not been studied, meditative traditions have not been studied as other traditions have been studied. The reason is, basically Advaita practitioners, most of them are renunciates, they are monks. And there's one problem with monks, they are rebellious in nature. So if you go with all your paraphernalia and say, we want to study, they said, I don't care. Get out of my sight, something like that. So this is one reason why Advaitic meditative traditions, though they are millennia old, have not been studied. And so Northoff and also Professor Srinivasan, they were talking about traditions where you meditate on a particular object or a mantra, or you meditate on breathing, or you meditate on other bodily activities. Advaita meditative traditions do none of that. So here, meditation is more on a thought not as in a thought, but on a concept. That's why most of the Advaita meditative traditions are negative meditative traditions. So there is something called neti, most of you might be aware of. So I keep on eliminating that which is perishable, which is impermanent, to arrive at something which is permanent. This is a meditative tradition. And so this meditative tradition, what it is doing essentially, is it is trying to remove the layers of ignorance that have been imposed on consciousness. So if I say I have a body, I am conscious, I will say I am limiting my consciousness by this body. If I say I have mind and I am conscious, an Advaita Vedanti will say I am limiting consciousness by the mind. And it goes on like that. So the traditional worldview, Advaita worldview, is that you have 5 layers of covering over consciousness. From the gross to subtle, it is the body, it is then the prana, the vital energy or the breath, and then it is mind. Mind, of course, does not mean, it's nothing, nowhere near to the mind as we understand in the Western context, manas, and then comes buddhi. So what is the difference between manas and buddhi? Manas has got ambitions and alternatives. So in front of you, there are so many ambitions and so many alternatives, and it is buddhi which makes you decide to pick one alternative among those available. So that is buddhi. Then finally, there is something called Anandamaya Kosha, that is which gives you happiness. So that is experienced. Actually, you don't experience, you infer it after you have deep sleep. This is the Advaita worldview. Most of you might be aware of this. But here, there are different kinds of meditation. And these meditations, what do they have? So there is I'm saying that this is a psycho-spiritual exploration into consciousness, because Advaita meditations and also Advaita worldview give you a tremendous amount of resilience and also tremendous amount of capability of taking you above the mundane. So this they give. And that is portrayed in the 2nd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where the question is asked by Arjuna to Krishna, Sri Krishna, how does a Sthita Prajna look? That is an illumined person, how does he behave? And what comes out from there is that there is a tremendous resilience and happiness. So a person who is rooted in Advaita worldview does not need any, this was also being referred to by Professor Gopinath yesterday, does not need anything externally, meaning externally not from one's own body also, does not need any stimuli to be happy. That person, she or he, is happy just like that. So the question, can robots or can artificial intelligence be conscious, is irrelevant to the Advaita Vedantin, because for the Advaita Vedantin, they are conscious to begin with. So there is no, so what is the difference? Now we are only talking about, as I already told, how they are responding to external stimuli. They are aware. I asked this question to Professor Brophy. Has there been any research into self-reflexivity of intelligent systems. And so he said, to his knowledge, till now, nothing of that sort is happening. So this is where the difference is. We living beings are self-reflexive, and probably, arguably, human beings are the most self-reflexive. And that is where the difference comes. But conscious, everything is. And so, what are the meditations? Meditations are like you have to negate these sheaths, they are called koshas or coverings of consciousness, and you negate that this is not permanent, so this is not my reality. So in Advaita meditation techniques or traditions, it is aligning your identity with a particular reality. So you understand that, oh, body is not my reality, so why am I making a huge fuss about the body? Because body keeps on changing, you get viral fever, you get corona. So then you don't bother so much about that. Mind also changes, your energy levels change throughout the day. And so this particular technique helps you not only to go on a spiritual path and attain, that is what is told by the Advaita masters, that you attain the ultimate truth, called also Brahman or Brahma, knowledge of Brahman. So you attain it by removing layers of ignorance. And then there is another meditation which is called Avasthatraya Viveka, that is, you start analyzing 3 states of sleep or waking, 3 states of awareness. Avastha, that is waking, dreaming and deep sleep. And you analyze them, and then you come to the conclusion that your true nature lies way beyond them. So here again, there is a weird kind of school of thought among some practitioners. They don't, of course, have any traditional backing to support them, but misreading of traditional commentaries. They think that the more deep sleep you have, the closer you are to your true personality. So they say that, in fact, there are elaborate Sanskrit commentaries on this, that the more you be in Sushupti, and some of them have wrongly understood Ramana Maharshi also. So they said, no, Sushupti you be there and you will become. That is not true, but of course there is something called conscious sleep. That means a person, by constantly meditating on these lines, can be conscious in all the 3 states of awareness. Most of us, some of us at least, find it difficult to be conscious even while awake. But this state is like you go into dream and you know that you are dreaming. You go into deep sleep, though the Upanishads say that you infer deep sleep because you don't have any sensory input or output during that time. So you infer that I had good sleep because I feel happy about it. So you infer that. But there is evidence, or there are people who experience, they can witness Sushupti, which is probably a very high state of experience. Here the problem is, this experience is not using any organs of sense perception. It's called aparoksha anubhuti. It is called immediate experience. So it does not use any medium. That is how the ultimate experience, or the experience of Brahman, is distinguished from ordinary experience. So if there is any sense, including your mind, which is supposed to be the 6th sense, then that experience is flawed according to Advaita Vedanta. Then there is another type of meditation where you meditate on the truth. So these 2 meditations were a negative kind of meditation where you were denying what is impermanent. You were negating impermanent. So there are some Mahavakyas, representative Mahavakyas from each of the Vedas. I am Atma Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi, Prajnanam Brahma, Tattvamasi. These Mahavakyas, they are concepts about the unchanging reality, that is consciousness. So it has no form, no name, you cannot define it, it's beyond words, it's beyond all sensory perception and thinking about that. That kind of meditation requires that you have complete abstract kind of thinking. So people go to very high altitudes and look at the snow-clad mountains They look at the sky or look at the ocean, and they try to, it's similar to Zen meditation on koans. So they try to go beyond the rational process and meditate on the reality which is beyond perception from sense organs. And there is another meditation which is relatively lesser known, that is called Sandhi Dhyana. This is referred to by Shankaracharya in his Laghu Vakya Vritti. As I told you, consciousness is enveloped by misreadings of consciousness. So if I say I am conscious, I am looking at all of you, so many chairs, so many lights, all this technological paraphernalia, and I think this is what I am seeing. So these are all coverings on consciousness. So the basic element which we use to cover our consciousness, hide our true nature, according to Advaita Vedanta, is desire. Desires are the basic units of covering. They transform into thoughts. Shankaracharya is very Catholic in his approach. He says, for the sake of reasoning, use Nyaya. For the sake of hermeneutics, that is to understand the meaning of Vedas, use Mimamsa. He does not agree with all these schools philosophically, but he allows the techniques to be used. Similarly, he says, for the sake of controlling the mind, use Maharishi Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. So this Yoga Sutra, someone was referring to yesterday that India probably has not developed so much the training of the mind, etc. That is not true. Yoga Sutras in Yoga Sutras, Maharishi Patanjali goes into great detail on how we have to train our mind for mundane existence, day-to-day interactions with other people, other things, objects, and the universe. So this desire converting into thought has been dealt with extensively by Maharishi Patanjali. And so when that happens, suppose today, like we were having with Professor Srinivasan, I was having lunch, and suddenly he reminded me that there was dessert. It completely went out of my mind because I am also a diabetic. I did not tell that to him at that time. So then it went out of my mind that there is dessert. And when we went there, there are double, Rasagulla is there. I, belonging from the Ramakrishna mission, have enough share of Rasagullas. So I said, no, I went for that ice cream. So whenever you desire something, like you want ice cream, or you want pizza, or you want neer dosa, whatever you want, when you desire for that, there is a thought which comes up, vritti. And that thought you're holding on to. And that is the cause of suffering. You go behind that and till that desire is. But there is a split second when you get the ice cream, and from that point till the point where you latch on to another desire. There is a very small time interval. Shankaracharya says, concentrate on that time interval. That is called Sandhi. Why? Because your mind has nothing to hold on to, so the mind becomes a peephole, so to say, into your innate consciousness, which is of the nature of bliss, Ananda Swarupa. So you hold on to that interval and meditate on that. Means just observe that. If you do it over a period of time, you will understand that you will be able to do it for a longer interval. And so you get the idea which Professor Gopinath was referring to, Atmarati, Atma Rama. Means you are satisfied with doing nothing, which Ramana Maharshi used to say, Summa ire, just be yourself. So it requires a lot of practice, otherwise you will turn into a lazy person. So just be yourself, and that just be yourself comes from meditating on this interval where you are between two desires. And so here, all these on a mundane, on a very pragmatic level, practical level, all these sufferings are caused, Shankaracharya says, in his introduction, masterly introduction to the Brahma Sutra commentary called Adhyasa Bhashya, he says it is caused by only two things, which are the identifications, false identifications which we make. What are the things? Considering myself to be an agent, considering myself to be the experiencer. So imagine we read in the newspaper so many people died, etc. Nothing happens. Imagine somebody close to us dying. So everything goes haywire. Similarly, if we were going for lunch and I saw somebody's spectacles was down, it was not my spectacle. So we were all very happy. The professor took it and put it on the chair. But he was searching whether it is his spectacle. But if it were to be either of us, then we would have made a big spectacle of that. So why? Because there is identity. That is called kartrutva bhoktrutva. Kartrutva. You go to a restaurant, order things, etc. But when you start cooking in your home, and if you make tea, it may be only dip tea, you get suddenly some kind of pride that you have created something because you think you have created. That has got only boiling water. That's what you have created. But that kartrutva, that sense of identity, when you latch on to it, latch on to things which are not your identity, you get all kinds of suffering. So the root cause of suffering is your misidentifying yourself as the agent, as the doer, or the experiencer. So that has to be removed. How to remove? By understanding this misreading of consciousness. He says that never that which is unconscious can be treated as conscious, but that is what we do on a day-to-day basis, 24/7. So this has to be removed. If you remove this, then you will be happy. So he says, also the Upanishad, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, Dvitiyat vai bhayam bhavati. The whole idea of Advaita Vedanta is that there is no other.
Sir,
it is the
can you finish in 1 minute, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I was just wondering why nothing has come. So the othering of consciousness is the root cause of suffering. So Dvitiyat vai bhayam bhavati. Fear comes because of the other, because of perceiving the other. But if you don't perceive the other, you will not have fear. Not only fear, no human emotions will perturb you, disturb you. You might have come across this incident in most saints' lives, that they are meditating in some forest, a tiger came, and the tiger looked at them and they looked at that and went away. Not because the tiger suddenly turned vegan or something. It is because that person does not have any idea of duality. So when there is no idea of duality, also many people, they report that when they go in presence of these great saints, they feel great warmth of heart, love, etc. Because there is no idea of duality in that person. So on a very psychological level, and also in a world which is becoming increasingly polarized, in fact people are demanding that we become polarized, we become fundamentalist, we become divisive. I think Advaita worldview offers an option where you don't concentrate on differences, but you try to find a way to integrate the whole thing. And again, for various historical and traditional reasons, this as a practice has not been explored as much it should have been. And so I think this offers a very psychotherapeutic model also, because again and again in the Bhagavad Gita also and elsewhere, it has been told that a person who follows Advaita Vedanta is rooted in one's identity and is not disturbed so much. We have the ideal of, in governance also, we have the ideal of Rajarishi, ideal of Janaka, etc. So I think venues such as these, I thank the India Foundation and also Binduji and her team for Dr. Ravindra and others here in Nimhans for having organized this wonderful conference. But I think such conferences and such discussions we need to take forward on a more systematic manner. And as someone was pointing out, that we need to devise methodological framework as it has been done in interdisciplinary study in philosophy. We have to do that in consciousness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji, for putting it very simply. That's something very difficult to do, actually, putting something like Advaita in simple language. It's wonderful to listen. Something that many people do not understand, actually. When they say Advaita, they don't understand. You have put it very simply. I hope this will be recorded as well. I think so, and it will be available on YouTube for people to see. So now from the psyche and the mind, we actually move to the heart. And Dr. Rosalind Piermain, who is here, is a master of heartfulness, and she has done her actually educationist, I think, primarily, and then moved into heartfulness. But her love seems to be into education, lifelong engagement education, particularly interested in psychotherapeutic applications and lived experience of people who are going through various difficulties. So, of course, she has an MA and PhD in heartfulness meditation and transformational aspects of learning from the Department of Psychology, Royal Holloway, University of London, and currently is a faculty member and supervisor at the Minster Center for Psychotherapy. So she has actually authored a book called The Heart of Listening, Attentional Qualities in Psychotherapy and Counseling, and she's going to talk to us today about the role of the heart in consciousness evolution, a phenomenological inquiry. Dr. Rosalind Piermain.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for still staying in some state of consciousness at this point in the day. And I hope you can hear me, because I once came to India and to give a talk very proudly about subtle perception, but it turned out that I could neither be seen, because the podium was up here, nor heard. So I hope I can move beyond that to say. Yes, so just to clarify, how I come into this conversation, and I'm so deeply grateful to be here and feel so enriched and excited about hearing all the different work and understanding that is moving ahead so fast. But the perspective I'm coming from is twofold, as you kindly suggested. My background is mainly in psychology and education, so that means I've been working with groups in many, many settings, including well-being and health and so on. And then I trained as a psychotherapist and spent several years as a course director of integrative psychotherapy training. And I'm still working with institutions involved in training psychotherapy trainees, and I'm more involved in the qualitative research side of it. So alongside all of that, I came across what was Sajmark, a simple natural way of heartfulness. So those are the perspectives I'm bringing in presenting to you just a very simple, really it's a very kind of naive, simple approach to inquiry. It's a phenomenological one. So I think I've covered that. What has been most important in my own learning, and that some people, somebody was alluding to the need for this, is that for people to undertake psychotherapy training, it's a very rigorous training that involves your consciousness of yourself and your process and your reactions to people, and many years of reflection on moments of connection with others. And those of you who are involved in psychiatry and psychology are familiar with this. But given that the field of psychotherapy, like others, is increasingly recognizing that we are intersubjective, we are not isolated, we are always in connection and affecting each other, as nature is. Nature is a web of entanglements. So it means that the focus on the relational process is very acute, and it means that people have to be quite rigorous about examining that as the key, because
the studies from infant child development have shown us how much the response of the carer has a transformative and measurable effect on the development of the infant. And it's a lot through this temporal alignment that we were hearing about. If we interact with a baby or young child, we can't use language, or that we use sound and we use phrasing and we use our embodiment to connect, to join the dance. And that's really a lot of the process in all relations, is how we align with each other and connect. And when we're working with people who have got flattened, dead, lost parts of themselves that don't have language, then as therapists we have to sit and feel out and feel the vibrational resonance in ourselves and try and help that be known and connected with. So that's quite a big process. And why I'm saying all of that is it's because I think it helps to underpin being bold enough to take a qualitative approach, which depends on our own subjectivity, but a subjectivity that is quite rigorously developed, and the trainees who do qualitative studies have to look very closely at their own assumptions and responses to their chosen work. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about this study, and along the way it will enable me to say a little bit about heartfulness as a meditation system. And many ways it's very similar in its understanding philosophically and of the aim to reach a center, to reach an ultimate state. It's have I come past the no. Heartfulness meditation or Sahajmarg is based on Raj Yoga, but it's a modern system, and the difference, and I'll go through some of the features in a moment, is that it has a source of what we call transmission or pranahuti, which people feel and experience. It's increasingly practiced all over the world. It's 160 countries. It's quite available to people. It's quite simple. You know, people are invited to come and try and start the practice. So it makes it quite interesting to look at, as you were suggesting this morning, phenomenologically, how does it actually affect people? So just to clarify what it might look like as a practice. When people start, they're invited to attend to their heart with the thought or the supposition that there is a source of divine presence there, or a source of light or love there, and it's in the place of the heart where they feel things most deeply. And they're invited to just feel of that, almost pull them towards that feeling, the heart pulling them in, and just resting there. And if there are thoughts, not paying too much attention, letting them be in the background. So they are then in touch with this source of pranahuti. And alongside that practice, there is also an evening practice of cleaning and resetting, clearing out the impressions of the day, and as a form of vapor, and feeling instead filled with this source. And there are many other practices as well that can be helpful, but that's the essence and the idea before we sleep of keeping in permanent connection with this source. We have a living guide who you saw at the beginning of the conference. But apart from that, and we have many books of teaching and philosophy and guidance, there's a strong recommendation that people do their own research, observe what they notice, because each person's experience is going to be entirely different, and it makes it much more worthwhile and substantial to notice what you feel yourself. So that's the context. And So the invitation in this study was just very simple, was to approach people who had been practicing for different amounts of time, and to simply ask them, how does this affect you in your everyday life? What do you notice? Wasn't asking them about their experiences of meditation per se, but just how they found it affected them. And for those, I'm sure probably all of you are very familiar with phenomenology, but in case you aren't, it was originally instigated by Edmund Husserl, who was also concerned in that time about the growing gap between objective and subjective approaches, and who wanted to suggest that we could only our experience of the world is knowable directly. And he termed that notion as a life world. So we aren't outside of the world, we live in the world, we can't be separated. There are many other people who've developed phenomenology further, but just for simplicity's sake, I'm just starting there. And in a way, it's like going back to what we might call a beginner's mind. It's inviting a really wondrous curiosity. What actually is it like to be in this experience? Before we've started putting labels and concepts and categories, what is it actually like? And it gives a chance sometimes to rediscover or discover new things about quite everyday things. In his original project, the idea was to get to some kind of essence, to find consistent features, and to make some kind of thematic structure, which is similar to many qualitative approaches. So one of the tools, and this has been brought here this morning, is thinking about this life world could have 4 constituents that might characterize it, which we could think of as, they're not the only ones, but they could be core ones. Embodiment, how we live our embodiment, how we live spatiality, how we live temporality, how do we live into subjectivity. If that seems a little abstract, which I don't think it probably will to this audience, we can just look at these pictures reminding us of the pandemic and lockdown, and think about how each of those core constituents were very much affected very directly. And you might even notice a sort of reaction to seeing those kind of closed off empty streets, closed spaces. All that is quite a strong experience for us all to still recall in an experiential way. So when we're looking at the material that comes out, when I'm looking at that, I'm accessing my subjectivity and my embodied resonance with the way that the material is expressed to capture something of what seems like essential features. And we also worked in a team to check out other people's reactions too. So we had 11 people, and they had meditated between 4 and 44 years. Now, what I'm presenting to you is not saying there's any cause and effect. It's not saying that one thing leads to the other. It's saying these are 4 features of what people experienced with heartfulness. And I'm going to give you a flavor, quite a quick flavor, because we haven't got time. So that's about the method. So the 4 main themes that came up. And I was surprised, and it's quite hard to get what the surprise is, but the first quality, the first impact of this, practicing this meditation that came out as a pattern, was that people told me about different but very tangible effects. So I couldn't quite even find a word in English to capture what I could pick up, which is something about an inner knowing of truth. And I tried using verisimilitude, which is a complicated word, but I also wondered whether there's an old English word called sooth, like as in soothsaying, which is like some kind of knowing from within. So this might be in terms of an experience or in terms of a feeling their relation with the world and existence had changed. Thank you. So that was one particular theme, and I'm going to give you some little quotes to have a look at so you get the flavor of that. Second one was people very much found that the relation with themselves changed and the relation with others changed. And they linked the two. They said, I feel more grounded, more authentic, I feel more somehow solid in the world, in my existence. This is helping me feel more secure in relation to others, and I can be more open and authentic with them. Or they felt more warm. Then there's another pattern that was interesting, which was that people talked about how this experience of the heart. Now, very few people actually used the word heart because they experienced the heart as a kind of field or space or presence, which they wanted to keep more and more connected with. And they found that this focus, they were aware of this focus pulling them, and also in the midst of everyday life, lots of other things diverting them, lots of other desires and fears, no doubt, and distractions. But they were conscious of that as a kind of living process of intention and attention to this presence, which they said was like a field or a space or a presence. So there was a sense kind of something being anchoring in the midst of being in a stormy sea of activity in life. And then there was a fourth, which was only reported by 2 of the people in the group, but it was a very powerful way of describing their experience. And it seemed to be about much more of a sense of dissolving and a sense of relatedness, an immersion and feeling of love. So that's some quotes for you to read. Just picked out some of them in bold to capture what I mean. I like the way that person said, I may not feel it in the meditation, but I may feel it when I'm walking down the road or doing the shopping. Because in some ways it's nice to have the opportunity to ground some of our ideas about consciousness into how it might translate into living life. The inner world has become like a big cathedral. And that's to do with the relation with themselves and others. And this is the one that's to do with keeping anchored, feeling this flux. A sense of there being a multiplicity of states. And then this will maybe echo with many of the depictions of consciousness in its different levels. And this person's talking about feeling this in the midst of their professional life in the pandemic. So they may well be familiar to people here. Okay, so what do we make of all of that? Well, we can say you may well have your own comments or questions. For me, there's a issue about the many layers, the many dimensions. The fact that perhaps that as consciousness evolves, or as we access different states of consciousness, we live in a multiplicity. It's more fluid, perhaps, than we might think. It might be surprising to think that people feel more solid and grounded with meditation, because a lot of people would imagine that you might feel rather ungrounded and a bit disoriented, a bit sort of woo-woo, as people say. And it seems to be saying it's not like that. And also the sense of the way that people make meaning of these changes, how they understand it as being significant. Might be different from how others do. So we come back to the questions about how do we integrate things. I was thinking that we do have a lovely example in bringing together qualitative and scientific ways of understanding things. If we think about the pioneering work of Carl Rogers, who did a lot of observational work on what was happening in counselling, and he came up with his formula, which many people thought was a little bit too trivial, about how the value of empathy and unconditional positive regard had such a powerful effect. But in the end of the day, that's really what has come from all the studies on neuroscience and compassion and the work of people like Daniel Siegel, that these elements of empathy and resonance are the crucial parts of how we create facilitating environments for each other, how we help each other. And so there may be other ways that will come that will also help us move from phenomenological, as we've already heard this morning, bringing these things together. And we do at the moment in our little research team, of which Dr. Krishnamurti is one of the people, we're looking at developing work going on and developing a scale based on that original phenomenological study. So I'm going to leave you with a quote. This is from Ian McGilchrist, whose book I'm recommending to everybody, 3-volume book, which is called The Matter with Things, The Making of Things, Our Brains, Our Delusions, and the Unmaking of the World, which is a extraordinary book. He spent 10 years, he's a neuroscientist and a psychiatrist. Within my experience of the world, very much can be changed by my response. We cannot weigh consciousness against the universe. It is like trying to say precisely how much you love someone, if you really love them. It's not fixable in space or quantitative, but qualitative and experienced in the flow of time. And if things turn out to be interconnected, not atomistic, and they are, each consciousness has its impact on the universe that cannot be quantified. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think that was straight from the heart. I hope people have some questions for her, because it's a very nice explanation of the concept of heartfulness meditation, which is very different from many other meditations, because there is not that much philosophy attached to it. It's but exactly the same philosophy. But people to experience it is much easier, isn't it? So that's quite wonderful. So we now have somebody from the other end of the world right now who is going to speak to us virtually. Swami Sarvapriyananda, the head of the Vedanta Society of New York, who actually comes from a business management background initially, but then has come into this space, and he was an acharya at the Belur Mutt, training practitioners of meditation there, and of course has also served in many capacities in the Ramakrishna Mission. He's a very well-known speaker on Vedanta, very popular on YouTube. He has spoken on TEDx. He has been invited to speak in Harvard. So he's going to speak to us today virtually. Can we have Dr. Sarvapriyananda? Yeah, there he is. good afternoon, rather good night. I think it is there.
Yeah, it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
Can you
right.
hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Yes, we can. Can you hear us is the question now.
Yes,
Okay.
very clearly.
Right, sir.
I was listening to all the talks, yes.
Thank you very much. So you're online, the audience now, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Honorable Chair, and namaskars to the distinguished speakers here, both physically present there and virtually like me. Thank you for having me in this program. It's wonderful to see old friends also. Swami Narasimhanandaji, who is an old friend and a brother monk, whom I'm seeing after a long time, and I got to hear his talk also. I think I did see Dr. Ravindra in the audience. And everybody else here. Namaskars to all of you. In the time that I have, what I was thinking of is I'll make 5 points. And the purpose behind this is to draw a roadmap from our present understanding or lack of understanding of consciousness to the Advaita Vedanta perspective on consciousness. So 5, I would say, milestones. I'll start with the easy one and go on to the more controversial, more complex, or more radical, conceptual shifts. It is fashionable to say that Advaita Vedanta or other schools of Eastern thought, Indian thought, the similarities with modern scientific understanding of consciousness. But I think the differences are more useful. It is when you have a very different insight that there is a possibility of progress. There's a possibility of new understanding. So here goes. 5 milestones to the Advaita Vedanta perspective on consciousness, on mind and consciousness. The first, before I start, the reason why we are doing this, why are we bringing in, say, Advaita Vedanta, or I think I saw a Geshe in the audience also, so a Tibetan Buddhist perspective on consciousness. Why are we doing this? The reason is consciousness studies is not new. Professor Evan Thompson of the University of British Columbia has written this book, Waking, Dreaming, Being. And at the beginning of that book, he says that, one second. At the beginning of the book, he says that consciousness studies is not new. 5,000 years ago in India, in the Upanishads, the rishis of the Upanishads made dramatic developments, dramatic insights into the nature of consciousness. In fact, he goes on to say that the Upanishads are so important in the history of human thought that the dating of our civilization should be not AD and BC, but it should be before Upanishad and after Upanishads. So he makes that claim. And it's true that we have had a long, like millennia long study of consciousness, investigation of consciousness in these Eastern traditions, especially in Vedanta, yoga, in Buddhism. In fact, just about all the schools of Indian philosophy. So yes, back to my presentation, 5 points. First is pretty non-controversial, especially in this conference, in this audience, is the centrality of consciousness. Consciousness is very, very important to us. In a recent colloquium, not so recent, few years ago, at the NYU philosophy department, a colloquium on consciousness studies, the hard problem of consciousness and the Advaita Vedanta perspective. At the end of the colloquium, Professor Ned Block, who is one of the leading philosophers of mind in the world today, so he sort of rhetorically asked, why is consciousness so important? Why is the study of consciousness so important? Why is it so important to solve this, the hard problem of consciousness? And I think what he meant was that we have many scientific problems And those are being solved and hopefully will be solved in sometime in the near future. For example, there might be something to do with the liver or the heart, and we don't know why certain thing happens. Maybe some medical student will get a grant in the near future, and then investigate it and write a paper about that particular phenomenon, and we'll consider that an understanding and explanation of that phenomenon. Similarly, why don't you think of consciousness as something produced by the biochemical reactions going on in the brain? We don't understand how it happens, but in some research in the next 20, 30 years, 40 years, we will understand that. Why is it so important? Why are we having conferences and colloquiums and writing papers? Why are we so bothered about it? Especially all of a sudden in the recent past, in the last 20, 30 years, there's been an explosion of interest in consciousness, in consciousness studies. And so it was a rhetorical question. And the answer, I think, is obvious. Consciousness, the study of consciousness, understanding of consciousness is not like any other scientific or philosophical problem. It is central to everything that we do in our lives. Whatever we do in our lives, science and philosophy and spirituality, we do it in consciousness. It is to us as conscious beings that the world appears. Whether you believe in Vedanta, whether you do not believe in Vedanta or Buddhism or Christianity, whether you're an atheist or a theist, whatever it is that you are that in consciousness. It all depends upon us as conscious beings. Professor Dr. Christoph Koch, who was the chief scientist of the Paul Allen Brain Institute, he, just by the way, I would ask the cameraman to focus on either the audience or the stage somewhere. If you just focus on, yeah, that's great. Because it's great to look at people in the audience or the dais, and not just at my own face. It's very disconcerting sometimes. Yeah, that's great. So Christoph Koch, he wrote this book, The Feeling of Life Itself, and he launched it a couple of years ago. I heard the book talk that he gave at the Harvard bookstore, and there he was talking about how consciousness is central, is the most important thing in our lives. And he gave a very nice example. He said, suppose you give me $1 billion, and say that now you are a billionaire, and only thing is, you will not be conscious ever again. We'll take away your consciousness, but you'll be a billionaire. Will I agree to that? No, of course not. If you ask for a part of my body, like a limb or an organ, I might be willing to donate it for $1 billion in exchange. But if you ask for my consciousness, that I'll be maybe in coma in a hospital, and I'll be a billionaire, and I will never ever regain consciousness. No, I will not agree. I will not give up my consciousness for $1 billion or whatever amount of money or anything that you offer, because it is only as a conscious being that anything matters to me, whether I'm rich or not rich, whether I'm healthy or not healthy, whether I'm learned, not learned, whether we understand consciousness or do not understand consciousness. It always matters to me only as a conscious being. So consciousness is absolutely central to whatever we do in life and in civilization. Now, you might say that that's fairly uncontroversial. We sort of agree with that. But it's important to note that, because interestingly, for a long period of time in scientific investigation in the last maybe 200 years in the history of modern science, people were not interested in consciousness. In fact, Christoph Koch himself said that in a debate with David Chalmers, he said that when I started my career in neuroscience, and I was interested in the field of consciousness studies, my friends told me not to go into that, because he says they told me it's a career killer. You will never get anywhere in your career if you study consciousness. Thankfully, it has changed. Thankfully, in the last 20, 30 years, it has changed. The importance of centrality of consciousness is now sort of accepted across the field. Okay, so that's my first point. Consciousness is absolutely central, and luckily modern consciousness studies is proof of that. And it is, of course, central to traditions like Advaita Vedanta or, say, Tibetan Buddhism and other such traditions. Moving on, the second point. Now we are coming to the crux of the problem. I think this is where all these conferences are, what they are about, and also, the debates about consciousness, they center around this. The second point. The second point is the irreducibility of consciousness, that consciousness cannot be reduced to the body. This is the so-called hard problem of consciousness. This term itself was coined by Professor David Chalmers, and he is famously associated with this term, the hard problem of consciousness. But the problem was very well known, both in Eastern and Western philosophy for quite a long time. The problem is basically this, that the mainstream understanding of the scientific reductionist, materialist reductionist understanding would imply that consciousness is somehow being produced by this physical body, especially by the brain and the nervous system. And why? Because the dominant scientific paradigm is time, space, matter, energy. These are reality. And so if there is anything in this universe, they somehow must be traceable back, reducible back to matter. So if consciousness, we want to understand consciousness, we have to understand what is the material basis of consciousness. And the material basis of consciousness is somehow brain. But we don't understand how that is possible. So this is the crux of the hard problem of consciousness. How is it that a piece of matter, living matter, organic matter, the brain, can have internal states of feeling, of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, love, hate, desire, anger, peace, joy, all of these states? How can an object have these things? Because if you look at all the objects around you, they don't seem to have internal states. The chair you are sitting on, it doesn't seem to have any kind of first-person experience within. How is first-person experience, subjective experience, at all possible? This is where the philosophy of mind has been stuck, the modern philosophy of mind, and I think it has sort of been stuck there for the last 300 years or so. While reading the philosophy of mind, one gets the impression that the last person who said something useful, something really insightful in this field was Descartes, writing more than 300 years ago. He said that the sharp division between the mind and the body, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I exist. Thought is primary, and it's somehow radically different from the body. And this cleavage between mind and body, it continues down till today in the philosophy of mind. If you take any standard textbook of readings on the philosophy of mind, you will find most of the papers will be concerned with this problem. And most of the papers on the philosophy of mind today, on the mind-body problem, will neatly fall in two categories. One category is reductionist, somehow trying to say that mind is nothing other than brain, or mind is nothing other than, for example, the common language philosophers in Oxford at one time, they wanted to reduce all mental talk into linguistic behavior. Or the behaviorists wanted to say there's no such thing as mind, it's just behavior. But all of them have one thing in common. Mind is nothing but brain, or mind is nothing but language, or mind is nothing but behavior. A philosopher recently called it nothing buttery, nothing but this. So trying to reduce mind and consciousness to something else that is physical, and that will be acceptable to our materialist reductionist paradigm. And the second kind of paper in all of these readings would be, philosophers saying that, look, guys, it doesn't work. Your reductionist paradigm is not working. For example, some of the famous examples, I think it's Thomas Nagel's "What Is It Like to Be a Bat?" Or Jackson's paper on Mary, who has never seen the color red, and is an expert on red by reading everything about the experience of red, but never has seen that color actually. And when she first sees that color, there's a clear difference between her intellectual knowledge of seeing red and actually seeing the color red. Or I think it was Searle's paper on the Chinese room experiment, probably, where you can translate from one language to another using a manual from coding and decoding text from one language to another without actually understanding the language at all. So multiple ways of trying to show, mostly through thought experiments, that reductionism is not working. So this is the hard problem of consciousness, that consciousness seems to be produced by the brain because there is a very close correlation between brain activity and reported conscious experiences, and yet we don't see how. The philosopher Gallenstrassen, in a recent piece in New York Times, sort of half humorously, I think, he wrote The Hard Problem of Matter. He says, consciousness is given to us. Whenever we experience anything, we are already conscious. It is matter which appears to us in consciousness. We have somehow made up our minds that mind and consciousness are produced by the brain, and then we can't understand how brain can produce mind and consciousness, and therefore we have the so-called hard problem of consciousness. And he says, actually, it's not a hard problem of consciousness. It's a hard problem of matter. We are already conscious, and the objective world, the material world, is given to us in consciousness, appears to us in consciousness. And what is matter should be the question. And as we investigate matter in physics and so on, we find matter disappearing before our very eyes, from atoms to subatomic particles to quarks to superstrings. We don't know what matter is, but we know what consciousness is because we are conscious all the time. So this, I think he meant it sort of a little bit rhetorically, a little bit humorously, but it's a serious point. So here we are, the hard problem of consciousness, and you cannot reduce mind and consciousness to the brain. David Chalmers, he has been propounding this, and he's talked about panpsychism, that he says that it's time to consider, quote unquote, a crazy idea, he said, that consciousness may be a fundamental reality, that it may be that consciousness is not reducible to the brain. It may be that consciousness is not reducible to anything material. Just as time, space, matter, energy are fundamental realities, we have to consider the possibility that consciousness itself is a fundamental reality, not reducible to something else. All right, and Advaita Vedanta agrees. So far we have 2 points, the centrality of consciousness, and the second thing is consciousness is not reducible to brain or anything else. It's fundamental. In fact, David Chalmers, in an interview, he said that if you ponder the hard problem of consciousness long enough, either you become a panpsychist, that consciousness is ubiquitous and fundamental, or you go into administration. Third, even more controversial, even more radical, where I think we will take leave of most of modern understanding of mind and consciousness. Notice, till now, I have been using the terms mind and consciousness interchangeably. But the third point I want to make here is, on our journey to the Advaita Vedanta perspective, the third point is, consciousness and mind are not the same thing. So mind and consciousness, the psyche and consciousness, are different. This is something that is not at all appreciated, let alone in neuroscience, it isn't appreciated at all. Even in the modern philosophy of mind, I feel, going through readings in the philosophy of mind, that this is an insight that many of these papers could benefit from. I see a lot of confusion coming up from this mixing up of mind and consciousness. A lot of the language that we see, it refers interchangeably to mind and consciousness, and yet mind and consciousness are just not the same thing at all. In Advaita Vedanta, there is a clear way of distinguishing between consciousness and mind. Why would you say that consciousness and mind are different? And consciousness and brain are different, and consciousness not reducible to brain, that's understandable. But consciousness is not reducible to the mind. Consciousness and mind are fundamentally different. Why would Advaita say this? And you don't need Advaita alone to say it. I mean, Sankhya says it. Yoga philosophy says it. Why? What's the argument? One quick argument and we'll move forward. Why do we say that consciousness is not mind or mind is different from consciousness? In Advaita Vedanta, whatever is experienced, whatever is an object of experience is presented to consciousness, in consciousness, but is not consciousness. The two terms used in Sanskrit are chit, jada. Chit means consciousness, jada means insentient, sentient, insentient. So the whole world is presented to you, the material universe is presented to you, to consciousness. And consciousness is that which experiences, illumines, gives us a first-person experience of the world. Similarly, the body is presented to me, and consciousness is that which gives me a first-person experience of the body. But by this logic, the contents of my mind, of thoughts, feelings, emotions, ideas, they are also experienced. Right now, you are experiencing it. I am experiencing it. My thoughts, my emotions, my perceptions. These contents are also appearing to consciousness, in consciousness. So they are equally objective. Just as the world, the chair you're sitting on is an object. The body, you experience it as an object. The thoughts in the mind, the feelings, emotions, memories, they are also objects. And from an Advaita perspective, whatever is an object is an object to consciousness. The philosopher Arindam Chakravarti, he gave a very nice definition of an object. He said, whatever objects to your consciousness is an object. Think of consciousness as a wide field, and it runs up against these things like objects. So just as a chair or a table is an object, a breath is an object when you breathe in and out in mindfulness meditation. It's an object. Similarly, a thought is also an object. Since it is an object to consciousness, it is actually in an Advaita perspective, in a Sankhya, in fact, just about all of Indian philosophy considers mind to be material. There is no mind-body dualism in Indian philosophy. It is you might talk about consciousness-object dualism in Sankhya philosophy. So I will not belabor this point. I'll move ahead in the interest of time. But the third point I want to make, and pretty radical here, which is, I think, very useful for modern consciousness studies because we are not there yet, is that mind and consciousness distinction has to be understood and appreciated. It's a very clear distinction because the mind is also objective. It's taken as a kind of matter. In fact, the Sanskrit words, sthula sharira, sukshma sharira, the physical body or the gross body is this one. And the mind is also a body because it's available to us for our first person experience. Sukshma sharira, it's a subtle body. It's another kind of matter. Moving on. So consciousness and mind are not the same thing. Mind is still objective and consciousness is a subject to which these objective phenomena appear. The fourth point is even more radical, more removed from our present understanding of or non-understanding of consciousness, is that consciousness is one. So when we glibly talk about many consciousnesses, I think it was Schrödinger who said that consciousness is that singular for which there is no plural. Consciousness is one. There are not many consciousnesses. And here we are taking leave of, say, Sankhya philosophy. We're moving from Sankhya to Advaita. Sankhya would say, for example, there are many consciousnesses, but Advaita Vedanta disagrees, and there are certain arguments later in the question answer, if it is possible, I can talk about it. Why does Advaita Vedanta say that there is one consciousness? Primarily because it turns the table on the question and says that why would you say consciousnesses are many? You can see bodies are many, they're countably many. Minds are also many. You can find out the differences by asking questions about the contents of our minds. But apart from body and mind, if you conceptually distinguish consciousness from body and mind, you will see that there are no grounds for saying there is a multiplicity in consciousness. But we can see that later. Let me just end with the final and the most dramatic and the most radical step. The fifth step, consciousness is non-dual. So this is something quite stunning, that there is no second reality apart from consciousness. Whatever we experience in this world, all the objects, physical objects, mental objects, they all appear to consciousness one, in consciousness, two, and they are nothing but consciousness. So consciousness appears to itself as its object, and that's our experience of life. There are arguments for this, and it's pretty far removed, definitely from modern neuroscience, and even from modern philosophy of mind. But I think all of these ideas are, they're like keys or solutions to a lot of questions that we are asking in philosophy of mind and even in neuroscientific approach to consciousness studies. So that's it. Summing up, 5 major steps, milestones on our journey to understand mind and consciousness from the Advaita perspective. 1, the centrality of consciousness. 2, consciousness is not reducible. Consciousness and mind are not reducible to the brain or anything else material. 3rd, consciousness and mind are not the same thing. Consciousness is not mind. 4th, just by the way, a little tweak here. The 3rd one, consciousness is not mind. This is what would answer the question from a Buddhist perspective. The 5 skandhas, panchaskandha, one of them is vijnana, consciousness. So that is what would constitute mind in the Sankhyan and Advaitic understanding. And pure consciousness, or what Advaita Vedanta considers to be consciousness, is not mind. And then the 4th major milestone would be consciousness is one. It's not many. And the 5th and the last one would be consciousness is non-dual. Everything that we experience in the world is somehow an appearance in consciousness. There is nothing other than consciousness. Thank you very much. I think I might have overstepped my time by a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swami Sarvapriyanandaji. I think that was a very clear description of progress from science to Vedanta, particularly Advaita Vedanta. Now we actually are crossing the border from there. He was talking about neuroscience, so we have a video from a very famous neuroscientist, an expert in different states of what a neurologist would call consciousness, coma and other things. So Professor Levy, Professor Stephen, I think we have a recorded video. If this audience has not heard of him, I would be surprised. He's a very famous speaker on different stages of sensorial consciousness, coma. There are a lot of TEDx talks, but primarily he's a neurologist who is the director of the National Fund for Scientific Research of Belgium and founder and head of the Brain Clinic at the Leeds University in Belgium, and is also founder of something called as the Coma Science Group. And a founding director of the Giga Consciousness Research Unit at the Leeds University. So his forte is exploring these states using the latest research technology, including wearables, magnetic resonance imaging, and including going on to near-death experiences. So we are probably very lucky to hear him today. Can we have the video of Dr. Stephen Lorries, please?
Hello, Indian friends. Sorry, I'm unable to make it to this wonderful conference exploring consciousness, the man-machine debate. I thank very much the organizers and especially Professor Bindu Kutu, head of the Sleep and Cognition Research Lab and the Department of Neurophysiology at NIMHANS. It's been a pleasure to collaborate, to have students from NIMHANS and Rajanikant Panda, wonderful person, brilliant scientist who just defended his PhD with us at the Giga Consciousness Research Unit of the University of Liège in Belgium. Today we'll be talking about the study of the mind, I would say the power of the mind, and how by applying multimodal neuroimaging we can translate the knowledge into better clinical care. And meditation, I believe, plays a very important role in that whole process, where basically what we're trying to do with the Giga Consciousness Research Unit is trying to map human consciousness, which is one of science's biggest challenges. We look at pathological modifications, that's coma, related states, the work of the coma science group I created, pharmacological modifications such as anesthesia, the use of psychedelics in healthy volunteers, and of course, and that's the topic of today, physiological modifications, not only meditation, but also hypnosis. And we have a very strong and long tradition of using hypnotic state in a clinical context at the Liège University Hospital. And we will try to reduce our ignorance by studying these modified states of consciousness with structural MRI, functional MRI, but also positron emission tomography, high-density EEG coupled to transcranial magnetic stimulation. And if I would summarize the past 25 years of research of our different labs and teams, it would boil down to what you see here. Two networks. One in red is the external or sensory awareness network. That's basically everything that comes into your senses, what you hear and see right now. You need your eyes, you need your visual cortex, but it seems to be the case that you especially need this widespread frontotemporal parietal area of both hemispheres for you to have conscious awareness of that sensory stimulation. And the other network you see in blue, we coined the internal, or if you want, self-awareness network, which is permitting you to have that little voice in your head right now, can give you the possibility to do mental imagery. The brain is a prediction machine. We're anticipating what's coming up next. We're learning from our own autobiographic memory. And so this network, mesiofrontal, precuneus, posterior cingulate cortex, overlapping with the default mode, seems to be critically dependent to have those thoughts. And of course, the power of the brain, those billions of brain cells, is the thousands of billions of brain connections, and that's illustrated by these black arrows, and especially the thalamocortical assemblies of internal and external awareness networks. But let's not be too arrogant. We've reason to believe that there are some parts of the brain that are more important, but we fail to understand the true neural code of consciousness, how thoughts, perceptions, and emotions arise. But yet, at least translating this knowledge to clinical reality, and I'm a neurologist, I see patients in intensive care, neurorehab, and this is one example. Again, this is work by Raja Panda and Aurore Thibault and Olivia Gossery, the co-directors now of the Coma Science Group, and they made the cover of Annals of Neurology last year by showing the added value of neuroimaging, high-density EEG connectivity. You see patients we coined vegetative, now we talk about unresponsive wakefulness, and you see it in terms of the alpha and delta band connectivity as compared to healthy controls, and as compared to what we call minimally conscious state patients. These are people who sometimes are a little bit aware but can't functionally communicate. And then it turns out, and that's the MCS star you see there, that there's about 2/3 of patients where from the outside with our bedside exam, we think there's no sign of awareness, that they're truly vegetative in unresponsive wakefulness after their coma, and yet the neuroimaging and high-density EEG connectivity data show us otherwise. There is still a residual brain activity and hence some residual workings of the mind. We also validated that by looking at brain glucose uptake. You see that on the image, a normal healthy control, unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, which is a massive global reduction, minimally conscious state with minimal activity, and then the people who turn out are in a MCS star. So this is making a difference in our clinical care, as is the fMRI and EEG brain-computer interface technology. And it's wonderful to, again, collaborate with the industry. This is work with GTech, Austrian company, offering the Mind Beagle, where we can decode brain activity in people where we think from the outside there's nothing going on, and yet sometimes they answer simple commands. So the technology exists, and I think it is wonderful to see it impacting clinical care. Also for anesthesia, where we showed both with propofol, ketamine, dex, and xenon that there is a disconnection of the awareness systems. The sensory, you see here, primary, visual, auditory networks still show some activity. So again, this confirms what we said before. And having technology helping clinicians, in this case with very simple 3-electrode EEG monitoring, this is the NeuroSteer device, really we can have an impact. And that's also the mission of the Human Brain Project, to translate the current knowledge and improve clinical care. We are also very excited by the study of near-death experiences. And this is an invitation to everyone in India, where we try to understand cultural differences. So we now have close to 2,000 people who, after a life-threatening condition, have this experience of peacefulness, this notion of light, tunnel, out-of-body experiences. For some, this is proof of a functioning mind independent of the brain. I just think we need to increase scientific studies. There's a long list that you see here from the team led by Charlotte Martial, and I think we need to increase our efforts because it's a huge challenge. We're also studying concussion, and there's, for those interested, a TEDx called Shake It and You Break It, which is really summarizing the challenge of these athletes, boxers, ice hockey players. I now study also in Canada, where I'm putting up a lab, American football. So again, we have an illustration of how neuroimaging and neurotechnology is helping clinicians to improve their care for post-concussion syndrome. Other athletes we've been studying, and this is the work of Jitka Annen, are the apnea divers. This is Guillaume Nery, he is world champion, who with one breath hold goes down to 139 meters. He came to our lab in Belgium, and we studied his brain when he was doing these extraordinary illustrations of the power of the mind, truly. And we observed he was actually in a condition very close to what we observed in Buddhist monks doing meditation. We, thanks to the European Space Agency and the University of Antwerp, have the opportunity to study astronauts. There are 7 up there right now in the International Space Station, and we would put them in the MRI before they take off to zero gravity and when they come back. And it's again an illustration of how COP technology combines again with this challenge to reconnect with our own personal emotional needs. And I'm very happy to show this little video of David Saint-Jacques, the Canadian astronaut, who is showing truly self-control up there, doing meditation at 408 kilometers above our own heads. Thanks to Corinne Sombrin, we study cognitive trance with the tradition of Mongolia and the shamans there. We published that. This is the work of Olivia Gossery and Audrey van Oudenhuizen. And actually, for those interested, there is a movie made out of that research. And I believe this is another unique altered state of consciousness. And what we saw with the multimodal neuroimaging studies is that there is a specific functional neuroanatomy. And that is certainly true for meditation, where we now have many, many studies from top centers around the world, including yours at NIMHANS, showing how we all have actually this capacity. We don't need to be a Buddhist monk, but they're, of course, again, athletes. And we all know this iconic picture of the monk in Vietnam putting himself in fire, not moving an inch. So studying these exceptional, highly trained meditators is offering us a unique opportunity to study the power of the mind. And I believe that we can all benefit from that. And I very much liked the paper by, again, Bindu Kuti from a couple of years ago now, showing that already 1 minute can have visible changes in EEG brain activity. And so that's what I basically summarize in the book, the past 2 decades of scientific research, the translation to the clinic, but also how we can do that without spending hours. Every minute counts. I think we can do what we can depending on the reality of our own individual challenges. And again, technology is helping us by identifying the neural substrate, the structural changes, the functional changes, and we now have these wearables that permit us in real time to show what's happening when we do the different meditation exercises, because meditation is mental gymnastics. There's many ways to actually do this. We also study athletes. This is a picture of myself and my 18-year-old son. We ran the New York Marathon in 2019 with this EEG monitoring neurosteer system, and we'll see more of these technologies helping real athletes to improve their performance, just as we have these smartwatches, and we see our heart rate variability. We will now, and it's already possible, have the monitoring of the mind and being able to optimize performance thanks to these state-of-the-art neurotechnologies. It also permits us to answer the very difficult question, well, when is consciousness emergent in humans? And is it only human, which of course from a neurological point of view would make no sense. For those interested, there's another TEDx. This is my youngest son, Louis, and he was also a guinea pig, you see him here, with EEG monitoring. And again, this is extraordinary to see how it translates to better knowledge and better care. This is especially so for medical hypnosis. This is Marie-Lise Femonville. She's an anesthesiologist, a pioneer, incredible woman who introduced hypnosis into the surgery wards. And we have now over 10,000 patients, me included, who had an intervention while remaining awake, but just being absorbed, dissociated, doing positive autobiographic memory recall of pleasant holiday memories, basically. And we saw and published that this significantly impacts pain perception. We also saw, using neuroimaging, that the pain matrix you see here, this is the activation during normal consciousness, and this is in hypnotic state, where you see that the activation during noxious, painful stimulation is limited to the primary sensory areas, disconnected from the awareness network. So, again, translating this into the clinic and working with industrial partners, this is an example, Belgian company En Confort, proposing virtual reality goggles to help patients get into the hypnotic state, improving their comfort during intervention. And again, and this is now ongoing, using digital monitoring and closed loop systems, helping clinicians to appreciate the depth of hypnosis, improving what they call digital sedation. So all of this, I think, is extremely fascinating. Let us come back to the topic of today, that is meditation, where I must say a big thank you to the Buddhist monk Mathieu Ricard. He's a PhD from Institut Pasteur, but then made his career within Buddhist tradition, and he's a translator now of the Dalai Lama. And he accepted, I met him when I gave a TEDx talk in Paris on consciousness, and he gave a talk on meditation. And he accepted to be a guinea pig and to participate in the study of changes in brain structure and function. You see him here in our MRI, and this is an image from that study. It's out of the book. You see the areas that have been shown repeatedly by neuroscientists to increase their volume in people who meditate. It's the anterior cingulate cortex. That's no surprise, because meditation is about learning to focus your attention. It's the anterior insula, important for internal awareness, but also the hippocampus. That could have implications for people who are at risk for Alzheimer's, for example. But it's also training empathy, compassion, and that's actually the favorite exercise of my friend Mathieu Ricard. And we see an increase here of, you see here, the left orbitofrontal area. Using diffusion MRI, we saw increased structural connectivity. If we just focus here in red, here are the tracts in the corpus callosum, and studies have shown, as was the case for Mathieu, that there is an increase in left to right intrahemispheric white matter tracts. We also put him, as others, in the positron emission tomography machine, permitting to study brain metabolism, because your brain uses, as you know, a lot of energy. When we inject radioactively labeled sugar, you see this artificially colored metabolic map of the brain. And so people like Mathieu and many others, it has been shown, have an increased brain metabolic activity as compared to other people of the same age. It's even now proposed in European studies for people who are at risk for degenerative dementia. So clearly meditation is mental training. We can all benefit from it. This is again an analysis of high-density EEG by Rajapanda, showing the increased functional connectivity while doing mindfulness meditation.
The last part was cut off. I'm not sure what happened. I think that's the end of the video, but it's a fantastic insight into what happens inside the brain of people who are in definition of semi-conscious states. So we have one more topic to go. Okay. Oh, there is some issue with Dr. Aviva's presentation, so I think we'll open the session for a few questions. I don't know if Swami Sarvapriyananda is still online. He is. Okay. So we have 3 speakers available for question and answers. I would ask the people who want to questions to be very brief so that they get some time to answer the question. I think there's a question in the back of the room. Yes, Buddha, yes. Please specify whom the question is for. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the presentations, everyone. My question is towards Swami Sarvapriyanandaji Maharaj. And the point that we have to start studying Advaita philosophy and Advaita's way in neuroscience. My question is, where do we start from? To understand neuroscience, we need something that we can measure. And from the morning, we are going back and forth in the measurability of consciousness. the closest we have come is Northoff says time and space. But then I apply neti and I see both are again limited by consciousness. So what is the measurable function of consciousness? And that will probably start a research question.
Did you get that, Swamiji?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I?
Yes,
answer
please go
now?
ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. This is a deep question. And see, when we are talking about Advaita Vedanta, or I would venture to say many of the Indian philosophies, whether it's the Nyaya theory of consciousness or various Buddhist theories of consciousness or the Advaita or Sankhya theory of consciousness, we are not just talking about alternatives which can be swapped with each other. We are talking about a completely different paradigm altogether. So for example, what I mean by that is, so the gentleman asked about measurability. There's a fundamental thing in science, that to do science, you need measurability. And it might, those who have studied Vedanta, you know this already, but measurability in Advaita Vedanta is a mark, is a feature of falsity. So in a recent conversation with David Chalmers, so we are talking about his new book, Reality Plus. So there he talks about what are the criteria for reality? What do you consider to be real? There are multiple criteria he put forward. One was measurability. So whatever is measurable, that is real, especially for science. You can't do science without measurability. And those who have studied Advaita Vedanta, they know it's one of the basic things in Advaita Vedanta is that which is measurable, meya, measurable, it is false. It's an appearance. I mean, that sounds so crazy to us, but it's actually pretty simple. In Advaita Vedanta, the only reality is the unlimited Brahman, the infinite. To measure something, you need something finite. Whatever is finite is limited, and so it cannot be the ultimate reality. Of course, here the distinction between ultimate reality and relative reality, the Vyavaharika and the Paramarthika, this distinction becomes very important. Ultimately, Brahman is real, the infinite existence, consciousness, bliss. And in relative reality, of course, measurability applies. So where do we go from this? That's why I don't want to make the jump from Advaita Vedanta to neuroscience. It's a huge jump because neuroscience already has very strong paradigms. It is a science, and it is based on the materialist reductionist paradigm that what you are studying is clearly matter, brain and activities in the brain. I just leave you with one interesting insight from a scientist. It is Ed Witten, who is a string theorist, I think, in the Institute of Advanced Studies here in Princeton. So it's an interview which I saw online. And he's not a neuroscientist, but his insight is very interesting. The interviewer asked him about consciousness, which is, of course, not his field of study. And do you think we'll understand consciousness soon? And his answer was brief and so incisive. He said, as we continue to do more neuroscience, brain science, I think we will understand more and more of the brain, but consciousness will remain a mystery. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that
Maybe
partially answers your question.
May I ask?
Yes, I think we'll take two more questions.
Thank you. Is also a question for Swami Sarvapriyananda with great appreciation for his talk. So you also mentioned mindfulness. I wanted to ask you, in this view, where we have the objects and we have the consciousness, where we can, how can we understand mindfulness then? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If you're asking about mindfulness from the Buddhist perspective, and I can see so many
yes.
Yeah, so many Tibetan lamas there who are authorities. I'm not an authority on Tibetan on Buddhist mindfulness practices, but I can tell you what the Advaita Vedanta perspective on that would be.
Please.
In mindfulness, we focus on the breath, for example, as an anchor for the mind. or we focus on sensations in the body. More and more subtle levels of mindfulness are there. Or we focus on thoughts themselves. And all of them are ways of calming down the mind, hopefully in the long run to give an insight into our real nature. What Advaita Vedanta would do there is, if you say take a breath, breathe in and breathe out, what Advaita Vedanta would say that this is a first person experience. You are having an experience to what? To what? In what? What is having this experience? So the important thing is not the breathing in or the breathing out. Important thing is not the sensation. Important thing is not even the thought in the mind. It is that to which these are first person experiences, thinking, breathing, sensation. And all of that, the answer to all of that is of course you, the consciousness. Here I'm referring to a particular meditative technique from a text called Drigdrishya Viveka, which says, take up any experience that you have. The important thing is not the content of the experience, which is what engrosses all of us. We are all fascinated by the contents of our experience. But what Advaita wants us to turn towards is that which is having that experience, consciousness itself. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Namaste, Swamiji. This is a question to Swami Sarvapriyananda. So can you dwell on the fourth point? You mentioned that consciousness is one according to Advaita. However, you were comparing, the counter from Sankhya where it says the multiple consciousness. However, you didn't get a chance to dwell on it more. Would you like to enlighten on more on it?
Well, thank you for that question. I'll quickly sum up the arguments in a couple of sentences as fast as possible. Sankhya, clearly, it talks about multiple consciousnesses. In Sanskrit, Bahupurushavada. Sankhya is a dualistic system which says that ultimate reality is material nature, Prakriti, everything that we experience in this universe. And that would include our minds too. That's also part of Prakriti, of nature. And consciousness, Purusha and Prakriti. But the question is, how many Purushas are there? How many consciousnesses are there? And by the way, Purusha here does not mean male. It just means a conscious being. How many conscious beings are there? According to Sankhya, as many people as you see, as many living beings, sentient beings as you see, so many consciousnesses. Advaita Vedanta says, no, there's one consciousness. For example, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, in the 13th chapter, second verse, he says, Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. Know me to be the one knower of the field in all these fields. In all these bodies, there is one consciousness. Now, what are the arguments? Very quickly. Sankhya says, many consciousnesses. If there is one consciousness, then the birth of one would be the birth of all, the death of one would be the death of all. And the Advaita in reply to that is, no, that doesn't work. Because birth and death are of the body. One body is born, another person dies. Consciousness could be one and the same everywhere. In this body, consciousness experiences the death of this body. In that body, the consciousness experiences the birth of the body. But it could be the one and the same consciousness. But then Sankhya says, well, no, if consciousness is one, then, when one person falls asleep, everybody would fall asleep. When one person wakes up, everybody would wake up. If there's only one consciousness. Again, Advaita's answer would be, waking, dreaming, deep sleep, these are characteristics of the mind, not of consciousness. So one mind could be asleep, another mind could be dreaming, a third mind could be awake, and consciousness could be illumining all of them at the same time. It could be the same one consciousness. Another argument from the Sankhyan perspective would be, no, look here, consciousness cannot be one, because if it's one consciousness, if my guru gets knowledge, then I will also get the knowledge. If one person is ignorant, everybody will become ignorant. If one person becomes enlightened, everybody will become enlightened. But that doesn't happen. Again, the Advaita's answer is, knowledge and ignorance depend on the mind. So one mind here could have knowledge, another mind here may not have knowledge. That's how a conference or a classroom works. We all know that we don't know this subject, and we have come to the professor who will teach us about this subject. And once the teaching starts, we get knowledge about the subject. And yet consciousness itself, like a light illumining everything, it could be one and the same. Here, it illumines an ignorant mind. There it illumines an enlightened mind. So you see the basic principle of the objections from the Sankhyan side and the answer from the Advaitin side. The whole, from the Advaitic perspective, whenever you say there are multiple consciousnesses, you are mixing up mind and consciousness. There are multiple bodies, there are multiple minds, but not multiple consciousnesses.
Thank you, sir. Very simple answer. Maybe we'll take the last question. We have 2 minutes
I have
left.
2 queries.
Yes, sir.
I say queries, not really the questions. One is, I'm being a theoretical physicist, we are struggling to understand the difference between conventional reality and ultimate reality. So in physics, for example, Stephen Weinberg, who won Nobel Prize, he wrote a book, Theory of Everything. My dream is to. So when we say theory of everything, it seems to us this is ultimate reality. But when you are talking about Advaita, Vedanta, I think it's a completely different paradigm. And second one, yesterday somebody was quoting Swami Vivekananda's statement that ontology of consciousness. If you say consciousness is non-dual, so what is ontology of consciousness mean? This is a confusing statement to me. Can you explain?
Yes. The second one was the ontology of consciousness.
Yes.
The first question, sir, it was about
the ultimate reality. Ultimate reality and theory of everything, we say in physics.
Right, right. I'll just answer to each of the questions in a couple of sentences. The first one is, from the physics perspective, the ultimate reality, how would you understand that? And in related to Advaita Vedanta, this question was once asked to a sadhu in Uttarakhand, and the answer was very interesting. I'll tell you, it was in Hindi and I'll translate for you. Somebody said to the sadhu, nowadays scientists are working on something called theory of everything, where they want to unite everything in one understanding, maybe one equation to explain the entire universe. So would that be non-duality? Would it be Advaita? His answer was, wo to jada Advaita hoga. So that would be the Advaita, non-duality of the insentient universe. And consciousness is that to which this non-duality of the insentient universe, this theory of oneness, would appear to consciousness. So it would not include consciousness. And the implication is the only true non-duality would be the non-duality of consciousness itself. Okay, so I'll just leave it there, bracket it and leave it there. The second question was about the ontology of consciousness.
Yes.
I think that the insight which will help here is consciousness as understood by Advaita Vedanta. Please note that we are using the English word consciousness. The Sanskrit words are different. Chaitanya, Chit, Bodha, Atman, Brahman. There are 2 levels of ontology. One is ontology, meaning what is real and what exists. So in the transactional level, the entire universe you've got. This is the ontology of the universe. There are, here the Vaisheshika philosophy is much more useful. There are substances, there are qualities, there are actions, there are relationships. So that's an ontology at the transactional level from an Advaita perspective. But all of them are grounded in one underlying existence. Here, I think Heidegger would be of help. In his Introduction to Metaphysics, he says the question about existence itself is the deepest question, the widest question, and the most fundamental question. So deepest because every level of science, you can have, like physiology, but that's grounded in biology. Biology, that's grounded in, chemistry. Chemistry, that's grounded in physics. So physics might be the most fundamental level of science. But even physics is grounded in existence. You're talking about things which exist. So existence is the deepest level of this universe. And existence is also the widest science, because everything that you can study, everything that you can talk about is included in existence. And it's also most fundamental because it's also about itself. I'm not going to go into that. So 2 levels of ontology. One level of ontology is our transactional world.
Lost power, is it? Swamiji, can you hear us? I think we lost him. Oh, okay. So I think most of it he answered. So I hope we get him back, but that was, I think, I would have found it very difficult to answer in that short period of time, but he has managed to do that. Last question to any, I think Swamiji, for you, he has a question. This is the last question. Thank you. Yes,
sir. Swamiji, this could have been a question to all the persons. The premise is this. I am listening to the text quote, generous sprinkling of the scriptures, Bhagavad Gita, various terms, what it is, what they said, how we understand our perspectives and all that. You refer to a plurality of the meditation practices in Advaita, outside Advaita and all that, right? So my question is very simply this. Where should I start a Santa, Manta, what it means? This precisely is the question asked in Gita, asked by Arjuna, Kim Tat? Now you don't tell me what it does. Tell me Kim Tat. What is this? What is that? So the scientists are asking a very simple question. Don't tell me that when you see the table salt, it is sodium, chlorine and all that. I am using salt to sprinkle to the level of taste I require to work with. I am not thinking of sodium and chlorine. So my interest is in Bhinna Prakriti Rashtadha, Gita 7.4, which says, Bhumirapo Nalo Vayo Kamano Buddhirevacha Hankara iti yamme Bhinna Prakriti Rashtadha. Neuroscience people have picked up the anchor of the manas, calling it as mind, and applications and practices of that coming into measurable states. Advaita or any other Vedanta is picking up Buddhi and Ahankara perspective and going beyond that. So this is like apples being kind of a consistent tarka. So the simple question now is, where do you put the Prakriti Vijnana part, which is Nana Vijnana Truptatma or Nanam Teham Savijnanam Pravakshya Manasuyave. So the Yoga Vijnana of Panchabhutas. Where do I start?
Thank you for the question. And you said that there was a smattering of verses from the Gita. You put your own portion of smattering quite well there. Yeah. I was asking earlier today, if I mentioned it in my talk, if there has been any effort to understand or to emulate self-reflexivity in intelligent systems. I was asking Professor Brophy, and he said that is not. So that is where you have to begin. You have to be self-reflexive. You have to reflect on yourself. Buddhism says, Bhagavan Buddha said, Atma Deepo Bhava. The Upanishads will tell you that we have to start searching for that through which we perceive consciousness. Sarvapriyanji was just talking about the Sakshi Bhava, where Drigdrishya Viveka, where the seen is cognized by the seer. So here the problem is with the seer. So the entire problem of consciousness is central to the self. So interestingly, even a person with complete amnesia, like some cases of Alzheimer patients can be, unfortunately I had the ill luck of seeing some such patients, they ask this question, who am I? So the very cognition of I is not lost, even in the case of an Alzheimer's patient or a complete amnesic patient. So that is where you have to start from. Where does this I come? And this I is a window into your true nature, says Advaita Vedanta. And this meditation is called Aham Graha Upasana. So this is where one has to start from. This is what Nisargadatta Maharaj has said. This is what Ramana Maharshi said, know yourself. This is what Bhagavan Buddha has said. If you look into meditative, contemplative traditions across faith traditions, you will find that they have all been pointing to that one self-reflexive experience, which right now intelligent systems have not yet thought of. So that is where you have to begin. So then your technique is whatever technique you can devise, whatever Swami Vivekananda was so bold. He said that I am taking a synthesis of 4 yogas for the Ramakrishna mission, but in the future if somebody comes with another better technique to know oneself, they can introduce that. So the technique can be anything which you decide, but where you have to start, you ask, and you have to start from the cognition of I. This cognition of I, which continues to work even when my neural mechanism almost fails, where is it coming from? That is where we have to begin the questioning from.
Thank you, sir. So we have had a wonderful discussion from New York, Belgium, and actually here in Bengaluru. So I think this has been a wonderful session, although it's quite dragged on beyond the time. So I would thank all of you for a very patient listening and some pertinent questions. I would like to thank both the speakers on stage and off stage for their wonderful presentations. Maybe we can have the felicitation of the speakers.
Sir, you can, I request. I request
Swami Sarvapriyananji, we lost you, but you almost answered such difficult questions in such a short period of time. We thank you very much. Unfortunately, I can't hand over anything physically, but since you said consciousness is one, you already know that I have thanked you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
So it's still early morning there, Swamiji. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Ravindra to come on the stage to felicitate the chairperson. I request chairperson and the speakers to pose for a picture.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, everyone. Now we'll join for a tea break. So please be back at 5 o'clock. We are running short of time. So we'll be back at 5 o'clock sharply for the next session. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. I welcome you back to this conference. After the exhaustive session on consciousness and psyche, let's take this conference further. So, global transformation always starts with personal transformation, and one of the greatest tools for personal transformation is meditation. Nowadays, mind-body practices, including meditation, have become a global has pushed many of us to try out some or the other mind-body practices. But how far have we understood the neurophysiological underpinnings of meditation? How do these individual experiences translate into transformation at a global level? So understanding these aspects would enable us to tailor the meditation practices not only for health promotion, but also for therapeutic purposes. So to know more, let's move on to listen to this enlightening session, the next session, that is Neurophysical Foundations of Meditation in Global Transformation. I request the chairperson, Dr. Krishnamurthy Jayana, and our speakers, Dr. Professor Antonino Refone, Dr. Thomas Brophy, Professor Sanjeev Chan, to be on the dais. Yeah. So we have one more speaker, Professor Dr. Paul John Verbos, who will be joining us online. I welcome you all, sir. So I'll just introduce our chairperson, Dr. Krishnamurthy Jayana. He is a professor and dean of Faculty of Life and Allied Health Sciences at Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, India. He is also in the senior advisory team of Karnataka Health Promotion Trust. He is the India site coordinator for a global health training program that trains PhD and postdoctoral fellows from across 4 countries, that is India, Canada, Kenya, and Colombia. He is a volunteer at Heartfulness Institute and a meditation trainer and practitioner for over 20 years. His interests revolve around quality of care, quality of life, and well-being, and he is an advocate of yoga and natural living. He has work experience in the context of many public health challenges in India and as well as Africa. His research interests keenly evolve around scientific exploration of integrating modern medicine with meditation, yoga, and Ayurveda, which led him to establish the Center for Integrative Health and Well-being, where he and his team provide training and coaching to individuals as well as institutions toward embracing an integrative health and well-being lifestyle that enhances quality of life. He also supports Applied Neuroscience Research of Cognitive Skills Private Limited that offers cognitive training programs for children, adults, and the elderly to enhance learning and performance and quality of life. He has over 100 publications to his credit, which includes journals, books, chapters, and he has participated in over 50 conferences and workshops of national and international repute as keynote speaker and expert panelist. He has been a recipient of KSCH Young Scientist Award, National Level Impact Award, and Best Project Award in Wellness categories, and has also scholarships from NIH, USA, and WHO Geneva. He was awarded the prestigious Achanta Lakshmipati Oration Award for outstanding contributions in the field of public health by National Academy of Medical Sciences in the year 2021-2022. With these words, I welcome you, sir, and I hand over the session to you to kindly introduce our eminent speakers.
Thank you, Prerna. And many thanks to the organizers for having put up such a thoughtful, such an insightful agenda, and we've been all enriched since last evening, the rich discussions that we have had, and more importantly, the kind of experience, the expertise that we have through these panelists. And we come to the fag end of the day, but last but not the least, a very exciting session titled Neurophysiological Foundations of Meditation and Global Transformation. I was wondering why Professor Bindu Kuti had me as a chair, because a lot of my science and research is in the area of public health and community health and well-being. My familiarity with meditation and consciousness is more from my practical experience for over 25 years and more from philosophical perspectives. So I myself am curious to hear from experts through their scientific investigation. And I think in the last session, there was a beautiful transition from psyche to neurological pinnings. And I think in this session, we'll continue thereby. And we have esteemed panelists with few number of decades of experience. I would like to introduce each speaker as I call upon to address in the evening is Professor Antonino Raffon. Welcome. And briefly, let me introduce his talk and him to you. He's going to talk about mechanisms of meditation. He has master's in psychology and doctorate in cognitive psychology. Psychology at the Sapienza University. He's a visiting professor at School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions at Nalanda University, India. And he's a director of Inter-University Center Econa at Sapienza University of Rome. He's the co-founder and president of Consciousness, Mindfulness and Compassion. He's also the chief editor of a specialty section, Consciousness. And publications in the Journal of Cognitive Neuroscience, Psychological Review of Neuroscience. And it is also active promoting practice of mindfulness and meditation in prisons and government organizations. So very active in the community as well. So Professor Raffon, over to you. Each speaker will have about 18 to 20 minutes.
Well, to be here, and I thank very much the organizers, Niemans and India Foundation, for this really wonderful event and for inviting me. And awareness. Meditation is directed at reducing unwholesome or unhealthy mental states such as distress, anxiety, and hunger, and increase wholesome or healthy mental states such as calmness, equanimity, and compassion. So, grounded on the time-honored traditions, contemplative traditions, in particular coming from India, now there is widespread secular practices in the world. For example, mindfulness-based practices, which basically you see here John Kabat-Zinn, the American, who has developed, for example, the influential mindfulness-based stress reduction program that actually have contributed in the West to make widespread the practice of meditation. Obviously, John Kabat-Zinn was very much grounded on the East, in particular in Buddhist practices and yoga as well. And you can see how much influential this practice have become also in the West. This is a report from the all-party parliamentary group in the UK. It's a very, very interesting one. Highlighting the importance of mindfulness, strategic importance for the country in 4 areas: clinical, educational, workplace, and prison context. So obviously you can imagine the number of studies on mindfulness meditation has increased over the years. And basically, there is an interesting review by Holzel and et al. In 2011 that emphasizes especially 4 areas in which practices of mindfulness meditation are effective. increasing body awareness, increasing attention regulation, increasing emotion regulation, and changing the perspective about the self. So just to give an example from our group, among others, we have studied also the effects of the mindfulness-based stress reduction program on mind wandering and dispositional mindfulness facets with Alessandro Gianandrea et al. Basically, it's a study using a very simple paradigm, like basically respond as soon as possible to digit when it is presented, but when number 3, digit 3 appears, you have to no-go with all your response. You can imagine that if you start to wander with your mind, you can do these errors. And we have also used self-reports about whether the participants were focused on the task or were mind wandering, and whether they were aware or mid-aware of being focused or not. And results are very simple in terms of number of errors. By comparing the group with mindfulness training with the control group, there are less errors only in the MBSR group after training. Okay, please let me acknowledge and thank the Bial Foundation from Portugal, who has generously funded 2 of our projects. The first one on a larger scale called Aware Mind Brain Project, which was actually aimed to bridge the streams of research on neurosciences of mindfulness, meditation, and consciousness, involving long-term virtuoso, let's call them virtuoso in the sense of highly trained. I'm sure we have several virtuosos from Tibetan tradition here. And in our case, we're from Theravada Buddhist tradition, monastics, include cross-sectional longitudinal studies, involve multiple methods of investigation, bridging, and this is very important, following Professor Northoff, the importance to bridge theoretical and experimental research. And of course, we were lucky to have the possibility to involve an international team. And these are the beautiful picture of the monastics from Thai forest tradition, in this case in England from Amaravati Monastery, is the tradition of Ajahn Chah and Ajahn Sumedho. And here are the monks from the same tradition in Santa Cittarama Monastery. It is in central Italy, not far from Rome. And okay, so basically what I will do here, I'm sorry, I have probably made, I, of course, will give some highlights about this project that has really approached with different methods of investigation, fMRI, EEG, and MEG, these processes, meditation processes. So I would like to highlight pain, our studies on pain, because obviously when studying pain has an important of implications for management of pain in clinical context, for example. And there is a famous teaching by the Buddha about the 2 arrows of pain. First arrow, which is just, for example, physical, coming from body, from teeth, whatever. And the second arrow is emotional, is on top of that. For example, aversion. And this makes things worse. The Buddha says like being shot by 2 arrows, not 1. So, and actually this fits well with what we know now also from the physiology and pain, where unlike in the 16th century, now we know that there is not only an ascending path for the pain, the first arrow, so to speak, but there is also a kind of endogenous important part of the pain, which is created, if you like, by our, essentially by our mind-body, Namarupa. So, and then, you know, when we look in the brain, when the experience of pain, the phenomenology of pain is correlated to a network of areas. It's, sometimes some call these the pain matrix, where you can see there are connections in both directions, coming from bottom and coming from the parts of the brain which are implicated in emotional coloring, mind states, emotion regulation, and so on. So it's really, in terms of Buddhist psychology, we can say it's basically the Buddha was saying in a very refined way, codependent origination or codependent arising, studying really in a very subtle way these processes. So it's beautiful that these models coming from Buddhist psychology converge remarkably with the current developments in cognitive and affective neurosciences. And of course, the literature on mindfulness and pain has been more and more, in a sense, growing over the years with interesting studies. And in this context, we have performed a set of investigations. And I'm going to present the first one by on this paper by Nikola Tesla et al., which is on the 2 arrows of pain, mechanism of pain related to meditation and mental states of aversion and identification. So the idea basically is to study the effects of basically what we did. I'm sorry, I can explain it easily. Where the participants, we had the monastic group with monks and nuns of Theravada tradition, and a control group which was matched for age, gender, and so on. And these two groups were stimulated with electrical stimulus producing pain, actually. And this was either was in rest, non-meditative rest, or focused meditation, open awareness meditation, or loving kindness meditation. It's a metta, also called meditation. And basically what was interesting here is to combine also what we call phenomenological reports, which means the first person experience. And actually this was, participants had to report 3 dimensions of experience. Pain, how much pain do you feel on this trial from 0 to 100? How much are you aversion do you feel now? And how much identified you feel with this experience. So just to highlight these results, because I think it's pretty much in line with the Buddhist psychology model of the 2 arrows of pain. So what we have seen is that aversion, the higher the aversion, you can see on the x-axis, the higher the pain, basically. So if you and also we have performed some analysis which are called Granger causality analysis, such that the aversion on the previous trial causally influenced the pain on the next trial. And the same was also observed for identification. The more the ego, so to speak, the sense of I, me, mine, was caught up in this experience, the higher the pain that was reported by the participants. And basically, this led us to actually highlight this model that pretty much resonates with the Buddhist psychology model of the 2 arrows of pain and dependent origination combined. And so we have a sensory input, we have pain, and pain, of course, causes aversion. Aversion, in some sense, increases identification. This may lead to some kind of reaction, for example, but look also at the backward influence, the codependent arising. The aversion, more aversion, influences the pain, and more identification influences the aversion and the pain. So it's really a kind of matrix, and these processes really take place in fraction of second, as really proposed by the Buddha. So we have also studied basically with fMRI, with neuroimaging, and this is these were the monks actually that were practicing on the breath, concentrated on the breath. Although they were in fMRI, it was kind of noisy, it was kind of uncomfortable situation. And what we have seen is that really the brain activation in many areas went down. It was a kind of deactivation more than activation. especially on the left hemisphere. And there were some focused activation that you can see in orange. So blue means deactivation. And deactivation included areas in default mode network, in insula, and even prefrontal areas, even sensory, auditory, primary sensory cortex. And deactivations were in some areas like cingulate cortex. And then we compared also, before we have seen the contrast between the focused attention meditation and rest. And now we have the contrast between open awareness, open monitoring meditation and rest. And here we have highlighted the left hemisphere that in particular seems involved to this enhanced meta-awareness. So in a sense, there is some, both literature or some books that emphasize the involvement of the right hemisphere in meditation. I think our studies overall seems to suggest that rather the left hemisphere is involved in this capacity of being aware, or it's called also the witnessing observer, that doesn't get identified and involved in the experience, but observes. And then we have also developed what we have called this brain theory of meditation, BTM. And basically, I don't go in the details, but there are a number of highlights and predictions. And one of these that I would like to highlight is that we have suggested that when there is practice of meditation, in particular samatha practice or shamatha practice, in the brain uses less energy. So, and this is important. Why? Because we know from studies that there is a cost in cortical computation. For example, an influential study by Lenny suggests that we can, when we do a task, we can activate only 1% of the neurons in the cerebral cortex for doing this task. So we need to use very, very well our limited brain energy. And one aspect that requires further investigation is really this, that if you meditate, in particular with these practices like shamatha or samatha, the brain might be able to be more energy efficient. Anyway, energy is a hot topic in the world nowadays. And this is also relevant for the brain. And so highly limited neuroenergetic resources. And one possibility, this is just speculative at the moment, but requires more investigation, is we have seen a prominent involvement of the alpha rhythm in these meditators as a trait, not so much as a state, changing from rest to this meditation or the other. Really, alpha, you can see from this display, look, is the peak that you see is alpha band, meaning from 8 to 12 cycles per second, and monks are in red and controls are in black. And zooming in this in particular doesn't seem to depend so much from the type of meditation, rest, focused attention meditation, and so on. These are just two electrodes, frontal and PZ. Basically, look at around, I think it's the low alpha more, 8-10 hertz, the huge difference between the monastics, monks and nuns, and the controls. So quite spectacular, especially this anteriorization of the alpha rhythm. And also, not showed here, maybe, there is also a striking involvement of coherence in the alpha band, in particular, which is really prominent. And now we have performed other studies with our colleagues from Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, really showing in terms of functional connectivity and in terms of Granger causality, showing the influence from sites, different regions of the brain on others, and entropy, brain state, to study the entropy measure. So I hope this together will shed more light in our studies about the mechanisms which are involved. Okay, and then we are doing work on the major, we call them central brain networks, default mode network, salience network, and executive network, also with the dear friend and collaborator, Professor Narayanan Srinivasan. We have done several interesting studies on these topics, both consciousness and meditation. And so basically, this is, I don't go into the details, so it's just to show you when this is always a study in magnetoencephalography, which we have performed with the monks, the Theravada monks. And on regions of interest, nodes of these three central hubs of the brain, involved in several aspects of cognitive regulation, emotion regulation, and self. So what you see here is basically, look, we have different bands from slower to faster EEG bands, so delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. And what you see there is a matrix of the kind of, which actually measures the oscillatory coherence coupling. This is in rest. Look, rest. There is quite, let's say, relatively strong coupling within these networks. Look what happens when they go in focused attention meditation, samatha. You see, blue means the reduction of this coupling. So look from here to here. Except for the alpha band, where there seems to be a coupling. So we are refining now the studies. So it means probably that when there is practice of in these states of meditation, that probably there is a possibility to have a strong modulation of these hubs of the brain. Maybe in this way, basically there is possibility probably to use more efficiently the limited energy resources of the brain. And also there is less ground for automatic reactivity, emotional reactivity, and identification that we might have. We have seen the example of the second arrow of pain. So, and then with Narayanan, we are also developing mindfulness, some ideas to account about mindfulness and cognitive functions, also emphasizing these brain networks. And with our collaborators, Professor Yuan Tang, we are also working toward a model to account in a unified manner for the effects of mindfulness meditation in different areas of psychopathology. Thank you very much.
And conclude, Professor Raffon?
I think to conclude, basically is the idea is to really have, it was just the last slide, this was thanks for your attention, so I think I can just close now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, that was perfect timing. That was very insightful. Thank you, Professor Raffon. You touched upon effects of mindfulness on stress, pain matrix, and the way you linked the pain matrix with the School of Buddhist Psychology. I think that was fabulous. I'm sure there'll be some questions at the end. Let us move on to the next speaker. I think you're all familiar with him. Last night, Dr. Brophy made some excellent arguments in the talk Man-Machine debate, particularly his thought on the sustainable energy and the linkages that I'm sure there's more that we can discuss today. Let me briefly introduce him to those of you who weren't around last evening. Dr. Thomas Brophy, the title of his talk today is Consciousness, the Last Frontier. And he has done his BA from Colorado College and PhD and MS in physics from the University of Colorado. And is currently the president of the California Institute of Human Sciences. He's also the president of the Society for Consciousness Studies. His research interests revolve around archaeoastronomy, science of consciousness. He has worked at the UC Laboratory of Atmospheric and Space Physics and NASA's Voyager spacecraft project at the University of Tokyo. And he is the author of several books, to name a few. The Mechanism Demands a Mysticism, an exploration of spirit, matter, and physics. He's a co-author of Black Genesis, the prehistoric origins of ancient Egypt. And Dr. Brophy, thank you, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for hanging in there today and being here still. Okay. Quick note on the title of this talk. I had sent into a longer and more boring title, and then I saw in the program the organizers titled it Consciousness, the Final Frontier. And I said, hey, I like that. And it fits well. You know, my early career in science was with planetary astrophysics and the NASA Voyager project. And I do look at the situation in science of consciousness right now as sort of analogous to the revolution in planetary science that happened when we sent spacecraft to the outer planets. I was fortunate to be at what we called the planetary encounters, the Neptune encounter at Jet Propulsion Laboratory when the Voyager spacecraft made its close approach to the planet Neptune and flew by. And the way the planetary encounters worked was, you know, from Earth, we see the planets through telescopes and with your naked eye, and they're just points of dots. They're points of light. And you can see maybe a little tiny bit of detail in the best telescopes. And then you send the spacecraft out there, and it takes years to get there. And it's just going to fly by. So, you know, just like a few hours, it takes all these pictures. And before the spacecraft gets there, you know, there's all sorts of speculation, like you know, maybe Neptune has clouds, you know, because it was just a point of light, and maybe there's features on the moons of Neptune. And then the spacecraft gets there, and it's like, wow, it's completely different. It's full of storms. It has great dark spot like Jupiter, and the moons of Neptune have all this geological activity, stuff that was never imagined from the distance. And I think that's what the field of science of consciousness is like now. We're on the cusp of some radical new discoveries. But I think the key to that is, in consciousness studies, science of consciousness, is relinquishing the physicalist dogma of science of consciousness. And so that's what that's the basic of what this talk is about, is how to see how it's okay to relinquish the physicalist approach. So I call this actual theory, a sort of meta theory of conscious agency, how conscious agency can work. That is how consciousness can have effect in the physical universe, and it involves quantum wave function collapse. So, actual theory is a meta theory of approaches to the conscious causation problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about motivation for developing this, and a little bit about property dualism and the need for a consciousness property, and about conscious agency and new problems that can be addressed on this approach, and reconnecting with the ancient Vedic ontology of consciousness, like I mentioned briefly in the yesterday. So on my personal motivation, when I was a kid, I had anomalous consciousness experiences, and the world around me, society said, well, those experiences can't be possible because physics says it doesn't happen that way. So that motivated me to go into meditative practices on the one hand, and the study of physics and academics. So they're telling me physics says that your experiences aren't real. Well, I'll study physics to see if that's true. So that was my motivation. Now, so it was a quest to explain how anomalous conscious experiences can work. And in that process, I realized, well, there's a huge mystery of how even ordinary consciousness works that needs to be solved first. I started to present these ideas at the Tucson conferences around '98, and just going forward, the scientific motivation for this is, I think this is the central unsolved scientific problem today, is how to include consciousness into our theories of science in our models of reality. the founder of CIHS, his book, Being and the Logic of Interactive Function, he was a yogi and a scientist, and he describes his model of the levels of consciousness, which is essentially an Advaitic model. And he describes this through his experience as well as a study of ancient texts and a synthesis that way. So I just want to point out one thing, that his description of what he calls the absolute nothing stage, which is the unitive, actually beyond the unitive stage, back. Does the back work? Yeah. He describes in this quote here, the rejection of the belief that there exists things corresponding to our linguistic activity that postulates the existence of substance or essence. And that is just like the Bohr and Heisenberg description of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. So just observing at the Tucson Science of Consciousness conferences, there has been some evolution over time. 20 years ago, it was held as axiomatic that the physical universe is causally closed, and only physicalist models of neuroscience were the only valid models. There's been recently a shift, a change. Now there is, it's known that there's quantum effects all over biology, and quantum physics is necessarily related to consciousness. That's well accepted now. Physicists have known that since the 1920s. And if conscious physical agency happens, it involves quantum collapse. There's actually been proofs recently by Johannes Kleiner that if it does happen, that's the only place it can happen in the current understanding. And now everybody's a panpsychist, almost. So the physicalist claim is interactionist dualist theories of consciousness are impossible because they violate the law of conservation of energy. The physical universe must be causally closed. Therefore, consciousness cannot do anything at all. That was really the broadly held view, but it's not necessarily true at all. There's nothing in physics that says that. In standard textbook quantum physics, physical systems evolve according to two different processes. For one, the system evolves according to a deterministic Schrödinger equation, and two, until a measurement or reduction of the state collapses the wave function to a particular observation. And the collapse is a non-deterministic process. It's a non-algorithmic, non-deterministic process, and that's the opening where there's an acausal step in physical processes. Go forward. I'm not going to talk about the math, except that, so that was textbook quantum physics, and it only applies to statistical ensembles of identical events, right? It doesn't say that, so because of that collapse step, it doesn't say, textbook quantum physics doesn't say anything about single events, unique single events. It's just statistical ensembles of identical events. But a lot of what is interesting about reality may actually be unique single events. Like, for example, a world record pole vault, or just almost anything you can think of. It may be that human existence is a series of unique single events. Nothing in human existence might be a statistical ensemble of identical events. David Chalmers has been quoted a lot in this conference. He, by the way, has come out recently promoting dualist approaches. Chalmers, as he points out, on this view, you have two approaches. Materialism, everything, including mind, is physical, or dualism, everything is physical or mental, and mind is non-physical. Okay, and I see this kind of paradoxically as another route to Advaita Vedanta, because as Chalmers points out, on this view, the two alternatives are either materialism or dualism. So materialism is only the physical aspect of reality, so that would rule out the entire consciousness aspect. Just like the previous speaker said, the physics, quote, theory of everything is really only a theory of the physical aspect of reality without the consciousness aspect. So this is all context around the 3 slides that I showed yesterday. So I'll just go through those. And there's a really nice review paper that summarizes the physicalist models of consciousness or mind and the non-physicalist models. And it's in Dr. Ruffino's journal. And one of the authors is speaking tomorrow, Dean Radin. I just want to point that out. And also, however, I see that there's only 2 problems with this really nice review paper. One, it doesn't take head on the assumption of causal closure of the physical universe, like I am. And it says non-materialist models require consciousness is primary to all else. That's not necessarily required. That's like the earlier speaker on Patanjali said that Patanjali didn't say that either. You know, you do have Prakriti and Purusha both. Okay, on this approach, so fundamental properties in science are governed by fundamental laws of reality, quantum mechanics, reality theory, etc. For example, James Clerk Maxwell introduced charge as a fundamental property governed by Maxwell's laws of electromagnetics to explain the electrical phenomena, and it worked well. The traditional objection to property dualism says physics is a closed system, but causal closure of the physical is really a pre-theoretical notion. There's nothing in physics that says that, and as I just described, the collapse of the wave function is an acausal process, non-physically causal process. Okay, I'm going to go to this slide. So there's a history of introduction of new properties into science, into physics. Newton's laws of classical mechanics, approximately 1687, introduced the property of universal gravitational mass that's acted on by the force of gravity. Maxwell's equations of electrodynamics, approximately 1862, introduced the property of electric charge is acted on by electromagnetic force. Quantum mechanics in 1925 introduced the wave nature of matter. It's not really a new property. But then you did have the property of flavor that's acted on by the weak nuclear force introduced in the 70s, and the property of color charge operated on by the strong nuclear force in the 70s. So I'm suggesting that now we can introduce a new property we could call something like noetic charge, which is an ontic property of matter that instantiates experience of being, but is not involved in any forces. It's not doing any forces. It's only involved in the wave function collapse process on this view. And on this view, noetic charges, they would generate something you could call noetic fields. And you might be able to find Sanskrit terms for this. I think that would be a nice project. Or, and so these are an ontic field that surrounds or is generated by the noetic charge of nonparticles and generates mind-like processes. And then you have noetic action. Noetic field-induced collapse of the wave function is a measurement knowledge of the system. And it also influences the result, but it remains consistent with what's called the Born rule, which is the probability interpretation of the wave function collapse. So in addition to generating experience and conscious causation, possible noetic field generated systems on this view might include things like the Platonic ideals, the acupuncture chi meridian system of traditional Chinese medicine, influencing the biological functioning of the organs of the body, the chakranadi system of traditional Ayurvedic medicine, systems of Devic entities that you hear about. The physical structure of a biological entity constrains, however, its functional possibilities. And on this view, noetic field systems, they would supply unity and continuity of experience with functional effect only where possible through the wave function collapse dynamics. And so this is a visual of the types of things that this type of theory could start to explain that are completely unexplainable in the physicalist models. Could noetic fields really generate the great panoply of phenomena we call in mind-like, that we experience in mind-like and consciousness-like experiences? Well, just analogously, consider the great panoply that's generated by simple Maxwell's equations, which give us the electrodynamics and the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Everything we see and experience visually is just those simple electromagnetic equations. So yeah, maybe a little simple addition of noetics could explain a lot. There's a however, though. Because it involves, this approach involves something happening through the collapse process, wave function collapse process, we know through just basic physics that involves very strange things happening. That's why Henry Stapp, a well-known physicist who also works on the consciousness models, described Bell's theorem as the most profound theorem in all of science. That's all of science, not only physics. And Bell said, the new way of seeing things, when we finally understand or start to understand what's going on here, will involve an imaginative leap that will astonish us. And another quantum physics leader who works in this area, Anton Zeilinger, his is my favorite quote, this new theory will be so much stranger than current quantum mechanics that people attacking quantum mechanics now will long to have it back. That's Zeilinger. So conclusion, this meta-ontology can sustain the conscious causation problem, mechanisms for biological functioning throughout nature, but the models, they do need to be made precise and testable. And although dualism is also dual aspect neutral monism, it's a route to non-duality. And I think that's similar to what we heard earlier today, Patanjali's descriptions as well. And this can allow a reunification with the ancient models, but on a new level, and that is actually unified with physics. It's not reduced to physics, but it's adding something new together with physics on this approach. Okay, I'm 1 minute early.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brough. This was fascinating, and increasingly, since yesterday, we're seeing how you're bringing the quantum physics closer and closer to some of the traditional school of thought, and it's fascinating. I would request, because so much information coming out, audience, please note down your questions so that we don't lose out on them at the end of the session. We move on to the next session, and we have the next speaker, Professor Sanjeev Jain. Thank you for being with us. A brief introduction, audience. The title of his talk is Consciousness from the Perspectives of Psychiatry. He is currently the Senior Professor of Psychiatry, Department of Psychiatry, NIMANS, and he was the ex-Dean Behavioral Sciences. He is also adjunct faculty at National Center for Biological Sciences, GKVK campus, UAS, Bellary Road. His research interests are focused on genetic mechanisms of risk psychosis and severe mental illnesses. He's explored at the Molecular Genetics Laboratory at the Department of Psychiatry, NIMANS, linking the clinic to the bench and using advanced cellular and molecular biology methods. His work has spanned the spectrum from the bedside research on outcomes to gene discovery and molecular biology and stem cell biology. He has volunteered work with both governmental organizations and NGOs. He was also part of the committee drafting the mental health policy document for the government of India. And he has received various funding support for his grants from NIMANS, Department of Biotechnology, Indian Council of Medical Research, CSIR, as well as Wellcome Trust, NIH, and many other grant agencies. Over to you, Professor Sanjeev Jain. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for this introduction, and good afternoon. It's been a long day, and I, like some of the speakers in the earlier session, I'm a clinical psychiatrist. So what we see is not people who willfully produce altered state of consciousness through yogic practices or meditation or whatever, but have it forced upon them against their will. And there's a loss of freedom in this choice of altered conscious states. So our interest obviously is, what does this altered conscious state mean in terms of psychiatry? So most of the work I'll be talking about today is derived from our experience with this accelerator program for brain disorders using stem cells, which, as was introduced, is in collaboration between NIMHANS, NCBS, and Instinct. Of course, the whole conference is called Man-Machine, the mind-machine interface, and the biggest philosopher in the mind-machine interface is the Polish writer Stanislaw Lem, who has, as the previous speaker, as Professor Brophy pointed out, man has gone on to explore other worlds, but did not explore his own consciousness. And if we use that same technology or endeavor to understand this whole process, perhaps we would be wiser. But Lem, being the ultimate cynic, feels that it is unlikely to be so, because human beings are likely to invent machines, which will, the first object of a smart machine will be how to avoid work. Because that's the only admission of smartness, is how to not work. Working is very stupid. So choice and freedom is very, very important, and no matter what else we do. But Stanislaw Lem's idea of an evolution is very nice. Life began, or processes began out of water, into slime, into four-legged animals, into two-legged animals who mistreated and hammered metals till a machine was made, and then a chip, and then life began. And then that's when these machines create the world as we know it far into the future. It's a magnificent book for mind and machine, and you must read it. So why are we concerned about psychiatry? Psychiatry is a branch of medicine. Medicine based on principles of inverted comma science, and scientific progress in material process can explain the occurrence of disease. And all this occurs because the secularization of human existence is essential. This is a process which began sometime in the Middle Ages in Europe, that once you started dissecting the body, you thought you could also carve up the mind, and if the laws of the body could also be applied to that of the mind, and everything would be understandable by the microscope and the telescope and the pendulum. And all laws could be understood thereafter. And interventions can be developed. Of course, the issue is, as has been pointed out repeatedly during the day, does the mind have matter, and does it matter? Now that's where our discipline comes in, because what we are doing in our day-to-day life is influencing minds through material processes. The medical gaze therefore moves from ecology to the electron microscope, to interstellar overdrive, to actual just talking to people. The astrophysicists will wonder why lithium, which was produced in the first few milliseconds of the Big Bang, is the only known drug to treat depression and mania that works. The first element of the Big Bang is the only known treatment for mood disorders which is uniformly effective. So there must be something to it. So what is the nature of human physics and biology? And of course, psychiatry is an abstract branch because there is no organ. The mind is not produced entirely by the brain. Why is it that we lack all this? Because the mind till now was seen in phenomenological experiences. Woke up in the whole world had turned pink. My voice is golden, my body is made of gold, and when I pass urine, I pass diamonds. When Rajkumar was kidnapped, this is to communicate to me that my teacher was in love with me. Books have been replaced by lookalike copies, which no longer communicate the same intent, especially revolutionary intent, which is why people don't revolt anymore. Songs have been replaced by identical duplicates. There are two worlds, one created by the usual God and another created by me, which is the new God, and people should pray to me. The world is a fantasy and the real world appears only when I smoke cannabis, where wizards and demons exist and talk to me. This world does not exist. I feel a foreign energy has taken up my mind so that I don't feel myself much, my own agency. For example, others are trying to do it for me. My voice has changed, my relatives have changed, the shape of formation of clouds has changed so they don't reflect spirits anymore. The energy has changed, and this is a battle between God and the devil to gain control. Of course, this goes back into our usual politics of the world today. The man has dreams that he's urinated on the head of goddess Kali, changed himself to Mohammedan, to Muslim, starts speaking Urdu. has an idea of sexual intercourse with the wife of a Muslim leader, then it becomes Christian, and all these things. So the phenomenology starts reflecting the cultural and the social realities of life around you. So the mind is constantly interacting with the social and physical realities and dynamically changing its content. And how is this process occurring? It's of course very, very well known. All these are famous mentally ill people, from George III to Robert Clive to Virginia Woolf to Günter Grass to Robin Williams and Rajput. So all these people, and James Joyce. So all these people have enriched our cultural life, our scientific and intellectual life. And of course, we need to understand that if madness is so creative, what is the issue behind it? Of course, we had Robert Schumann, who composed his famous operas, his famous piece of music in the middle of manic episodes, and ultimately committed suicide in a mental hospital, admitted to a mental hospital, and after suicide attempts, and died there much later. So obviously, creativity, as one of the earlier speakers pointed out, also has something to do with it. They have huge impact, because this is John Ruskin, Until This Last. His book was translated into Gujarati by none other than Mahatma Gandhi. He was a biologist, he was an architectural designer, he introduced the spinning wheel both to Queen Victoria and to Mahatma Gandhi. So, and he died in a mental hospital of recurrent episodes of madness. So you can see that the effects of madness are not simply in the brain, they affect the society around them, very often for very positive measures. Now, why is it important? Because ultimately we will discover the genes that cause it. We know that there's a familial aggregation. We know there's a biological underpinning. We know there's a dimensional spectrum of subjective and objective experience of the neuropsychology, of the electrophysiology, as you've all been hearing all day, brain structure and function, and even the social function. We can develop diagnosis and biomarkers, we can study treatment outcomes, and we know now that there are hundreds of genes involved. They produce a whole kinds of variation in the way we experience consciousness in terms of our abilities, and some of us may have bipolar disorder or schizophrenia, whereas the vast majority, despite the presence of these genes, will continue to live quite happily. Now, why is this important? Because in all older disciplines, whether it is Greek or Roman or Indian or Islamic, basically understand a loss of conscious awareness as being of divine origin. Consciousness is always given to you by God. Khuda khudai deta hai. Aadmi mitti ka putla hai, usme atma dali jati hai. So this idea that the soul is somehow divine is very, very old. And this is common, and when people lose that, various models are built out of religious exchange, and madness has always been a part of human society. But the treatment of these disorders has always been a part of religion. So whether it's Christ healing the sick or Buddha healing the sick, the treatment of madness, of treating blindness, of making a person recover from catatonic stupor, was thought to be of divine origin. And these questions, what is the soul, and why does illness exist? Do all animals have a soul? What makes a soul think and behave and follow and create order? And can disease be healed? Are the basic premises of psychiatry. Why do we want to understand all this in psychiatry? Because we understand, as the previous speaker so eloquently pointed out, that this whole understanding of science is the last frontier, understanding the brain and mental states. We organize facts, we try to fit the facts to reality, and a belief in the inner harmony of our world, and the longing for understanding and obstacles to comprehension. We assume that this maths to physics to chemistry and organic to biochemistry and to behavior will be in one direction. It does not account for reversibility, it does not account for indeterminacy, it does not account for probability. Therefore, understanding, even at the simplest of these, is actually not there. The mind, of course, as people have pointed out, is not simply what the brain does, as the whole conference is about, because the concepts are known to be fundamentally inaccurate, the physics on which it was based, they make no reference to consciousness, and all these concepts are logically and causally closed. Again and again, we must find out that psychiatry is the only branch of medicine that deals with this quandary. And therefore, it is by far the most intellectually exciting, because if you understand how madness is caused, you'll understand why brains do not go mad all the time. And that is very, very important awareness to develop. So this kind of experience has been worked at for 200 years now. right from the ideas of phrenology on the left to the understanding on the right, when we understand that a particular genetic defect can change the cellular molecular physiology, can change the anatomy, can change the brain function, cognition, and then produce a psychiatric diagnosis. So can we dissect a disease down to its components? Of course, we understand that there's an inherited component to the disease, and that's what we study. And can we identify genetic variants? And how can you understand all this? Especially, why does madness, or why do consciousness states of abnormality occur and persist to occur in Homo sapiens, that is us, if we can call ourselves sapiens, which is doubtful. There are two main theories about this. One is, of course, is the blank slate, that most of the religious ideas that God creates a soul, and ultimately it ends up with mysticism, that the blank slate of the soul is unknowable. The noble savage that the process of knowledge itself corrupts the soul, and too much knowledge therefore contributes to ignorance and madness, and the simpler life is therefore in itself noble by asceticism, etc., etc. And there's a guiding principle to all this in humans or in God, which defines all this. The same thing happens with biological theories, that the brain at birth is completely flexible, but environmental influences modify. Along specific capabilities are genetically programmed, like epigenetics. The neocortex somehow overrides this older cortex, and the imbalance between neocortex and others causes pathology. And the ghost in the machine is the consciousness issue. It emerges from the network of the brain, but is an emergent, irreducible, constant property in space-time, as again speakers have pointed out. And mind as an independent organ that produces material changes is obviously a real fact. So perhaps the best way to look at the brain as an organ, as a hybrid of an endocrine gland and a kidney, as Sidney Brenner, the biologist, quoting Maudsley, the famous psychiatrist, said, with the dual function of secreting thoughts and excreting words. And it is time to demystify the brain. And of course, the mind will follow. This is a particular paper by Tegmark in Physics Reviews, I think in 2020, which said that in terms of identifying long-lived states, information, writable, complex dynamics, consciousness therefore fulfills many of the criteria of fundamental physics, and consciousness should be seen as an integral force in the construction of the quantum theories of physics, or of matter, or of physics, basically. Now, what is it that we need to understand? We must understand that as a neural process, dynamic consciousness is not a human prerogative. It arose in reptiles several hundreds and thousands of millions of years ago, 0.25 billion years ago. Specialized functions arose a few million years ago. Spiders dream, flies flirt, birds sing, birds sense magnetic fields, whales have families, octopuses play, squids learn, slime molds habituate, even the mimosa plant can learn. So the fact that the cognitive processes are not confined to human beings is quite obvious. So a fly has as much consciousness as a human being. It can see others' faces, it can flirt, it can dance, it can decide who to cooperate with, it decides bring up its children. So they're absolutely the same as human beings. Of course, we always make a mistake that human beings are on top of the evolutionary ladder, whereas we are actually somewhere in the bottom, because we're not all that evolved in any case. The number of brains have evolved across life forms, and we are not the only brain. Many other brains exist. The octopus is a brain which is inside out, an eye which is inside out, but does exactly the same thing. It sees, feels, plays, and does everything like a human being does, with a completely opposite brain. They also don't have the largest neocortex, and you can see that brain sizes vary enormously across the species. But within that, we have functions which are fairly localized, by which we can see white matter abnormalities and neuropsych deficits occur with attention, learning, and memory. And this is what we have been looking at. Because the reality of mental disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, addiction, etc., is that the illnesses start. They have a prodrome which can last. People can get stuck there for life in this blue phase. Some people will have psychotic episodes. But the outcomes can vary from being tied up in a cot in a village in Uttar Pradesh to getting a Nobel Prize like Kurt Gödel, who both had mental illness. Both these people have had mental illness. So what is it that our work does? So our work is, as would be obvious, is molecular biology. And Charles Darwin, in his famous book on the expression of emotions in animals and man, obviously identified that emotions are quite identical in both animals and humans. And there are a number of macaques in India. The ones on the left are solitary macaques. These are the social macaques. And this is a common Indian langur, which lives in large family sets. So these kinds of family sets, as you can see, the behavior is quite identical. As you can see the top picture, the central panel, and the last picture, which is a film tuning of Khandan. So they have Khandans, they have communities, and they have caring professions. So when you looked at depression-related genes in macaques and humans, we found that wild macaques have the same gene distribution of the serotonin receptor transporter as human beings do, which is not shared by the solitary living monkeys. So it turns out that depression is a very useful thing for species to have. If you're depressed and somebody else consoles you, the species survives much better, because now you have a bond. So depression should not be seen as a disease, but as something that is an evolutionarily derived program for enhanced survival of the species. There's no point in feeling sad unless there is somebody to console you. So the solitary monkeys do not have that depression gene. There's no point being sad if you are living alone and there's nobody to help you out. But if you're a langur or a human being, it's very useful for being sad because you'll have 10 people around you. And that's very good. So depression should not be viewed as a disease. It is an evolutionary paradigm of sorrow which is meaningful in an evolutionary way. We also looked at people who hear voices, patients with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. A substantial number of them hear voices in multiple languages. In India, we are all multilingual. We flick 150 channels in 20 different languages. So we all know at least 3 or 4 languages. But many people heard voices in languages that never spoken before, which they don't know. Now, how is a thought being communicated to a person in a language which they do not know, but they understand what is being spoken? So obviously there are ways in which the human brain constructs meanings and constructs intentionality, which is quite different from the way we understand language. And they often heard these voices were more machine-like, were less inclined to locate them in space, and they had lesser emotional salience. What is even more interesting was that of all the animals, those of you who visited Nimhan's campus will realize it's a fairly diverse in an animal species. So along with Homo sapiens, you get lots of other animal species. But most patients, or many patients, complain of hearing voices from the birds, not from the dogs, not from the cats, not from the traffic, but from the birds. Why is that happening? Because the neocortex of the bird is exactly the same as the neocortex of a human being. It has a motor area for speech, it has a sensory area for speech, it has a Wernicke area and a Broca area. The organization of the speech areas in a bird, including its genetic components, is exactly the same as that in a human being. Like a CFOS gene expression and FOXP2 generation genes are identical. So species which diverged 300 million years ago have now developed the same neurobiology of speech, and by which these two minds are communicating, even though there is no actual communication possible. So there is a convergent consciousness which is driving the evolution of brains to both transmit and receive voices from other species. Now, why is this important? Because in our research into the genetics of psychiatric disorders, we then realized that we detect many genes that are implicated in the risk of psychiatric disease. These genes are often expressed in the brain, which is obvious because they're psychiatric disorders. They have extensive coverage in all the symptoms that we deal with in neuropsychiatry in terms of cognitive impairment, mood, movement, tremor, etc., etc. But the genes of the brain that are involved in disease are more complex and larger than most other genes. So as Homo sapiens have evolved, the brain genes have become bigger, and as you know, anything bigger has a greater tendency for breakdown. So the bigger you are, the more complex it is, the more errors will occur. There's Parkinson's law, which is completely non-neurological, non-scientific, but it works. And of course, this can be visualized in terms of how the brain develops, because what we're talking also about consciousness over time and space. So the brain of a normal human being changes over time in a particular way. And work done with Professor John has shown that, across these diseases, we get a kind of change in the cortical and the subcortical structures, which is also seen in alcohol use disorder and schizophrenia and bipolar disorder in a slightly specific way. So these kinds of data is increasingly becoming obvious, because we find that low volumes occur in all the people who had psychiatric disorders, in most of the people, but they also occurred in their relatives who themselves were not ill. So obviously there's a whole spectrum of variations that occur. Even when you come to neuropsychological functions, like verbal tasks, like theory of mind and digit span tests, you find that the deficits are highest in those who actually have illness, like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. But this general factor cognitive deficits are seen in the relatives of all bipolar disorder and schizophrenia and OCD subjects, although the ones with bipolar disorder had better cognitive flexibility. but poorer social cognition. This must be very highlighted, because 1 in 5 families, 1 in 5 of us has a relative with a serious mental illness. Okay, so in this room, there have to be at least 20 people, approximately, who have a known relative to have mental illness. So this is a widespread issue. So these cognitive changes that we are talking about, or variability that we are talking about, is inherent to the human condition. Why has it evolved? Because from the beginning of life, as plants have evolved and the angiosperm revolution occurred, is when animals have evolved. Chemicals produced by plants like serotonin, dopamine, acetylcholine is what governs our brain. Human beings or animals came much later. They basically came to pollinate plants. They have no other function on earth except to pollinate plants. And the ones in the brain are now what are used for neurotransmission. And over time, we find, I'll need 2 more minutes. So when we look at these genes, when we are compared them to Neanderthal genomes and across the world, we find that the genes for schizophrenia, for severe mental illness, show a greater evidence of selection with resistance for infectious disease and immune mechanisms, because psychiatric disease or brain disease has evolutionary paradox that they don't seem to increase over time, as far as we know. Why is it important? Because in the 1930s, when India was still under the British, there was much greater synthesis of divergent science traditions. So the combination of Gyananath Sen and Karthik Bose, one of them is an Ayurvedic physician, one of them is an MBBS doctor, and Siddiqui, who is a PhD biochemistry from Berlin and London, satellite these papers identifying the plant products that can cure insanity. And this is the first known drug to create, to treat psychiatric conditions. And this got 4 Nobel Prizes, because the effect of racapine on a rabbit is to produce immediate coma, and if you give them levodopa, they start hopping about immediately. So understanding how a plant product, which is racapine, can change the mind, the behavior, and the motor system of a rabbit and of a human being in exactly the same way, and can be reversed by levodopa, laid the foundation of psychiatry as we know it. And this has occurred over the last 25 years, or 50 odd years, and got all these people like Carlson, Greengard, Eccles, and Bain Nobel Prizes. At the end, we must understand that all biology that we understand is networks and genes and circuits. Quantum physics may just be a realization of the relation structure of reality. As Nagarjuna pointed out, that there is nothing which can exist without reference to something else. All existence is relational, whether it's a fundamental particle or of a bigger being. And all of these things, atoms and their constituents, are defined by the relationships, just like brains and behaviors. And reality is a collection of things. It's a network of processes. And brains have evolved to capture fragments of this connectivity. But why have they developed? What is the need to develop a brain, to develop a human brain? Just so that it could go mad and justify the existence of NIMHANS. I don't think that is something that would be considered. But why is the big question. And so what is it that we are trying to do? We are trying to understand the various levels of all this in various kinds of material processes, the structure, the function, from the language and the phenome, the cognome, the dynome, the connectome, the interactome, drawing down to the genome, across space and time, which is what me and my colleagues have been doing for the last 5 or 6 years. But to close, people have talked about the 1925-1927 conference, and this is the famous Solvay conference. 17 people in this photograph, which laid the theory of wave physics, were awarded the Nobel Prize. And of those, 7 are known to have a mental illness or a first-degree relative with mental illness. And their ideas have changed our notion of reality. So it is very, very important that mental illness may actually be responsible for all our current notions of reality. Of course, to counter it, Spike Milligan, blessed are the cracked because they let in the light. So understanding psychiatric illness is the major issue of our world. And this is back to the astrophysics. This is the eye of God. And this is the famous nebula, which is being captured over 10 years apart. And if we can only reach the depths of the mind as we have reached the limits of space, we will understand the human brain and mind and how, why, where consciousness is created, is content altered, and how it recovers. Because that is the ultimate problem faced by the psychiatrist. It really encompasses everything from quantum physics to the nature of reality. It is the last frontier, and it is the last island of medical ignorance. So to understand backwards how to treat mental illness, we need to have a better handle on why consciousness is produced and how it can be altered against the will and the consent and the freedom of the individual. So that is the kind of problem that we are talking about. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Jain. I should admit it was overwhelming. It gave a lot of information for us to observe. I'm sure there's some stimulating discussion that will follow. Thank you so much once again. Next speaker we have is Dr. Paul John Verbose. Can you check if he's online? If you could bring him on the screen.
Oh, yes, I'm online.
Hello, Dr. Verbose. How are you doing today?
I am so overwhelmed by hearing Dr. Jain. I feel much closer to him than to the others. Hearing him reminds me of the day when I met Carl Pilgrim. It was a great experience, but it took us about a week before we learned how to connect our complex worlds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verbose, for joining us online. Let me briefly introduce you to the audience. And friends, Dr. Verbose would be talking today about how to unify the new mathematics of brain consciousness with the soul and the physical reality. And he's got a graduate degree from Princeton and a PhD from University of Pennsylvania. He's an American social scientist and a machine learning pioneer. As a IEEE fellow, he served as program director in the National Science Foundation, Virginia, USA, for several years until 2015. His research interests revolve around recurrent neural networks, development of backpropagation algorithms, prediction and control of systems from nanorobots to the electric power grid. Has written on quantum mechanics and other areas of physics. He has interest in larger questions relating to consciousness, the foundations of physics, and human potential. And in 1995, he received the IEEE Neural Network Pioneer Award for the discovery of backpropagation and other basic neural network learning frameworks. And Dr. Verbose, thank you so much for joining us, and we all look forward to hearing from you. You have about 20 minutes starting from now.
So will you be playing the video?
They're going to bring it up in a while.
Good, okay. Breakthroughs in science, in neuroscience, and in our understanding of the universe, which now give us a unified scientific understanding of what consciousness is and how it emerges, and also to reconcile what we thought was irreconcilable in the past, the idea of soul and the function of the brain and physics. We can understand how they fit together, how we don't have to have a war between these viewpoints. Above all, I will start with the discussion of neuroscience, about new breakthroughs, which Yeshua and I have been part of, which give us a scientific understanding of how consciousness emerges in the brain. And I'll have 10 slides on that, 12 slides on the soul. But first, I want to put in a caveat. The very first slide reminds us that each of us is more than just a consciousness, more than just a brain and a soul. There are other aspects which need to be considered in areas like healing, healing of our bodies, healing of our communities. I will not have time to talk about those very important details because it will be challenging enough in about 10 minutes to explain what we now know about brains, how consciousness emerges in brains at a certain level, and how this connects with the idea of the soul. So let me begin with the brain part. When gurus talk to neuroscientists to try to get a story on what is consciousness, they are often frustrated for good reason. Neuroscience is almost like a gigantic factory where there are many specializations and many people only know their own job, and their job is an important piece But there are many, many specialties. There are some people who believe that the human brain is just a collection of specific apps. People will spend their whole life studying one little piece of the brain, and they will do important work. We need to know all these pieces. But these kinds of efforts remind me of the people who did leaf collecting back before the time of Charles Darwin. They thought of the study of life as a collection of lots and lots of leaves, but they didn't see the pattern. They didn't understand how they fit together. But in the last century, there was a major breakthrough in our understanding of neuroscience, as important as Darwin. There was a great neuroscientist, Carl Lashley, L-A-S, Lashley. And Lashley should be known to anyone well-trained in neuroscience today. Maybe he was the founder of systems neuroscience, the understanding of the brain as a whole system. And what Lashley said was the brain is not just a collection of inherited behaviors. After all, we can learn new behaviors. If all we did was have a collection of inherited behaviors and never learned anything, we would not be intelligent. We would not be conscious. We would be like robots following a program. Lashley said, no, let us understand how the brain works as a universal learning machine. And he formulated something called the principle of mass action. His two most important followers, I believe, were Carl Pilgrim and Walter Freeman. Before they died a few years ago, I was glad to partner with them. I believe they were the two leading systems neuroscientists in the world, students of Lashley, and they developed this principle of mass action much further. If you go to Google Scholar, you can see Freeman's work on mass action. And there's a previous YouTube, which Yeshua recorded, where we discuss these guys in great detail. So if the brain is a universal learning machine, and if our consciousness is a universal learning ability, a mind, what is it learning? Well, we have to understand that the brain evolved in biology to create action. Some people call it squeezing and squirting, okay? The brain as a whole system learns to come up to learn with a policy of action, which leads to better results as the organism judges the results. So we have a whole new mathematics of brain-like intelligent control, which connects directly to what we understand about the brain. There's now a kind of integration of artificial systems, which learn the same kind of task and what we see in the brain. Now, when we talk about consciousness and intelligence, it's very important that consciousness is not some kind of uniform liquid. Consciousness or intelligence, it's not like water where you have a certain quantity of it and it's the same thing. There are levels and levels of intelligence in reality, in nature. And these are not the only forms of intelligence out there. But if we look to nature, what really exists, we see there's a certain level of consciousness or intelligence in reptiles, in birds, in mammals. Humans fit in here, maybe beyond. And to learn more about these levels of consciousness, this is a very important link to the first International Conference on Consciousness, where they asked me to give a plenary. And there are many definitions of what the word consciousness means. And many of those definitions are useful. But I focus most on this definition, consciousness qua intelligence or mind, trying to understand how does intelligence work, how does mind work, and the other forms of consciousness tend to be attributes or consequences of this more universal character of intelligent systems or mind. In order to carry this further, when I was working with Freeman and Pilgrim, I was also working at the National Science Foundation. And this is one of the things I am most proud of. I set up major dialogues all across all the research programs funded by the National Science Foundation. And we worked together to come up with a common research agenda. What do we understand about how brains work to achieve results? And how can we build the same things? And how can we use these insights in artificial intelligence systems? If you go to the NSF webpage, search on the letters COPN, and you will see the best manifesto on understanding the brain, which exists anywhere even today. I have been keeping up. This manifesto on the NSF webpage is still the best guide to understanding how brains work, what we know, what we don't know, how to use the knowledge, and what lies underneath it. In 10 minutes, I can't describe all the principles, but let me say there are two major areas: prediction and decision. And the brain is a decision-making system. It learns to maximize a kind of telos. This fits Aristotle's idea of telos. But Aristotle's idea of telos, or purpose, was developed much further by the great mathematician von Neumann. We use his mathematics today to understand circuits in the brain. And one of the things we claim is we have a new branch of mathematics or engineering called adaptive dynamic programming, which explains how brains translate inborn values or feelings into operational values, which then guide our actions. Based on this mathematics, we have developed a whole roadmap of levels and levels of intelligence. Just as there are levels of consciousness out there in the animal world, in the mathematics and engineering, we now have a pathway which has been published and followed up on in engineering for how to go up from the primitive kinds of artificial intelligence that exists today, the very best of it, all the way up to the level of the mammal brain. And we now begin to understand how mammal brains actually generate consciousness or awareness. We have a mathematical theory of how it works, how it fits the circuits, and how to replicate. We know how consciousness works at the level of the mammal brain. This is a fundamental new breakthrough. This breakthrough was rooted in neuroscience. Prediction is half of this new theory of consciousness. And this prediction half has been verified in enormous mathematical detail. And in order to verify the whole model, Yeshua and I did an analysis of the very best real-time brain data now in existence. And you can see that it's in open access. We tested this new understanding of consciousness against the older Hebbian type theories. There are older models of consciousness. There are mathematical models which assume that the brain is nothing but a memory machine or a collection of apps. We did empirical tests on the best data showing that the new model, the brain as an intelligent conscious system, fits actual brain data much better than any of the other models. This is the beginning of a whole new science. We have not finished it. Every day I try to get somebody to fill in more because we've just begun a whole new world. It is a lot like Darwin. We've begun a whole new world. But now, this is the bigger picture. We know there are levels and levels of consciousness or intelligence, and we understand the mathematical principles. We have risen up to where we can begin to build mouse-level intelligent systems in computers, but we've also begun to understand why humans are more than your average mouse. We've begun to understand the function of mirror neurons and how they contribute to the power of the system. But are there higher levels of intelligence? And it turns out there are, and we have mathematics related to them. When I was young, I did not believe that there were higher levels of intelligence beyond the mammal brain. Besides Pilgrim and Freeman, the other most famous follower of Carl Lashley was a guy named Donald Hebb. And some people believe that this book by Hebb is the Bible for neural networks. I think John von Neumann had a better Bible, but this is a kind of Old Testament in the neural network field. And I'm very glad I read that book because the engineers who apply Hebbian learning, they should read the book because Hebb had much deeper insight than what they're implementing today. one of the key principles Hebb enunciated was Bayesian learning, which is important. And he said, if you're trying to test the probability that a theory is true based on experience, use Bayes' formula. You multiply the likelihood term, the probability that you would have seen what you did if the theory were true, by a prior probability theory. Hebb claimed that psychic or spiritual experience is not real. He said the probability is very low. And he went on to say, as the leading experimental psychologist of his time, he believed the likelihood terms are very good for parapsychology and psychic phenomena. He said these people have proven their claims with a higher degree of confidence than my colleagues do in other branches of psychology. However, he said, I still don't believe them because of the prior term, we know it's physically impossible. And that's what I personally did believe until I had no choice. Okay? And the bottom line is, in March of 1967, I had an experience which is described on my webpage and in papers I published in 2019. I had an experience which I simply could not reconcile with the theory that we are only brain. And it took a very incredible experience that I couldn't wiggle out of to make me open-minded. I didn't believe there was such a thing as psychic experience or soul at first. I simply said, I'm open-minded, I'm confused, I don't know what's going on, and I want to find out. So I learned a whole lot of physics. I took courses in quantum physics from Julian Schwinger, who was one of the founders of quantum field theory. So I have really looked into that math. And my conclusion at the end of the day, well, since 1972, I believe with 99% probability, yeah, this psychic spiritual stuff, there is something going on. And I didn't know what it was. And this was very frustrating to me. And I later checked and found I'm not the only one who had that kind of experience. Schrodinger, Heisenberg, de Broglie, and Dyson all support the existence of more than just the brain. I'm not the only one. And Greeley did a big study for the National Science Foundation and found that most elite PhDs in the US say they have had the kind of personal experience that was enough to convince them. Their experience wouldn't have convinced me. I was a tough nut to crack, but I was cracked. I had the experiences too. So the bottom line is, what are the implications? This is a conflict of such deep importance. If we believe that paranormal or spiritual experiences are real, but if we believe that everything is ruled by the laws of physics, how can we understand what's going on? Many people believe that quantum measurement, like Stapp's theory, can explain this stuff. Bottom line is, it can't. Anybody who thinks that Copenhagen physics measurement can explain psychic phenomena, they're wrong. They just don't know the physics. I call this looking for God in a pair of sunglasses. Polarized sunglasses are not the communication to the world of spirit or soul. They just don't work that way. After many years of trying to figure it out, I have found one and only one way to reconcile the physics with the personal experience. I was leading two lives. One life where I could jump over tall buildings and actually do weird stuff, and yet I had my physics. I can reconcile them. The only way to reconcile them, I know them, is what I call the noosphere species theory, which I published. It is like the noosphere theory of Desjardins, but Desjardins' theory does not work. I've spoken to high up members of Catholic theology who say, we used to believe this, but it doesn't work. It doesn't fit science. And the version from Desjardins does not fit science, but there's an alternative new version, the noosphere species theory, which does. And the basic idea is we don't have just one noosphere. We don't have one realm of spirit or thought. We have a whole cosmos full of them. We have a whole evolution and species. So this is the big picture. I've used this often in China. Maybe I should talk more about, I don't have time to talk about the whole politics of the universe, but let's just say we are part of a very large world. We come from a whole ecology of noospheres, and this fits. Carl Jung said we have a kind of collective unconscious, and I think that's true at this point. And because we are not only verbal thinkers, we need to integrate the images in our brain. After all, a mouse brain has images. It doesn't have words. 99% of our brain is based on images, for God's sake. So if we want to be coherent and sane, we have to integrate our images and our theories together. And I like to use these images to think about what our noosphere is like. And this has a lot of implications which can be tested, need to be tested. We don't have time to get into them today, but this stuff is really testable. The physics behind this is the physics of dark matter, which I should have mentioned. We now know that most of the mass energy of our universe is not the kind of matter we use in ordinary electronics. We know that the kind of matter that explains our brain is only a tiny fraction of the mass energy of the universe. We know that we live in a pulsing ocean or network of mass energy, and now we can take photographs. This is something new. We call this dark matter. I don't believe in any of the current theories of dark matter. It's not that, well, there's a lot that can be said about the physics, but I believe that we do have an ocean of energy and matter. And I believe that what we call our noosphere is really an organism made up largely of dark matter. This is the only explanation that fits, and it fits very well. So that's the basic idea, that we are part of a whole giant species of noospheres connected all across the cosmos. And finally, let me say there is a role for quantum theory here, not quantum measurement, but an understanding of what kind of universe we live in. There have been radical breakthroughs in real empirical quantum mechanics, like quantum computing, real electronics and photonics with quantum theory. And we have found that there are what they call macroscopic Schrodinger cats. There are parallel copies of us. This affects what we can do with new technology. We can build new computers far more powerful than anything possible with classical computing or Turing machines. But my claim is that also affects our souls, that we ourselves are Schrodinger cats. And that's important to understanding our experience. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Verbose. That was a very stimulating talk. I'm looking at time, friends. I think we've gone past our time, and maybe we can take about 4 questions. And I request hands to go up and maybe the mic to. And please be precise in your questions and specify whom are you directing your question to.
My question is to Professor Thomas Brophy. So you speak about the collapse of the wave function being associated to the measurement problem being associated to some kind of a noetic field, right? So my question is, so there is like different kinds of measurements, and there is different, so like Shishiroy, Professor Shishiroy, he was there, he has worked in measurement problem for a long time, and this idea that was actually postulated by Wigner has been falsifiably proven wrong since the 80s, 90s. And we have also found that if you make measurement like in a very small intervals of time, as in one measurement after another measurement after another measurement, then the indeterminate of the system, of the quantum system actually reduces. So there might be a possibility of like what Dr. Verbose was speaking about, like a Einsteinian realist view towards quantum field theory. So I just wanted to say how. So also in support of that, there has been like documented evidence, experimental evidence of Casimir effect, which shows that quantum fluctuations do exist. So I wanted to know how does all this fit into that collapse of the wave function, which has already, like been sort of falsifiably proven wrong.
Okay. What specifically was proven wrong?
In certain spaces, like they use the Z space or the X space or the Y space. Different Pauli measurement operators are used to make the measurement. So there is like the measurement problem at least is not solved in the Copenhagen interpretation, but it is still an unsolved problem. So I just wanted to know, like, how does the noetic field sort of like bring, like, falsifiably explain something like that? And like the measurement made by instrument.
I think I understand. First, I agree with Dr. Wernos on two important points. Parapsychological phenomena happen, and the quantum measurement process does not explain consciousness or parapsychological phenomena. My approach is that, and actually there's a proof published this year by Kleiner that the only place that physical processes could be affected by a non-physical process is through the collapse of the wave function. That was published this year. And my approach is not that the quantum collapse explains psychic phenomena or consciousness, but something additional happening through that opening in the quantum collapse process that's needed, that we need to add. That's something additional to explain these processes, how they interact with the physical aspect of reality. So that's the approach here. And so actually, I agree with Dr. Wernos on that point. Does that address your question?
Thank you.
I just want to make a single point that I'm going to give a talk tomorrow morning in which I shall explain very clearly how wave function collapse takes place, because I happen to be a leading expert on the physics of critical instabilities and how they occur in the physiology, and they provide an avenue of physical theory which no one in the conference has considered touching upon. And I will try and explain it clearly tomorrow.
I look forward to it.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. One of the great discussions I've been involved in, led by my friend Yeshua, we've debated what do we know about physics? And I have been amazed that people seem to be living in different mental universes here. Okay? There are people who will tell you, here are the 18 interpretations of quantum mechanics. We've known them for years. They all fit the same experiments due to Henry Stapp, and of course they show consciousness must be a collapse of the wave function. Well, that's one of 4 major groups. When I worked at the National Science Foundation, I had to judge and get reviews for a totally different community, for mathematical engineers trying to build systems that actually work in electronics and photonics. And these people said, you know what? The physics we know today is not the same as the holy textbooks from 100 years ago. Life has changed. One way it changed is there's not this universal agreement. Anytime you hear a philosopher who says, we agree on everything, there are no predictions that we debate, well, they never had to predict the real world. And when we had to build real engineering systems, there was considerable debate we discovered there are many different versions of quantum field theory, none of which have anything to do with the ancient interpretations that you read even now in the philosophical literature. One example was the Casimir effect. And we had some serious efforts to review what do we really know about this magical Casimir effect. The bottom line was there was a seminal paper by Landau and Lifshitz. And if you were a real physicist, you would know Landau and Lifshitz were leading efforts in a small place called the Soviet Union, where they actually knew something about building some technologies. And Landau and Lifshitz pointed out that the Casimir predictions of an attractive force agreed exactly with the classical physics without this zero-point energy, just as a result of van der Waals forces. And some people said, well, we have a choice of two theories. We can believe Casimir or we can believe van der Waals. But that doesn't work because we have a mathematical model long tested on what van der Waals attractions do in that kind of experiment. And the net benefit you get from a different theory is zero to the best of our knowledge. So there's a lot of religion out there about what's been proven, which was wrong 100 years ago based on the current work in fields like electronics and photonics. That doesn't mean we have the answer to everything, but you really shouldn't believe everything you hear from third-hand sources.
Thank you, Dr. Abus. We can take two more questions,
Okay.
one there and one from Carpentier.
Okay. The
Go ahead,
first
sir.
one is to confirm I'm present here to Dr. Verbose, physically in this auditorium. But my question is to Dr. Jain and Brophy. This is connecting language, speech, and brain. What Brophy was bringing up was, can we translate whatever that was shown in the slides to another ancient archaic language like Sanskrit, whatever we know of the grammar of that. And Professor Jain brought out, brain has a innate processing ability to understand the language called the language of the universe, irrespective of the grammars, the historical modifications, all that, the birds and all those other things. So I would like to hear more on this particular thing. How will you treat the functionality of the brain in relation to mind and the cognitive linguistics? What is it that is there in me to understand what was spoken on a battlefield some 5 millennia ago, or on a mountain from one divinity to another person, or something revealed in the dream state? So why should I accept a tradition of teaching and a language and a scripture? What is it that's so innate in me today? Is it just a faith in the tradition, or is it a natural thing?
I'll just say something real quick, and just one other quick point on the previous. Roger Penrose, who received the Nobel Prize in Physics last year, he's also advocates a quantum collapse-related model of how consciousness operates in the brain. So there are very strong opinions on multiple sides of that question. On this of why should we believe the ancient grammar, right? As a scientist, you would say, well, we shouldn't, right? We should only through testing whether it validates. It can be validated through experience or direct experience or testing. But going beyond that, there's all of the tradition of belief and others who've tested in various ways. So there's the socio-cultural reasons as well. But from the pure scientist approach, you need independent evidence.
Many 40 years ago, Eccles and Popper wrote a book which called The Self and Its Brain, which said that the world has three components: the world of ideas, the world of objects, and the world of biology. And the three worlds interact with each other. And I think the world of ideas, whatever we know of it, as a stable entity through knowledge or through scriptures or through textbooks or the laws of Galileo. Now, there's no way that genetically the information of the laws of thermodynamics can reach me intuitively or biologically. I need to be taught that. To be taught that, I must have a brain which has the capacity for learning, as was pointed out, as brain as a learning machine. Now, the brain as a learning machine offers a unique biological advantage to many animals. So the process of learning by animals has been a very guiding force in the development of cognitive processes across all life forms. So why should learning itself as an abstract notion impact on the physical reality of gene transmission? Those are the areas that are fundamental to our understanding. But I believe that this world of ideas, which somehow interacts with the physical world as much as it does with the laws of biology in terms of selection, in terms of the growth and diversification of species, that is also a part. Our contemporary reality is only one fragment that we experience in our lifetime. That's absolutely comically and tragically small in terms of life. I mean, we are there for the last, I think, quarter of a millisecond on Earth. That's really irrelevant. But life has evolved on these rules of governing behaviors zillions of years ago. Now, the issue is to find out why life evolved to serve that purpose.
Thank you. Over to Com. Yeah, we'll take one question from Com and one from Monks.
Well, my question goes to both Professor Werbos and Professor Brophy, and it's about the two notions. One is your noetic fields, and Dr. Werbos is essentially his reinterpretation of Vernadsky's, noospheres, not one but innumerable ones. Now, would you relate that in some way to Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenetic fields in the application to biological entities? And then one observation when you talked about panpsychism becoming more and more accepted. I am reminded of a recent comment by Donald Hoffman about Phil Goff. Phil Goff is a panpsychist par excellence, and I think Hoffman made a very interesting point that panpsychism still accepts time and space and supposes it to be inhabited, pervaded by consciousness. And what Hoffman says is we're beyond that. We even have the mathematics of it, which was developed by an Indian mathematician, or rather two of them. And the fact is that then you no longer have time and space. They are derivations. They are actually creations of consciousness, and they are interfaces. So how do you see that? Thank you.
Either you, Dr. Brophy, or Dr. Werbos, one of you.
Well,
yeah.
First on Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenic fields. Yeah, sure. What I was doing is setting up a structure that can sustain multiple various models for what's going on in that. I just use the general term noetic field. So I think the way that Rupert Sheldrake's morphogenic fields, the way he describes them working, beyond space, across space and time, the only way they could work would be through the category of phenomenon that I was describing.
Dr. Werbos, do you have any response to Cobb's question?
Yes, I have certainly looked at Sheldrake's work, and many people view Sheldrake as another perspective on the Teilhard de Chardin point of view, but it's also consistent with my general kind of theory. So when I look at Sheldrake, it's almost like I'm looking at a chemist and a physicist who are consistent, but they're doing different related things. Sheldrake certainly has been doing very honest and interesting work to try to understand life in our noosphere. And there are parts I find very real and very interesting and very important, but I'm not going to endorse everything. Sheldrake is talking about what levels of life we have in our noosphere, in our solar system. And it really is very interesting to compare the human brain, which is one part of this system, with the brains of other mammals and with the brains of other creatures, and Sheldrake would say plants. And there are a lot of questions we don't know the answer to. I now feel I know definite, clear answers to some of the questions that drive people crazy. I now know how to unify things, but there are still questions which are still open. When Einstein came up with a special theory of relativity, he didn't tell us what are the dynamic equations of the universe. He provided a well-defined, useful mathematical framework. It made many predictions, but it left many questions still open. And so now, the noosphere species theory tells us many, many things. It can connect up to aspects of human experience and brain, which most people think are mysterious. We can understand them now, but there are still many questions. And the life of the plants and the life of cetaceans. There are some very interesting things in the brains of cetaceans, and there are questions about plants. And Sheldrake has posed some interesting questions. We should investigate them. I don't claim to know all the answers.
Thank you, Dr. Verbose. One last question from one of the monks who had raised hands.
Can I just make a comment on that?
Yes,
can I just make a brief comment on the?
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Singh. Go ahead.
Purely from a psychiatric point of view, all the drugs that we use in psychiatry are plant-derived. There is no drug that we use in psychiatry which is not derived from a plant. Full stop. So the fact that plants have the capacity to alter our brains for better or for worse is a known fact. Now, why plants and human brains should have such a close symbiosis is something that we really need to understand.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Dr. Jain. One last question there. Yes.
So also my question will be directed to Dr. Sanjit Jain, and thank you very much, everyone, for your talks. So this is regarding one of your very last comments about how, the suggestion that perhaps the way we look at the world is a result of mental illness, in the sense of the many people who are sort of the most creative, powerful thinkers, whether in science or philosophy, mathematics, creative, arts and literature, have had mental illness, many even, unfortunately, leading to suicide, certainly seeming to be more than the average population. But at the same time, it seems like we have to accept that it's not that everyone who is, proposed, who has created something that has led to the way we look at the world, a powerful theory or a piece of creative work, has had mental illness. Certainly not everyone with mental illness is a savant in that way. So I'm wondering, in your experience, if you have ideas about what might be the common thread, what might be a common human, mental quality that can perhaps in some cases lead to mental illness, and in other cases lead to great creativity and brilliance, like that.
There's no simple answer, obviously, but the whole issue goes back to Darwin. We are quite aware of the fact that evolution does not proceed unless there's diversity, and most of us recognize diversity by physical attributes of color, winged birds, leafy plants, etc., etc. But we do not pay attention to the subjectiveness or the mental capacities of diversity. So what is neurodiversity, a popular catch-all phrase these days? Perhaps it's important to have people distributed along the spectrum of cognitive abilities. Even if 1 or 2% somehow go wrong, the vast 98% will get along. But it's very essential to retain the capacity for diversity, which is why the genes for mental illness are shared by so many, are largely shared. 10,000 of our 20,000 genes are risk factors for mental illness. So the factors that govern the final conversion to mental illness may be quite different. Exposure to drugs, epigenetics, life experiences, etc. But the capacity to have neurodiversity, to have different ways of thinking, absolutely different, fundamentally different ways of thinking. Thinking in symbols, thinking in languages, thinking in thoughts, thinking about thoughts, this diversity is very essential for the human existence, and which is why mental illness may not be a disease in the classical sense, but just a manifestation of the diversity hidden amongst all of us. In a few cases, it manifests itself. In the vast majority, it goes on with our day-to-day life. So
yeah, this point about this point about diversity is so important. I feel I have to add a bit to it. So often in politics of the world, I see these debates between people who want us to be fragmented, obedient little trolls, and people who want to integrate everything, or people who want to be totally separated. And it helps to have studied the brain as I have. And if you look at the brain, it's absolutely critical. You have to have full connection, but sparse. And I believe this applies to our noosphere as well. Each of us is almost like a brain cell of this larger thinking. And we each have our connections. And we each live or die based on how well we connect to this larger organism and contribute to it. But we each have a special role. None of us can control everything. If we try, we'll really go crazy. But if we separate, we also lose. It's this balance of sparsity and full connectivity, and that requires a diversity of function. Humans, like brain cells, must be diverse for the system to work.
Wonderful. With that, let's call it a day. And once again, thank you so much, all our panelists. I think you made this last session extremely rich. And I think a lot of us have a lot to sleep over to be able to absorb and come back. What was fascinating is, give them a big... What was very fascinating as we came to the end was being able to accommodate all the variations and perspectives. That truly, I feel, is a sign of expanded consciousness. And today, scientists more than ever have to embrace other perspectives and help us advance the knowledge in this field, the space of consciousness, forward. And all four of you truly demonstrated that in spirit. Thank you once again. Once again, a big round of applause. And I let the organizers take over from now.
Thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of session 5. May I kindly request Dr. Krishnamurti Jaina to facilitate Professor Antonino Raffoni and Professor Sanjeev Jain. Yeah, since Dr. Thomas Brophy was already felicitated, so. I request everyone to just assemble for a group photo, all the speakers and chairperson. And so let me call upon Swami Narasimhananda to felicitate Dr. Krishnamurti, and then we'll group up for a group photo. Group photo.
Yeah, group photo?
Yeah.
Oh.
So due to technical glitches from the previous session, we couldn't play Professor Aviva's session. So we'll be live streaming now and recording it. And these videos will be available in the YouTube channel as well. So
So, a brief introduction about Professor Aviva Berkovic-Ohana. She has received her PhD in neurobiology from Gonda Multidisciplinary Brain Research Center, Bar Ilan University, Israel, and did her postdoctoral studies at Weizmann Institute, Israel, and at Sapienza University, Rome. She is currently Professor of Neuroscience at the Edmund J. Safra Brain Research Center in Faculty of Education at University of Haifa, Israel, and currently Head of Research on Alternative Education Program in the Department of Learning and Instructional Sciences, and is the head of the Integrative Psychotherapy Program. Her major research interests include effects of contemplative, mental training on consciousness, cognition, and self, and her lab focuses on the effects of contemplative training on the sense of self and neural self-related processing, utilizing a broad spectrum of neurobiological tools like EEG, MEG, fMRI. She has various articles published in high-impact peer-reviewed journals, and her title of the talk is Studying the Sense of Self-Flexibility with Meditators. So we play her session.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aviva Berkovic-Ohana from University of Haifa, Israel. I'm very happy to be with you virtually. I would love to be with you physically. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. So the title of my talk is Studying the Sense of Self-Flexibility with Meditators. So let me walk you through the outline. I would start with why talk about the self and what is the wider context where I study the self. Then I want to talk about self-consciousness, to talk about the dual nature of the phenomenal self, the narrative and the minimal, and show you the possible underlying neural mechanisms. And then I go, the third part, I go to show you some empirical results of our studies. So the Buddhist inspiration is that meditation alters self-consciousness. Dissolving the sense of being a separate, permanent self is a core practice of Buddhist-oriented mindfulness meditation. And in Buddhism, meditation is used for a direct experiential realization of the nature of reality, including especially no self, which is anatta. The scientific inspiration is the work of Francisco Varela, which sees the self as a bridge. We believe that mindful awareness practices can provide a natural bridge between cognitive science and human experience. He means phenomenology. Particularly impressive to us is the convergence that we have discovered among the main themes concerning the self and the relation between subject and object. So the larger context, the way I see it in our study, is that we use or employ neurophenomenology in order to study subtle human experiences. For example, compassion or self-transcendence or boundaries. And so we can also explore the plasticity of these mental faculties. And in so doing, the main object is to alleviate human suffering, so not to exclude the context of the scientific work from education or psychotherapy and societal issues. So meditation is just one model, an altered state, like other altered, might be related to mental health or relationship with others, so social processes, or even relationship to nature, or even death processing, the way we approach our own death. And so what we do in our lab is to use not only meditation, but also other altered states, like psychedelics and even channeling, in order to study self-flexibility in relation to the wider context. So self-consciousness. There are many models for the self, and we can think of very complex models like the dynamic model of Sean Gallagher, the pattern theory of the self. But in order to be able to make a dialogue with cognitive neuroscience, I want to base myself on a dual model of the nature of the self. And this goes all the way back to William James, also the work of Damasio, Dan Zahavi, Sean Gallagher. That is the distinction between the minimal self and the narrative self. So I use this word by Sean Gallagher, where the minimal self is the embodied present moment experience endowed with a sense of agency, ownership, first-person perspective. It's a perception, perceptual experience, while the narrative self is more sophisticated. I would say it is later in terms of phylogenesis and ontogenesis. It's personal identity, self-evaluation, autobiographic memory, future planning, conceptual representation of the self, and it requires high-level cognitive functions. So this simplistic model has a good relationship with cognitive neuroscience, as it has been kind of widely accepted that the narrative self, minimal self, is another network, specifically the network for self-location, is the posterior cingulate cortex and the temporal parietal junction. So having said that, I can now, this was just a background to walk you and to show you some empiric results of the lab. The first part would be how the narrative self and the default network are being reduced in meditators. So this piece of work is an fMRI project done in the Weizmann Institute with Professor Rafi Malach and Dr. Amos Arieli. And here we invited 18 long-term Vipassana practitioners with 18 suitable controls. And we didn't study state effect of meditation. It has already been shown by Judson Brewer and others that the state effect of meditation shows reduction in the default network. So this project was to investigate trait effect of meditators. So as you can see, the design, there is no meditation. There is just resting state, then some short interview to make sure that they didn't meditate, they didn't fall asleep, and then a visual recognition task. So the visual recognition task, if you can see that, it's focusing on different stimuli. It's a one-back task, so we have to press a button when the figure is identical to the previous one or not. So either one or two. And it goes pretty fast. And then there is a fixation point, which usually the default network is rising. So that's kind of a visual localizer, but looking at it upside down, it could be a default network localizer, and this is what we used it for. So what you see here is the inflated brain on the left of the 18 control participants. Since this is the default network localizer in the negative, so we can see that in blue. This is the contrast visual stimuli versus resting state. So what we see in blue is the deactivation in the default network during the visual stimuli. And we can see the classical default network with medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate, inferior parietal. Now, when we look at the meditators, which is the lower panel, you can see in the red contours where we expected to see the reduction in the default network. However, we don't see that. So there was no default network activation during resting state to be deactivated during the visual stimuli. Rather, the visual activation is larger and widespread. At the same time, the reaction time of the meditators is shorter. So it seems that the default network is less activated during resting state, so it doesn't need that much deactivation during task, and so there is more attention available for the stimuli, and thus the reaction time is faster. And also, when we look at the resting states, by analyzing the variability of the signal in the resting state, we see the same phenomenon. The default network is lower for the meditators in blue, significantly lower, and non-significantly higher for the visual regions. Now, the same project, we also looked at the MRI, at the gray matter volume, and looking over the entire cortex and also localizing to the default network, we saw a significant difference between the groups, the controls and the meditators, where meditators had significantly less gray matter density in the precuneus, in the posterior cingulate, a part of the default network, and it was also significantly correlated with meditation expertise. So the more meditation expertise, the less gray matter in the posterior cingulate. And what we also saw is that this was correlated with the function. So the less gray matter, the less function that was seen in the fMRI task in the same region. And also, the less gray matter, the higher the positive affect that the participants report. So altogether, this was kind of striking to us, because other studies show enhancement either in insula or hippocampus or frontal regions in meditators in anatomy, in gray matter. So one explanation for that could be a very beautiful neurophenomenological work by Garrison and Judson Brewer. And in this paper, they did neurofeedback from the posterior cingulate with meditators, and they realized that when meditators are able to reduce volitionally the signal of the posterior cingulate, it represents in phenomenology less getting caught up in one's experience, less identifying with or being attached to attributes of ourselves. So these are aspects of the narrative self that we see as a trait with either functional or structural MRI. And so I move now to show something about the minimal or embodied self. And here I would say that there is much work about the default network because it's easy to study. It's a paradigm that is quite easy to activate or deactivate. And so there is accumulating evidence about the default network changes in activity or connectivity as a state, as a trait with meditation. However, the minimal self, the embodied self, is much more difficult to explore. And I think that here we really did pioneering work by using neurophenomenology. So the first setup was using MRI and MEG. The MEG is like EEG. It just uses magnetic fields instead of electrical fields, and so it is immune to many caveats of the EEG system, so it's much easier to localize. So there was a kind, I would say, a proof of concept study that was published in 2013, where we asked meditators to provide for us 3 times narrative self, 3 times embodied self, and 3 times no self. And that was published in Frontiers, and it was a proof of concept that they can actually do it, phenomenology and neural counterparts as a sanity check. What we saw in that study, and I didn't include it here, this is just a little bit of a background, is that we saw that in the reduction of the narrative self towards the embodied self, there was a reduction in gamma frequency frontal region, medial prefrontal, and in the reduction from the minimal to the no self, we saw a beta band reduction in inferior parietal. So we also use neurophenomenology there, and those meditators who could do this to a deeper extent were also those who had lower beta frequency in the inferior parietal. So second step here is a case study with Dr. Stephen Folder, that is a very senior practitioner, and he's actually the, I would say, the chair or the leader of the Insight Society in Israel. And so Professor Yochai Ataria and Dr. Yair Dor-Zeiderman, with this kind of long-term collaboration, we asked Stephen, what can you do for us? How can you alter your sense of self in the MEG in a way that can be repeatable, and we can do this kind of fine-tuned neurophenomenology? And then he said, yes, I can reduce the self-boundaries. And I think we asked him, okay, how many levels can you do for us? And he said maybe 7 or 9. And we said, oh no, this is too much. Let's stay with 3 states. Let's keep it simple. So normal self-boundaries, self-boundaries completely disappear, and something in the middle. Okay, let's just do that. And so this is an example of a short interview with Stephen where he talks about the experience of no boundaries.
To go out of the boundary is another level of relaxation. It's like a deeper level of letting go, of surrender, of a sense that there's no need for center. And as if I've fallen out of the center. That's the best language I can give. I'm falling out of the center of even of sensations. There's no sensations. It's like falling into space. The best description someone once told me, an image. It's like jumping out of a plane without a parachute, and you're afraid. It's like, I'm not afraid anymore because I've done it so much. To fall into space, but then you realize there's no ground, so it doesn't really matter anymore. So it has a feeling of no ground.
So this was analyzed by Yochai, a phenomenologist, and realizing that as we go from sense of boundaries, normal to intermediate to no self-boundaries, which is stage 3 here, different aspects of the sense of self disappear, like sense of time or location or center. We stay only with the bodily feelings and the touched structures. So just something very minimal embodied remains. And let's see, what did we get for the neural counterparts? We looked at different beings, and we saw that the most significant reduction from self-boundaries with to no was a reduction in beta frequency, high beta, peaking at 27 hertz, only reductions overall. We didn't see anything else increasing at the same time. And the source localization localized that to the posterior cingulate and the temporal parietal junctions, which are the two key nodes of the network for self-location and the embodied self. And so to continue this project, we started 2 years ago a large-scale study, It's kind of complicated and we don't need all the details, but here we had 46 long-term meditators. There was a wide variability of expertise because we wanted to see that this is not specifically that self-boundaries could be flexible, could be trained, could be malleable, not only in very virtuose meditators. And so these people did 3 weeks of training with Stephen Folder to get themselves familiarized with this experience that is not always the core of the Vipassana practice. And also to dissolve and maintain, not only dissolve, because some psychopathologies have a problem maintaining self-boundaries. So we wanted to explore this direction also. And we also asked them to fill up some online questionnaires to be able to know if they, to screen out trauma or depersonalization or trait anxiety. And then they came twice to the lab. The first time we explored state effects and we did this kind of neurophenomenology. We asked them to manipulate the sense of boundaries. We also did other tasks that play with agency and spatial location, but we don't go into that now. And then the second time they came to the lab, we studied trait effects. Now we wanted to see them in different behavioral tasks that have to do with social processes and even death processing in order to be able to look for correlations with the self-boundary flexibility that we can extract from the first lab session and see if it correlates with behavioral tasks in the second lab session. We also had a control group of 50 participants to control for the second session, the trait effect. So the sense of boundary session was doing that for 5 times, maintaining, reducing the boundaries with resting state in between them. And after that, at the end of the entire session, we also had around 40 minutes phenomenological interview with each and every one that was analyzed using the microphenomenological interview method. This was done by Ohad Naveh and was already published. And so I can just say very briefly that what we saw is that we had 6 themes came up, and we had 3 judges and everything, of course, all the details in the publication. But we saw that sense of agency, self-location, first-person perspective, attentional disposition, body sensations, and affective valence were different categories, and in each one of the categories we could group the different participants. So just to give an example, in the category of agency, the active participants, we had 14 of those. Here's an example. My action is to try and keep blowing up this balloon. It's like a struggle between this centering gravitational force and the attempt to really push the dividing line outwards. While the passive, we had 15 of those, sounds like a deep breath and then everything loses its grip. Until now, I was putting an artificial barrier over sensation, and now it's possible to let go of this barrier and let it extend. So maybe I'll just skip that. And we saw some effect of technique. So those who had a dissolution score that was higher went toward a relaxing strategy. And there was also an effect of practice. So the more hours of practice accumulated, the dissolution index was higher. So, of course, we could, this way we translated phenomenology into numbers, so now we can start dealing with that mathematically. So we also distinguished, this is Matisse Strout-Wayne, a postdoc, The whole project was pre-registered and blinded data analysis, and we distinguished the full dissolvers. We had 12 of those, of the others. And then we just looked what happened in the neural. And my time is getting very short, so just to say that we analyzed both the dissolution versus resting state and the dissolution versus maintaining the boundaries, and the results were the same. It converges again to the temporal parietal junction and posterior cingulate. These are the full dissolvers versus all the others. And in the bottom pane, you can see the difference between the full dissolvers and the others, and it's pretty much shows us the exact location. So taking this location, the posterior cingulate, and for each participant calculating the amplitude, just to say here, sorry, I skipped that, you can see again that it's very precise 27 hertz again. So the reduction, the difference between dissolving boundaries and other states is again a significant reduction in 27 hertz. So this flexibility, amplitude of the 27 hertz over the posterior cingulate became for us the fingerprint of the self-boundary flexibility. It's a number for each participant, and I'm coming to end here just looking at the behavioral task. In the emotion recognition task, meditators were faster to identify emotions, and they also showed reduced outgroup bias, just as a group difference with the controls. However, when we took the sense of boundary dissolution neural marker of the 27 hertz amplitude, it significantly correlated with the compassion coming from the SOVT task. It's kind of looking at videos and rating compassion and empathy, a task coming from Tanya Zinger's lab. And we can see that the same index coming from resting state significantly correlates with empathy and compassion. So, coming to the summary and the take-home message is that meditation affects the neural mechanism that underline the narrative self, which is the default network, either activity or even gray matter. But using neurophenomenology, we were able to show that the embodied self becomes more flexible. And this flexibility correlates with enhanced compassion and empathy. So we are still in the writing of this, and I would like to end by saying that I think I was able to show you here one route, how meditation affects self-flexibility, that affects in turn, or is at least correlated with the way we interact with others in social tasks. I want to end by thanking all the funding agencies and all the collaborators, and you, the audience, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Aviva, for such an insightful and lucid talk. Thank you, one and all.